Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild tournament for EU. I am your host, Blue Squadron, joined by my co-host at the last moment. God bless him for filling in. Shiku96. Shiki, you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Shiku. I know that some people already know me from before, like playing in Korea and all the betas. So essentially, I participated in every single beta that the game pretty much had. I've played in Korea, I've done a lot of tier 2 stuff, even 3 stars, and then I played global. I have to admit I burned out at some point and took a break from the game, but then Spear came out and yeah, that brought me back to the game. Nice being here, of course, with Blue Squadron.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of us have burned out a little bit at one time or another. It doesn't matter what game you're playing, you're always going to get burned out. And especially in a game like Throne and Liberty, when you play it as hardcore as some of these guilds do, you're absolutely going to get burned out. I mean, we were in leadership, we would know. Man, it's not an easy task. You get burned out of any MMO or any game in general, but you always come crawling back, and at the end of the day, we're here to decide who the best guild in EU is. Some of these guilds are going to be playing for the very first time today, and some of the guilds have already played in round 1, so we're going to see some of the top seeds in the tournament play today. And speaking of some of the top seeds in the tournament, our first match of the day is actually what a lot of people think is going to win the tournament. It's SYN Nova versus CallMeDaddy. SYN Nova hailing from an early access guild from the raid server. SYN Nova is the rank 1 guild in their alliance. They are one of the favorites to win the entire tournament here. They believe that they are first on the server as always. They've won 4 sieges. That might be 5 now. I have not updated it as of the most recent siege here. Their prediction for the whole tournament was top 4. Shiku, I'll let you introduce CallMeDaddy.
Well, CallMeDaddy is like basically a guild that has been in Starfall. As far as I'm aware, they were also the castle holders for quite a long period of time, and they won three sieges, as you have mentioned over there. I had the luxury to see some of their matches. They seem pretty solid, honestly. So I think it's going to be a tough one for SYN Nova, but at the same time, as you said, SYN Nova, with all things considered, I've had some occasions with them, but they are definitely going to be a pretty tough match to beat for CallMeDaddy.
Yeah, I think CallMeDaddy has their work cut out for them, but CallMeDaddy looked good in the first round of the tournament, and we've seen people get overhyped before. I'm curious if that is the case here. SYN Nova certainly had a fair number of guilds dodge the tournament in order to avoid fighting them all together, which I'll be honest with you is not in the current spirit of PvP, in my opinion. So we're absolutely going to figure out which one of these is the strongest guild here. We'll probably get a prediction running in chat. Hopefully my moderators are paying attention here, but honestly, I'm gonna take the free one here. I'm gonna predict SYN Nova for this one. Are you gonna be bold, or are you gonna try to go with CallMeDaddy?
To be fully honest, I've had my own drama with Synergy, but it will be I have to admit they are pretty solid, and I have to say I think they'll be the ones winning this one, to be fully honest with you.
Well, what's your okay, we gotta make up. What's your beef with them?
I have no clue, honestly. That's the funny thing. I used to play with Canon, as you know, in 1HP in Korea, and there has been a bit of falling over there with some of the people that were in Synergy, and then I was just dragged into it, and somehow I was just in the middle of it out of nowhere. But anyway, all that beef aside, I have to admit they are pretty solid. They've shown a lot of presence as a guild, and I think they're definitely a force to fight with.
Yeah. All right on. Well, I just know that they love to throw their weight around in the TNL EU War Games Discord. So you just love to see that. Honestly, some of the better chat PvPers that I have seen overall for the tournament here. We're just getting ready to go for this one. We're going to talk about pick ban a little bit. Lucy should have sent you the pick ban here. So do you want to go over that with us real quick?
Yeah, definitely. So basically, what's they're called? Chaos. SYN Nova is going to be banning, and I think CallMeDaddy is going to be choosing in that one.
Yes.
And the pick is a dentist in that case. Yep. Want me to mention the bans and the picks, you mean, or?
Yeah, that's what I meant, but that's okay. I'll do it this time so that we understand. You're good. Yeah, it's your first time to it. You're totally good. So SYN Nova banned. They banned Kazan, Grand Alon, and Malakar. Not too many guilds opting to fight on Malakar. Grand Alon, certainly they don't want to try to coin flip it. They want to try to get it onto a map that they're comfortable with. And so the choice for CallMeDaddy was a Dentist, which I believe they may have chosen in the first round too, if memory serves. So going back home to try to make sure that they can win this one too, as it were, as we get ready for this. We are go for the first match. It looks like everyone is in the lobby, so make sure that your predictions are ready to go. It looks like almost the entire audience believes that SYN Nova is going to win the first match of their tournament here. As we spawn into a Dentist. And now, do you remember how a Dentist works here? It's been a minute, but these rooftops can be a little tricky.
To be fully honest, I'm surprised with the pick because I know that Synergy is pretty damn solid on this map specifically. So I'm surprised with that kind of pick. And also it's, in my opinion, one of the trickiest ones because of like the whole buildings and having like a lot of pigeon spots that can be pretty rough to deal with. So yeah. I'm pretty surprised with that pick, to be honest, against Synergy of all people.
Yeah, the pigeon spot absolutely can be a little rough at the end of the day. Let me get the guild names on the screen real quick here. It looks like SYN Nova is in the yellow. And their opponents are in the red. That looks like CallMeDaddy staging up on the rooftops. We saw them do this in the first round of the tournament as well. I'm not sure that this is necessarily the play or if this is going to work against a great guild like like SYN Nova. But they fought up there in the first round of the tournament basically the entire time until it spawned. And this time you can see SYN Nova just not having anything to do with them as we very peacefully wait for the match to start. We have 3 minutes and 30 seconds before the Riftstone is actually active. CallMeDaddy goes for the first engage over onto the bell tower rooftop, surprising some of the members of SYN Nova there and wiping them off that rooftop pretty convincingly in a numbers advantage. SYN Nova, the most of the rest of them, okay with just hanging back, not engaging here. CallMeDaddy rotating over to the second rooftop. Bane getting wiped off of there as well. CallMeDaddy doing a great job of trying to take over the rooftops early, but SYN Nova looks like they're winning the open field skirmish pretty handedly here. CallMeDaddy doing a great job of trying to hold on to at least one rooftop though.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, like Synergy has quite a good presence in this map. Like I've seen them play it before and I know that they're pretty like good at it. Not to mention, like, to be fair, like giving them that edge of letting them like get on the Riftstone before the CallMeDaddy gets to there, I think is a pretty big mistake that they've already made from the get-go that might make it a little harder for them to even try to get control of the Riftstone.
Yeah, SYN Nova, but definitely winning the early skirmish on this one. CallMeDaddy really struggling to get any sort of control of these rooftops here, but in fairness, they were late to the rooftops here, and I just don't think that that was necessarily the play. They're getting punished for an early strategy that I think just went wrong. That it worked well for them in the first round of the tournament, but this second round now they're struggling. They don't have control of the rift. They don't have full control of the rooftops that they want. And you can see Reed, KW, and Willoway basically free firing from a high ground from across the way. CallMeDaddy can't get in position to stop that. Now they do hold control of this high ground here. Now they've got control of the low ground. They've scrambled back, but they've rallied now. CallMeDaddy on the east side of the rift over there, doing their best to try to regroup and fly down here. SYN Nova, though, look at the control from the rooftops. Even the divers with the spears trying to dive on top of Dicey, and Dicey said, who's ganking who here? And wiped him straight off.
Yeah, as I mentioned, like Nova in general, like has a lot of pigeon spots that they are pretty familiar with. And they also at the same time, like a lot of people keep saying like spear is the meta and this and that, but it has been proven in a lot of GVGs that I've participated in that a lot of people have been building a lot of melee evasion. So you will see that happening a lot in specifically these tournaments. And I'm pretty sure Synergy is aware of that as well. So you would see, like, based on the damage, it's mostly going to be like the staffs, the bows, the flash waves, all that kind of stuff. And Synergy knows pretty well how to play around those pigeon spots. So that's why they will have the edge on that one, in my opinion.
Okay, right on. Did you not make it into the match? It shows that you're on a in the menus right now. SYN Nova holding.
Sadly, did not come up to me. Yeah, sadly, I'm watching it on your stream though.
Okay, no big deal. SYN Nova on the high ground here, wiping off CallMeDaddy. CallMeDaddy really struggling to regroup onto these high grounds here. With this, they're regrouping over. It looks like on Church. I'm not sure that you wanted to dive into this. Magic, you might be a tank, but no tank can survive this many people. Dies to fall damage as he falls down. Oh my gosh. They fly through, and like the Dothraki in the Long Night, they're being slaughtered as they land. Can they clear out the rest of SYN Nova? It was a bold push onto the high ground here. Does look like they are going to wipe off the majority of SYN Nova here. They're desperately trying to heal each other. CallMeDaddy's healers trying to vie for life here, but SYN Nova rallying back through, and CallMeDaddy just getting overwhelmed. Look at the health bars run out for CallMeDaddy. SYN Nova looking very, very strong in the first round of the tournament for them. Second round of the tournament overall, but this is why they got the bye round, Shiku.
To be fully honest, that was indeed, as you mentioned, a very bold engage from them. It seemed pretty good in the beginning, but I feel like they did not have enough melee to really execute that kind of play. Because you do need that kind of like engage with more like great swords or things like that, which did seem to be lacking in that bold engage on the rooftop.
Yeah, CallMeDaddy now at a loss for words. It's now the flank squad from SYN Nova. It's all over their backline. Bellatrix and Ain Sama, Dotson as well. There goes Ferrantes. They become more emboldened to try to run up and disrupt the CallMeDaddy regroup. The rest of CallMeDaddy dives down, but now they're split. Look at the yellow health bars going in on them. It looks like the rift is capturable now, and SYN Nova actually struggling a little bit as Sir doing an amazing job for CallMeDaddy, actually keeping SYN Nova from the inevitable right now. A one-man army. Actually, is he going to be able to stop him again? No, he will not stop him again, but Sir did a great job of actually preventing SYN Nova from taking that for about the first minute and a half or so. Really, really valiant job from CallMeDaddy right there, despite the fact that they are losing this pretty handedly. If you look at the numbers on the leaderboard right now, you're looking at, it's looking like a whole lot of Nova on the leaderboard, but that's why they're the favorite to win the tournament. Goliath looks like they're stomping through this first round here, Shiku.
That is indeed very correct. Like now that Synergy Nova has this like ground on the Riftstone, it's going to be really, really tough to shake them off. And I feel like CallMeDaddy would have to get a bit creative. I'm noticing they're also trying to keep funneling the numbers back in every time they die without like having like kind of a regather or like getting creative with the positions, or most importantly, catching the pigeons on the other side of the houses as well. So I feel like if they want to like get control here, they would have to try to at least play it a little slow and try to get a bit creative, because Synergy is definitely gonna be rough to push off of that Riftstone for them.
Yeah, unbelievably, CallMeDaddy actually did get a cap off on the Rift, despite the fact that there are like 15 SYN Nova members all around it. They did manage to get a cap off, which I think is extremely impressive for CallMeDaddy here. And again, they are a little bit outclassed player to player here, but their frontline doing a tremendously good job of making sure they get forward, preventing SYN Nova from getting the cap off, getting the cap themselves. Now they're going to go for a regroup here, and I love the spunk that I'm seeing out of them, despite the fact that they might be a little outclassed in this round here. They are actually fighting together. They're doing what they can to try to regroup, back off, and oh my gosh, dude, SYN Nova just all over their backline. Looks like they're going to try to regroup on another part of the Rift now. It looks like they've abandoned this spawn location altogether over here, so we'll see which side they try to approach from. Looks like it might be the rooftops on the other side, up maybe by 3. Yeah, they are going to run in over by 3 over here in SYN Nova. Honestly, I think that's a great pivot from CallMeDaddy, and look at that, they got another capture on the Rift. CallMeDaddy with a good pivot here. I love to see guilds. If at first you don't succeed, try again, but you must try something different every time. That's the sign of a good shot caller, Shiku, because basically they're not just respawning from the same spot every time. Yes, they're losing, but they're not allowing the SYN Nova like flankers to basically just spawn camp them forever. They're like, okay, let's try a different spawn and let's regroup and try something different, and it is working. In fairness, they are getting caps down on the Rift. Look at them, what time and time again you see Ser doing his job. It looks like he might get another one, as SYN is just not going to stop him right there, but a great job from CallMeDaddy to keep adapting here, Shiku.
That is very true, and this is what I like to see when guilds like stop funneling numbers for no reason and actually try to get a bit creative when something is not working out. And this is exactly what CallMeDaddy did right now. It seemed to be working a little bit, but I feel like they rushed a bit too fast to the Riftstone. They needed like more pressure there. They needed more tanks to get in there, and most of all, they needed a lot of CC to try to get control of the middle of the Riftstone. But overall, it was pretty good try, and it seemed to be working initially. So they definitely have a chance to try something else and get in there with more numbers the next time.
Yeah, I do think that SYN Nova looking dominant in this one with 15 minutes on the clock. I will say that CallMeDaddy is a fair amount of people on the Riftstone, 10 to 13 there, but SYN Nova very intelligently, very tactfully keeping a fair amount of members off the rift, holding that high ground. They have the extra power to spare in this case to put people on the high ground, and that's not necessarily a good sign. But look at that, 17 people rallying for CallMeDaddy, and their percentage is starting to climb. SYN Nova having to respond to this CallMeDaddy lineup as the shot caller from CallMeDaddy doing a great job of trying to rally his guild, which is quite honestly the weaker guild, and actually trying to find the upper hand here and there, catching SYN Nova lacking where they can. Yes, are they going to lose the match? In all likelihood, yeah, but CallMeDaddy pivoting, respawning in different locations, flooding the rift the moment that SYN Nova relaxes and says, okay, let's pull a fair amount of people off the Riftstone. Let's try and pull back, take the high ground control. Boom. CallMeDaddy goes for a punish, forcing SYN Nova to stay locked in on this. They say, no, you will respect us. And honestly, I love that, Shiku.
I generally think that was pretty good comeback from SYN Nova there, even though like CallMeDaddy did a great job pressuring that Riftstone. They were even getting it at some point, but I feel like they kind of started splitting a bit too much, and that's what led to Synergy coming in and taking advantage of that situation and like getting back in with full force and taking control all over again of the Riftstone. So I feel like CallMeDaddy needs to kind of like try, the moment they get on the Riftstone, they need to pressure them a bit more, because Synergy knows what they're doing when it comes to this kind of engage.
Yeah, they were clearly ready for just about anything as long as they didn't get a crazy first match. That's why you saw SYN Nova ban out Malakar. They didn't want some coin flip Riftstone where they might be able to lose it, and they knew that CallMeDaddy might pull that out of their back pocket. So coming to a dentist and coming back to a dentist, CallMeDaddy said, we'll go for comfort, and very clearly they are comfortable. 18 people on the Rift, actually getting up to 19, almost 20% contribution now, with 23 people rallying onto the Riftstone. And a lot of people from SYN Nova still firing from the high ground. They actually outnumber SYN Nova right now, climbing up to 25%. What is going on? SYN actually with a bad look on this one, as they definitely are the dominant guild. You should not have a dominant leaderboard like this and then have the enemy guild actually reaching 25, almost 30% in contribution like that. I think SYN is honestly getting out called a little bit here. I know that the shot caller, he's probably relaxed a little bit. He probably wants to take it easy. They're probably chilling. I get that, but also you need to make sure that you stay locked in enough that you keep your opponent at bay, as CallMeDaddy actually did manage to wipe about half of them right there. I'm watching the kill feed. CallMeDaddy rallying pretty strongly, but now they're gonna have to back off and I think try something different, Chica.
Yeah, that is very true. I feel like they relaxed a little bit there, and CallMeDaddy took advantage of that pretty damn well, and they put a lot of pressure. It was really good to see them like getting almost to 30%, as you said, but SYN Nova like got to control the situation before it was too late. And I feel like honestly CallMeDaddy should not be taken lightly here. They're showing pretty good presence, and I feel like if they get to the point of capturing that point, it might actually be extremely rough or almost impossible for Synergy to recover from that, despite the fact that I think they are the favorable guild in this matchup.
Yeah, I will say that we've seen the weaker guild win at least 2 times in the tournament in the first round because they had better strategy here. And I'm not saying that SYN Nova looks bad here by any means, but like, look at CallMeDaddy getting another cap off on the Rift. You do not see people getting this many caps, getting that much contribution if the fight is not at least reasonably close, whether it be the shot calling and the strategy strategy or it be that the statics are really close and that the gameplay is really close, I do think that CallMeDaddy in the field is getting absolutely slaughtered, and I do say that as respectfully as possible. You can see their health bars, they just can't stand up to the SYN Nova lineup here, but their strategy and their ability to work together as a squad cannot be understated here. Look at them take control of this high ground, wiping the yellow health bars off this high ground. They can take these objectives. They say we can work together. They flood onto the low ground now as well. They're firing from the high ground as well. I'm so impressed with the CallMeDaddy lineup battling into SYN Nova. Again, the favorites to be winning the tournament are not looking super great in the first round. Yes, they're farming their opponent, but your strategy is absolute but is the word that I'm gonna use. They get shut down on, but push after push makes CallMeDaddy look really, really good. As for some of the other guilds in the tournament, we saw them shut the door on some of these guilds much more convincingly than this, and that either is one, CallMeDaddy is a lot stronger than people give them credit for, or two, SYN Nova is not quite as strong as maybe people think they are. And I actually think that it's probably the former. I think that CallMeDaddy is probably a lot stronger than people think. Are they as strong as SYN? Absolutely not. But they absolutely, their strategy is stronger. Their ability to coordinate as a group is stronger. It just doesn't look like that their statics are communicating as well together. It doesn't look like the gameplay is quite as good on the individual basis. The individual players on CallMeDaddy are worse than SYN Nova, and that's what's making the difference here, Shiku.
I honestly think, like, judging by the way CallMeDaddy is moving, the strategy, the way they're like getting more creative with every engage, I feel like, yeah, they're pretty solid with the kind of movement. The shot caller seems to be doing a pretty good job, despite the fact that I can't really tell what he's saying to them. But you can tell that they're getting outplayed in the sense of the individual players. Synergy definitely has a better roster, probably a little bit better communication in between the parties, but you can tell obviously that CallMeDaddy is doing a pretty good job with the way they recover, the way they engage, and the way they also gather up and come from different positions, trying different angles of this engage. And you can even see that they're almost getting the cap on this one as well, yet again, which showcases that they are definitely putting a lot of pressure, and it's not just a free win for Synergy over here.
Yeah, well, I mean, Synergy, again, SYN Nova does not look bad in this matchup. To the contrary, their statics look very, very crisp. They're working together. Their individual player skill is being showcased here. You can see it on the leaderboard. Just look how dominant that leaderboard looks for Nova right there. The first CallMeDaddy member down at number 17 in damage like that. So you can tell, again, the healers are also the best on the SYN Nova lineup. Those individual players doing a crazy amount of work. But I will say that for what it's worth, the CallMeDaddy shot caller and statics are willing to listen to calls. They're willing to dive in together. Although they're not able to stand up one-to-one, they can take a 2v1 engage. They can take 3v1 engagements. That's why they're able to catch SYN Nova lacking in a lot of these engagements where SYN is just kind of letting off the gas pedal a little bit. You see CallMeDaddy rally, push all their forces onto that high ground and wipe about half of SYN Nova before getting pushed back once again. And they keep getting cap after cap onto the Riftstone. You don't see that out of weak guilds. I'm telling you, Shiku.
That is very true. CallMeDaddy is definitely putting a lot of pressure, but it just feels like something about the builds is what's making the difference here. You can see that like Synergy is holding their ground quite heavily in the middle. Even their HP bars are not going down easily, which leads me to assume one of two things. Either their builds are up to par with the meta of the GVGs, or they are coordinating their bastions, shields, all the kind of stuff properly in between the parties, rotating them accordingly, and not just overstacking them and wasting them for no reason. Because the middle of the Riftstone, you can tell quite easily that these HP bars are not going down anytime soon.
Yeah. Again, SYN Nova, like, look at the damage. Look at the health bars come in, and Red is committing. You can't say that CallMeDaddy's not committing to calls or that they're not doing their darndest to try to win this, but look at their health bars. They just cannot stand on the point here. Poder over here, very likely playing with double arc boss weapons here, just absolutely trashing the low ground on repeat. That guy is showing out so much damage from the high ground up there all by himself, and look at the health bars just fall. Again, the distance you are above your opponent actually matters. It gives you more hits in Throne and Liberty. So for those of you that don't know, this guy's standing Potwar on the high ground right now. It's just doing so much more damage. Even to the tanks of CallMeDaddy are just really struggling on that low ground. And again, I give them credit where credit's due. They are getting the cap off, but it looks like the Dothraki and the Long Night, if you're familiar with Game of Thrones, Shiku.
Yeah,
they're valiant warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is very true. But as I said earlier, like SYN Nova, when it comes to pigeon spots, they are known to be really good at that kind of thing. And also there is the fact that a lot of people are heavily focused on like melee and ranged counters because of the fact that a lot of people think staff is not the best at the moment in the meta, but that also allows people with the Billender staff of all things to just get free damage and deal a tremendous amount of AoE damage for free, because most people are just focused to counter melee for a spear or range because of the flash waves.
I personally think that Bellendussi's staff is probably one of the best arc boss weapons in the game when paired with the bow like that. I mean, you just have so much power and AoE on repeat. You just never run out of damage. Even when your bow skills are off cooldown, the staff skills just become that much more potent. And those burn skills are just so strong. CallMeDaddy rallying to the high ground across the way here, but eventually getting wiped off by SYN Nova there. And now they're rallied to the low ground, and it looks like Nirma Lover 69. That's a crazy name. That is an insane name. Is Nirma Lover 69, my goat, on the low ground down there. The frontline tank, full shield on him, full health. He looks like a Terminator walking through, and SYN Nova closing the door on CallMeDaddy. Looks really good on the engage. This is more of what I expected. This open field engagement, because SYN Nova should be able to shut the door on them before the engage actually happens. Look at the yellow health bars dive in like this as both guilds start to trade. The tornadoes from CallMeDaddy missing, but most of CallMeDaddy filling in on this left side and actually doing a really solid job. SYN Nova falling back a little bit, losing the left side engage as the healers from CallMeDaddy rally back the front line for their guild, and they actually are able to push back the engagement for a little bit as a few of them dive through to the point. CallMeDaddy with a not so bad engage right there in the open field. SYN Nova came out with almost full numbers. Look how many people CallMeDaddy actually made to the point here, Shiku.
I feel like this fight was pretty good to draw them outside and then try to get inside, like flank around them. But the only issue, you can also clearly tell that smaller numbers can take out much bigger numbers from CallMeDaddy. So one party from SYN Nova is essentially at the power of 2 to 3 parties from CallMeDaddy in terms of like damage. And I don't know where that damage is coming from essentially, but it's most likely going to be just like a gearing difference over here.
It could be a gear diff, but I will be 100% honest. I think that at this point, guilds have had plenty of time to get gear. So if it's a gear diff, it's just because you haven't played the game enough. I think that chat can agree with me on that. This isn't like the gear came out yesterday. Here you've had a couple months to get this ready.
No, that's true.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that it is a gear diff in this one. I'm just going to say that it's just flat out a player diff. I will say, though, for what it's worth, I think that CallMeDaddy might be regretting the Adentis play, as SYN Nova look really strong on a dentist like this, but I think that CallMeDaddy just showed that in the open field they're capable of wiping SYN, which is what they just did. They actually, I thought it was going to go SYN's way. I really did think it was just going to get a bulldoze for SYN. I was getting ready, the instant replay ready, but no, CallMeDaddy actually rallies, pushes them back, and then wipes through SYN Nova, gets a bunch of people onto the rift. Sadly, the SYN Nova respawns came in and wiped out the rest of CallMeDaddy, but they actually had a great open field engage there. I'm wondering if they regret maybe not picking something like Talus.
I feel like I first need to clarify that when I say gear diff, I'm not talking about the gear score and stuff like that, because I feel like that is where the confusion is. I understand that everybody is, by now, like especially people in the tournament, are probably at the top of their gear, 4.5 plus. But what I mean by that is like understanding the meta more, doing a lot more GVG, and having gear that is essential to play properly in a GVG. So basically understanding the meta, not really being like behind in gear or stuff like that. But overall, like CallMeDaddy is doing a lot of different engages, but I feel like now they're a little bit too scattered. I feel like they are not having the same coordination that they had initially because the timer is running out. I feel like they're rushing a little bit more. And Synergy has just been doing a phenomenal job holding the ground on the Riftstone.
Yeah, I think 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock as time ticks down for CallMeDaddy. They might be getting ready for one more push. People asking, is the title clickbait? Not at all. This will very likely be the largest tournament that Throne of Liberty ever sees in its history. As the amount of players right now coming in, there is no shot. CallMeDaddy actually in morph, climbing around outside the zone. No shot that they are dead. Bro, they understand it. This is my kind of PvP right here. Look at this. Sand Basilisk, sneaky their way onto the rift as SYN Nova tries to run them down and catch them. Oh my god, that was so incredibly based. Look at the Basilisk on the riftstone. They know that this one's over, but they go out with a bang. I gotta say, CallMeDaddy has won me over with this one. I'm very proud of their guild. They should be proud of their performance on this one. But as I was saying, yeah, no, this will very likely be the largest tournament that Throne of Liberty ever sees. 54 guilds. I don't think you're going to see that in terms of participation, not in the tier 2 best in guild, not if Amazon put on the tournament in the future. I think that the participation wise, the MMO just came out. I think this is as much as you're going to get. So I think coming out and having a good show in this tournament like CallMeDaddy just did is so important, because it will go down in the history books as you are absolute based giga chads. It will be SYN Nova moving on to the next round. It looks like Tech with the highest damage and the highest kills in the match on a spear dagger. No surprise there. Let's take a look at the amount tanked. Let's see who had the most tanked. 1 million from NATO on CallMeDaddy. Again, the CallMeDaddy frontline doing a great job. Annalisa Melkoto also having over 1 million. 1.1 million from Mikaxi. And this is what I was saying, is the frontline from CallMeDaddy did so well. Look at all of these tanks here. Bachman 1.3 million, 1.5 million from Sleepy. Man, the frontline from CallMeDaddy really did put in work today. 1.7 million from Magic right there. Zari main 1.7 million. That's definitely the highest tank numbers that we have seen in the tournament so far, probably in the entirety of the North American tournament as well. So great showing right there from CallMeDaddy. Let's see, most healed 4.7 million from Vila Style. Keep in mind, these matches are 5 minutes longer than they were last week, so the healing numbers should be a little bit higher now. Crystal 5.4 million. I see 5.2. Oh my gosh, 7.5 million out of techies here. Rave at 6.1. Oh my gosh, 9.1 million out of Marco, my goat, on the healing. There is no shot that he gets beaten at 9.1. Yeah, the best healer in the lobby goes to Marco right there. A great job to both guilds though, Shiku.
I feel like, generally speaking, Synergy Nova obviously did as expected of them. I have to admit, though, CallMeDaddy did a good showing. It was pretty funny to see them also taking it like Chads with the Basilisk towards the end. So it's good to see that they're not like disheartened by this. Overall, the 9 million healing is insane. That does showcase that there is an insane healing diff sometimes, and that could make a difference as well. So overall, this was a pretty good fight. CallMeDaddy did their best. We already knew that Synergy Nova is the favored one, but CallMeDaddy did show a good presence initially, and they've had even multiple times where they did cap and tried to get as high as possible in the percentage. So overall, a great fight from both people, and I like seeing the fact that a lot of people do say that Staff is actually not good in the meta, even though, in my personal opinion, if we looked at the leaderboard, the second highest damage dealer was actually, in fact, the Staff Dagger. And that's what I mean when I say, like, if you are a good Staff player, you have the bill in there. In the current meta, sure, Staff is not the best weapon, but because of the fact that it's overlooked and people are building against other stuff and not Staff, they do deal a lot of damage compared to the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. Unbelievable performance from both sides. Let's take a look at the instant replay from that. the one engage that CallMeDaddy did have that looked pretty good here. They all come out, rallied together. Look at this, the red clashing with the yellow. That's what we love about large scale BBB. It looks like it's gonna go SYN Nova's way. They dive in almost just way too hard right there, and CallMeDaddy actually reaches the back line, and they do a great job. They clean up the right side flank right there. They push through, they clean up their back line, and they do a good job of basically routing through SYN Nova, and then they're able to dive to the point with basically the entirety of the rest of those players. So a great engagement, and CallMeDaddy, I think, absolute gigachads for going to Morph, not taking the loss too hard on themselves. They did lose, but it was to one of the better guilds that's supposed to move on and win the tournament. Of course, SYN Nova did a great job here. Good fights to both teams as we get ready for this next match here. It looks like it's going to be Elder versus Reborn. Elder hailing from the free-to-play server, or from hailing free-to-play from the Benny server, rather. They believe they're the strongest guild in their alliance, allied with Silent War, Exiles, and Requiem, with a bunch of symbols behind it that I wasn't going to bother putting in. They believe they're the second strongest alliance on their server, with 3 sieges won. The prediction is top 50%, but they had a good showing in the first round of this tournament versus Divium Furor. I'll let you introduce Reborn.
So Reborn is a guild actually that I've had encounters with before in the past. Not necessarily fought against them, but I've seen a lot of their fights, and they are a pretty strong guild as well. Maybe even on par with Synergy to some degree, in my personal opinion. They were on penance, and they have had also the castle for quite some time. They won 3 sieges, and right now they are second on their server. So I think they are a pretty good guild, honestly, on EU as well. In terms of Elder, on the other hand, I have sadly never had any encounter with them, so today is going to be the first time that I actually see them in play and see what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, well, I certainly saw what they were capable of last time. Thank you so much, my moderators, are doing a great job staying on top of the predictions today. Thank you, guys. Make sure that you guys get your predictions in here. I think this might be one of our closer matches, hopefully, of the day, because I do think that, again, Reborn fighting I say fighting SDC Black, but let's be honest, SDC Black went out to get milk for the first round of the tournament. We know how that went, but the winner of this round will move on to fight SYN Nova here. So Reborn getting that bye in the first round. We're not really sure how strong Reborn actually is as a guild quite yet, but Elder the proven entity here, so I am going to go with Elder from the first round of the tournament. Reborn's going to have to brush off. Hopefully they've been getting ready all week here. You know, I'm curious, Shiku, what's your thoughts on the metagame currently right now? What DPS classes do you think you should be running? What backline classes do you think you should be running? What healers, what tanks? What do you think are the best classes in the meta right now?
I mean, obviously, like, it's a no-brainer that Spear is in the top of the meta at the moment. That's why, like, a lot of people are running it, and at the same time, it's also getting nerfed in Korea at the moment, which we will probably get in tier 2 as a nerf as well. So yeah, Spears are obviously everywhere, but I feel like something that has always been solid in the meta has always been bow, dagger, slash, bow, staffs. Those have always been solid in the meta since back in the days until today, due to the fact that they just bring too much value. That is, like, in terms of DPS. Great swords are very underwhelming for the most part in terms of these GVGs. However, having 1 or 2 of them, especially some of them that have, like, the Heaven great swords, could be of some value. But then again, like, placing them honestly on a sword and shield great sword is, in my opinion, probably just overall more value. In terms of healers, honestly, it depends. Like, most of all, like, wand bow is like what's known to be the best healers. Sword and shield wand, depending on how you build it, can be pretty good, but at the same time, wand staff honestly can be to some degree pretty decent if utilized correctly, as it does bring some utility, but it's a little bit on the underwhelming end compared to those other options.
Hey, don't diss on my wand staff. Bro, my wand staff is my goat, man. I love that spec. It's so versatile, man. I love it, bro. I love it. All right. Let's talk about pick ban for this match right now, as they are ready to go. It looks like Elder won the coin toss. They chose to pick. Reborn was banning. They banned a dentist, so we will not see that twice yet. Malakar and Kawazan. Interestingly enough, we have not seen Kawazan picked yet for the EU tournament. It was a favorite for the North American tournament. So interesting to see the two regions differ in that regard. But banned here, and the choice from Elder was Talus.
I am personally not a big fan of that Riftstone specifically. Talus Riftstone to me is, especially in these kind of fights, is like a spawn fest. Obviously, it depends on how you play it, but overall the spawns are pretty close, and that's why it's one of my least favorite Riftstones to actually fight on. But let's see what they have to offer on it. But I do feel like it's gonna be the typical zombie fest of like spawning and instantly get back in, and the fights are just gonna be never ending. So whoever has the best presence or the highest amount of survivability will probably be the one to come out winning in this one.
I don't know about that. I think that Talus is one of my favorite Riftstones for the opposite reason. I think that, yes, you can just zombie run it down, but you can also have the option, since there are two spawns on either side of the rift in the War Games mode. You can absolutely get strategy, group up, back up, and come at your opponents from multiple sides. With some of the more grandiose engagements we've seen in the tournament so far have all been on Talus, and I love it so much. It looks like we're already in the match, so let's get on into it. Hopefully, Shiku, you're in this time. It looks like, oh my god, the fighting's already broken down. Elder and Reborn in an all-out slugfest as they all spawn on top of each other right away, and there is no bubble. Reborn looking like they're coming out not quite as strong here as they back up. They're desperately trying to kite out the Elder squad, but I'll be honest with you, Elder's starting to thin out a little bit, but they're respawning right there. Reborn starting to win out in numbers as they kite back. They get their backline to safety, and now they're starting to thin out the Elder numbers. I'm not sure where the rest of them are coming from. Reborn absolutely looking dominant in the first engage, but Elder with the respawns coming back so quickly, Chico. I don't know, man. This is a slugfest.
Yeah, this is what I meant. Like what I said earlier, like the spawns will be like insane on this one. So initially they started the fight on the first point, and now they're just like taking it to the sides. It's at the moment a zombie fist, but you can tell that Reborn has insane presence. They are the ones holding the ground as they slowly walk towards the Riftstone. Reborn is still gathering up and getting like a lot of numbers in the middle, but Elder is covering up pretty fast, and they might actually get a wipe on them here.
Yeah, it looks like Reborn thinning out hard here as they might be just going for a full regroup. I see Elder basically taking dominant control. I'm not sure that Reborn looked really good. At first it looked like Elder, then it looked like Reborn got regrouped first and they were wiping Elder. Now it looks like Reborn's getting wiped. Now it looks like Elder's getting wiped again. This is really close as Elder gets pushed back off the Riftstone by the front line from Reborn right there, and the back line from Reborn actually held up the flankers on the side. You can see fighting over by the mountainside over there as the front line wages war back and forth. The back line firing away. The healers doing what they can to keep everybody healthy. Stoofy gets really low on the front line for Elder right there. He's gonna go down. No healer in sight for him. It does look like Reborn, Safanti getting low as well, but finally catching a heal. So the healers from Reborn doing a solid job. Ooh, Reborn caught against the side of the mountain right here. Not super good, but they do have way more numbers as they dive into Elder. It looks like a lot more red health bars on this one. Is too many Elder members fighting over on the side. The flankers from Reborn occupying a lot of members from Elder on that left side right there. And there's the collapse down from Reborn. Look at them collapse down on that left side, and Elder gets absolutely smashed. Beautiful coordination coming out right there from Reborn. Heads up playmaking to basically call out, hey, we can use some help on this left side, and because we're outnumbered, diving on top of Elder, who is unaware and unready for that engage right there. And now Reborn again fighting together, but Elder flank squad spawning in behind them. Look at this flank team coming in behind them right there as the tanks try to cause a lot of disruption, and Reborn kind of gets caught from both sides. Once again, it's an all-out brawl, minute and 30 seconds before it can be even capped, Shiku.
I feel like in the beginning, like Reborn was putting a lot of pressure, and then it started shifting more towards Elder. They were slowly thinning down the numbers, but then Reborn came back with insanely good engage on the blobs, and they did a great job like cleaning them up. I like the fact that they also collapsed on both sides, and they did like a pretty good recovery, like to collapse on the smaller group that Elder had on the other side closer to the cliff. So they seem to have better strategy, they have better coordination, but Elder does seem to be kind of on par with them. But Reborn is definitely putting a lot of pressure on them, and I feel like they are having a much better strategy in terms of like thinning down the numbers even better.
Yeah, so interestingly enough with Talus, and the reason I like it so much is twice in this tournament so far, we've seen guilds lead the leaderboards and then lose the match. That was the story of the first round of the tournament. Pretz lost in the first round just like that. And then I believe, I forget who else we saw, I forget the second match, but we also saw another match end in the exact same fashion where they're just dominating the entire match. They have the whole leaderboard, they have the highest tanks, highest healing, highest damage, highest kills, and they lose. Oh, getting shoved to the low ground right here. Look at that beautiful tank push to the low ground right there. Catching 4 targets right there was absolutely beautiful. Reborn currently leading the leaderboards at this moment. But Reborn, again, we've seen this. Elder is definitely close enough to them in strength. It's going to come down to who is more committed to their calls, who's more committed to winning the match ultimately, as this is an all-out bloodbath. Elder looks like they're posturing for control. Lara looks for the first cap on the rift. There's the attempted cap. Can they stop it? Animan trying to get that stop down. Animan trying to get a cap himself, as, oh my gosh, it is second grade mob ball football on the rift stone right now, as they're all just basically mobbing onto the rift, trying to keep the enemy guild from capping it. Nemka trying to get healed. Is he gonna get it? There's the no CC there. Reborn gets the cap off. It will be Reborn first. They have way more people on the rift right now. 20/8. That's really good for them. And the first guild to get the cap off in a situation like this is going to have a severe advantage. Elder still not able to really get their front line in a position where they can get the cap off, but Lara was in position when it came through, so we should see Elder at least have a few attempts at this as Reborn scrambles to basically get as much contribution as they can before Elder can even get a cap, Shiku.
That is very true. I feel like also, like, obviously the first part when you're trying to cap that rift stone is like probably the most important part of the entire fight in the beginning, but at the same time it could also be the part where you can make use of it, because a lot of people are trying to get that cap, and you can use that to your advantage by simply spreading out a little bit and get the AoE on the big clumps that are trying to get on that rift stone. I've seen a lot of people use it before. It works pretty well, but you can see right now Elder seems to be spread pretty well, and they are doing a good job, like thinning down the numbers that have been clumped on the rift stone, as it's just a small square. However, on the other hand, the melee users, because I like to keep an eye on the melee users actually in these kind of fights, and the melee users on Reborn side are doing a great job on the sidelines, and I feel like that's going to give them the edge on that kind of fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Elder doing a great job battling back on this one. They finally do get the cap off on the Riftstone here, and they're starting to gain contribution. If you're an Elder fan in the chat, you love to see this, rallying up with twice as many people on the Riftstone. And for those of you at home that don't know how this works, if you have 2 times as many people on the Rift as others do inside this little box here, this green zone right here, if you have 2x as many people as your opponent, the percentage goes up 2 times as quickly, and that is so important. As you see Reborn finally battling back, wiping Elder off the rift. You can see 30 people rally onto it for Reborn right now as Elder scrambles to get people back on the riftstone to at least not be doubled in numbers, 86%, but look how quickly it climbs. Elder looks like they're gonna have to give up the first cap on this one. Reborn coming out strong, but this is what we see when guilds dominate the leaderboards like this. You see them cap first, and then it's up to Elder to basically take their time, get a cap off, swell, work together, and then just not allow Reborn to get the cap back. Shiku.
That is very true. I feel like Elder has a pretty good chance actually of getting their ground here, but they need to kind of coordinate better in between their parties, but they are doing great. However, Reborn has really good engages with their greatsword users that are playing with the Tevin sword and shield with the greatsword, and they are getting pretty good clumps with those kind of engages, which is giving them an insane edge in my opinion. However, Elder just needs to kind of play with their party a bit more. I feel like they're a bit scattered around, but they are dealing a lot of damage. So if they start getting like proper plays around their parties and not panic or speed up their engages, they will probably actually come out winning if they do that.
Yeah, I think the Elder's scrambling to kind of get a cap down here now as their front line struggles to get this down. 16 minutes on the clock, so they're not under a crazy amount of pressure yet. Reborn just trying to keep them from getting that initial cap down. Keep in mind, guys, Elder cannot actually start getting contribution towards the win if they don't first have a tank interact with the point for what is it, 10 seconds or so without getting interrupted. Nemka's gonna go for it for Elder here. Is he gonna get it off? Reborn, oh, good stop by Aneman right there from Reborn to keep that from happening. And it's on Reborn to basically keep CCing those tanks, keep them off. You don't necessarily have to kill them, you just have to CC them on repeat with your Nirma, basically on repeat, to make sure that they can't get that camp off. And every minute that ticks by, Reborn gets closer and closer to victory. Yes, Elder has plenty of time right now, and you can see the fight is actually relatively close. If you look away from this, oh, it looks like Nemka might actually get the cap off. He is going to get the cap off now, and Reborn has undercommitted onto the rift, and now it's Elder that is slowly going to start getting contribution. And what's important here, guys, is last time Reborn was able to get contribution faster than Elder, and so they took the point and reset Elder. This time Reborn cannot get any contribution on the rift. All they can do is try to push Elder's contribution down to 0 to the best of their ability. They're currently at 10%, but Elder basically can just slowly snowball this to a victory. You see 12%, 13, 14% in climbing. They have 19 to 12. They've got all day to make this happen, and they are slowly climbing in contribution. Reborn does not look convincingly strong enough to keep them from capping this. If Elder really commits onto the Riftstone, you see Ludo, Alforio, and Hembris in that backline right there firing away. I'd love to see them step up just a little bit, but look at that backline from Elder just free firing. Reborn, though, stacking everyone onto the rift on this side here and managing to push Elder off, pulling that contribution back down to 10% again. And that's so important for Reborn to stay on top of that. It looks like they're going to shut the door on this Shiku altogether.
Yep. If you look at my screen, I'm noticing that also the problem that is happening here is that a lot of the Elder players are standing on the sidelines, even though they're supposedly trying to cap. You see a lot of people being here held by just a small group for no reason. Those groups here should definitely be assisting on the Riftstone, especially that they're dropping percentage. So Elder has been keeping them pretty preoccupied, and they need to just walk through them and ignore that smaller groups and try to assist and get the percentage up instead of just like skirmishing on the sidelines.
Yeah, I'd love to see more of Elder kind of commit. You can see the leaderboard is actually pretty split. You see Reborn holding the top 5 slots, and then Elder holding most of the bottom 5 to 7 slots down there. So actually very close, and you can see Reborn just not able to quite shut that door, getting down Elder down to 4% here, and then Elder managing to hold on for dear life with such a small amount of contribution. But that's so important. They need to get these people by this cliffside, need to step onto the rift here because they're going to lose if they don't. Peeps is not on the rift, he's not contributing. Kidu is not on the rift, he's not contributing. I Not Neb not contributing. You can see them galloping off. I just don't understand, why would you not commit? And now they've lost control of the riftstone altogether as Reborn better at playing as a unit. The backline from Elder just too scared to go in there. It looks like a Tyler 1 raid in OnlyFans. The backline just roaching out the moment that the front line actually calls for an engagement right here, and Reborn, the Baron Geddon of Elder, just wiping the party on that one as Elder comes in from one side. Reborn regroups as quickly as they can. Elder slams in, tries to catch them unaware as they move through. Nemka goes right away for the camp right here, but Elder's backline firing away, doing their best into the Reborn, and Reborn actually, their backliners getting ripped apart by the Elder frontline, but finally the Reborn flankers getting through, but honestly focusing a tank. That's not what you want to see your flankers do right there. Elder with a pretty solid engage, but not able to get the cap off on the rift right there. Reborn caught a little unawares, but able to rally a little bit there. Shiku.
Yeah, in my opinion, Reborn has been caught off guard here. Even then, they still managed keeping their ground pretty well against that engage, which was really nice to see. But at the same time, Elder needs a bit better coordination. You can see that there are a lot of their numbers just like engaging on small groups on the sides or skirmishing for no reason when they should be engaging on the main blob and getting assistance on that big engage. They had their chance to get a good engage there before they recover and hold their ground again, but sadly they did miss their Q, and it looks like they might need to recover again.
Yeah, absolutely. So Elder missing their opportunity right there, but a really solid engagement. And I love that their shot caller called for that, and they didn't wait forever to let Reborn try to rally or regroup. Reborn caught them actually unaware. You could saw them all running to the other side of the rift right as Elder was already engaging. Even I was caught a little off balance by that. So a fantastic regroup and push out of Elder, and they're rallying here now as they've got more people on the rift, and they go for it once again. They've got the cap down on the rift. Can they stack boots on the point? All you need is one more set of shoes, one more foot, if you will, on the point than your opponent, and they actually make it happen here. Reborn looking really solid, skirmishing around the objective better, Shiku.
Yeah, they're doing a great job with the skirmishes. That is very true. But yet again, as we can see, once again, every time they get the Rift Stone, which is pretty well done on their end, there is still a lot of skirmishing happening outside. And to be fair, Reborn puts a lot of pressure on the AoEs, so they kind of need to try to play around spreading a little bit, because they get absolutely wiped the moment it's like brawling versus Reborn, and they need to understand that Reborn has the edge when it comes to brawling and try to play a bit more spread around them.
Yeah, it does look like that Lara and Confall doing their best to try to get the Riftstone, but they're in an ocean of red right now, with the rest of Elder fights 2 or 3 people. It looks like they're regrouping a little bit. Big knockups right there. We should see Elder come in for a big engage. No follow-up from the knockup. A little strange right there. They came from the other way this time, so I guess that they were still regrouping when that knockup went out. Tragic. That means that knockup was actually terrible because he wasted it before the engage happened. Reborn actually diving in on Elder the moment that they step up like this and getting them all super low. Oh my goodness. Elder gets absolutely routed. Reborn says, fool me once, shame on me. Oh my goodness. They just wiped straight through them convincingly there. But here comes the Elder back from the other way as fast as they can respawn. They come from the other direction now, and Reborn has to rally back the other way.
I love the fact that, like, Reborn, I like seeing these kind of plays because I love it when a guild knows what they're capable of. And even though Elder is trying to like split their forces around, getting ready to like sandwich them, I love how Reborn instantly realized which part is the squishier part and instantly engaged on them, leaving the Riftstorm behind and actually wiping them off before any collapses could happen. Love seeing these kind of ballsy plays, and especially when they're pulled off correctly, they can deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, Milady and Nemka trying to get onto the point right now, not going to get there, and Reborn, the rest of the Reborn ball, actually holding on that point over there. I'll be honest with you, as time has gone on here, it's looked less and less like Elder can actually pull out a win here. They went from 16 minutes in the match being relatively close to now 8 minutes, and it does not look close anymore. Elder struggling to get regroups off, struggling to work together. Reborn hitting their stride as they go here. Took them a minute to lock in, but you can see the engagements keep looking more and more Reborn favored as we move on here. Elder just with this, even with the surprise factor on their regroups, just cannot manage to win an engagement. And I'll be honest with you, it looks like their flankers just cannot get onto the backline from Reborn quite as convincingly as there. But look at their backline, all tied up by 4 or 5 members of Reborn here versus the Elder backline, I mean the Reborn backline rather. Look at them firing for free over by the cliffside over here, just completely unhindered over here, and the Reborn flankers just routing through Elder. That is the story of the match right there for Elder. The flankers just getting absolutely bodied. It's a flanking diff on this one. Elder frontline doing their best to try to get onto the rift zone, but time is starting to run out as we tick down to the 7-minute mark, Shiku.
It's definitely going back and forth, even though like right now you can see that Elder is slightly getting a bit of an edge trying to get the Rift Stone up, and they are starting to spread a bit more, which I like to see. But it's pretty funny to look at the leaderboard because you can tell that you have a lot of melee players that are doing even a better job than the spear users. Greatsword daggers, for example, dealing a lot of damage on the Reborn side, which is pretty interesting to see. And that showcases that they have people playing like pretty like you have individual players that are just like doing a better job overall, because normally you do see spears or staffs or bows or whatever dealing a lot more damage than greatsword users in these kind of fights. So it's pretty impressive to see these greatsword users actually on top of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, I will say for right now, Elder actually doing a great job of rallying right now. 26% on the contribution as Reborn is forced to battle back and respond. Macros needs to get onto the rift right now. Valencia throwing Flash Wave to Narnia right there. How you miss a skill that is literally the size of an interstate is beyond me. But doing their best to kind of get onto the rift here is it looks like they have just barely more people. 33% and climbing right now for Elder as they dive onto the rift. Reborn looks like they might be just barely out skirmishing them right now, but Reborn battling back, trying to get themselves back on top of this one, but Elder just winning out slowly but surely. 39% with 6 minutes left on the clock. Elder cannot afford to get the door shut on them right here. Reborn also cannot afford to lose control with this little time remaining, and as they push this contribution back down, 27 people left on the point, but Elder, honestly, I'm not sure why Elder can't just stand on the point. Their tanks are just not strong enough here to actually get anything going. Reborn rallying strong and pushing them off the front line, unable to stand up to the Reborn abuse right now, Shiku.
Yeah, the problem right now here is Reborn is putting a lot of pressure on Elder, but Elder at the same time, I do see still a lot of people outside of the zone. If you look at the right side of the Rift Stone, there are so many yellows just standing outside, like not even contributing to this Rift Stone at the moment. And that is where the problems arise. They need to get in there. They need to engage on that blob and stop trying to catch people off guard that are coming from the resurrection point, because that is not what's important right now. What is important right now is to actually try to get this Rift Stone and wipe the main force before the rest come to assist it.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Reborn battling back onto the rift right now as Elder does their best to kind of flood in there. They've only got 13 people standing on the point. I'm not sure what happened. They look so strong for a moment. I think their healers are just getting wiped out, which is causing the front line. You just throw some anti-healing from a staff onto the front line, and then you just kind of burn them down over time. The healers just not quite doing the job they need to for Elder here as they finally rally back. Looks like they have enough people here, but they're all just buried. Cartel, Gweb, Inotleb, Anusium, Laurent, Dryant, and all of these other members from Elder. Look how many members from Elder are not actually contributing or helping with the guild whatsoever. Way too many people versus almost all of Reborn is centered on the Riftstone right now, keeping that percentage low. It's just a player diff. Again, the Elder players are not as strong at working as a unit as the Reborn players look in these closing minutes here. Reborn definitely look like they're playing together. Elder is just not committing to what their shot caller is telling them to do. They're not committing to their guild. They're not committing to their team. They're back here basically just IRES running for his life. Life in Truver. Look at this Snow M. Look at all these people just not contributing to their guild's success over here as they need to step up onto the rift. I understand there's always some comment on the YouTube video when we put it out. It's like, well, does he not understand that bow users need to fire from range? Yeah, but when you get down to the 3.5 minute mark, everyone has to do their part. So you need to work out sacrificing positioning for just helping out your guild. In a lot of cases, if everyone steps up together, you can get a better flash wave. You can get better heals down with that flash wave. You can get better staff damage down. You can get better spear damage down. Everyone does better, and that's exactly what Elder is doing now, is they all collapse down onto the rift together. The bow users standing on the rift now as well. Look at them. They barely hold on at 1%. With 2 minutes left on the clock, though, all it's going to take is Reborn shutting the door one more time. Reborn is very likely to take this one home. Elder just doesn't look quite as good as a squad. They looked really good in the first round of this tournament. No shame on them here, but Reborn just on another level of coordination, understanding how to control the objective despite, honestly, again, the skirmishes were going back and forth. The damage probably favors Reborn now because Elder has had to commit so many times onto the point. It actually has hurt their damage numbers. It hurts their kills numbers when you have to commit so avidly onto the point like this. But I think the skirmish overall was relatively back and forth. I think Reborn just strategy diffed Elder really hard. I think if Elder had come in with a stronger strategy, had come on understanding how to work a little bit better as a team, they would have done better here, but sadly not able to come up with it. 2 minutes on the clock. Shiku, I think time's running out.
I generally think, as you said earlier, yeah, people need to understand that sometimes, yes, as a bow or staff user, you need to be obviously at range, but as you put it perfectly, sometimes you need to give up that advantageous like position so that you can actually assist on the blobs. Not only that, but also there is the fact that in the current meta, the way I see it, the moment there are big blobs, that is usually what I see as free kills for me, or free farm. The moment you see big blobs, you need to utilize everything at your disposal, especially in a spear meta, flash wave meta, all that kind of stuff, to kind of like wipe out that blob. But at the same time, despite the fact that Reborn is heavily blobbed around the Riftstone, it seems like there's not good coordination happening on Elder's side to kind of wipe out the blob, because they do stay alive for pretty long periods of time.
Yeah, again, Elder have a strong showing here, and again, they won the first round of the tournament. They definitely look stronger than Divium Fury there, but now they come up against Reborn, and they've met their match, and Reborn with just a stronger, again, they didn't necessarily look like they were stronger player to player. They just worked together better, and they committed more strongly to the objective. Now with 50 seconds left on the clock, suddenly we see 28 Elder members on the Riftstone, but it's just too little too late. They're climbing, they're up at 28%, but Reborn is now just going to step in and wipe them off. They just don't have enough time to make this happen. Reborn just can collapse down from all sides. That's exactly what happens here as they shut the door on this with 30 seconds left on the clock. Again, sometimes when you're a range class, yeah, you understand that you want to fire from range. You want to keep yourself safe on the backline, but a good range class understands when they have the space to step up and contribute to the point while also contributing damage. You have to understand when it's safe to actually do things like that, and I just think that Reborn's backline understood how to do that better. But overall, if I had to hand it to somebody, I'd say it's a flanker diff overall for Reborn as they take this and move on to round 3 of the tournament to fight SYN Nova, and that is going to be an uphill battle for them. But the leaderboard looks awful Reborn heavy, as I said it probably would be. It was pretty split during the match, but Elder just started falling behind. 62 kills and 2.7 million damage from a staff bow. And that's how you know he's just diffing them. A staff bow user, 2.7 million, highest kills, highest damage. That guy is a crazy player. Yuki Sora right there. Let's take a look at the amount of damage taken. I see 1.2 million from Noji. That is a bow dagger. That is literally insane. 1.4 million from a bow wand and Elder. That's Tiki. I think that might be that. Nope, I saw 1.6 million from Eden in Elder, and that is a healer right there, by the way. Healer with the tankiest, with the best tank in the lobby is a healer once again, is absolutely insane. 6.7 million healed from Inouye. Let's see if that can be beaten. 7.3 million from Valencia from Elder. And again, this should go to show you that Elder definitely had great players. Yeah, they had the best healer in the lobby. They had some of the best healers in the lobby across the board, Shiku, but unable to come up with the win because they're just not working as well together.
That is very true. Obviously, like, first of all, I would like to highlight the 11 million healing. Like, that was insane to see. But
wait,
also,
somebody had 11
like,
million?
Yeah, Mika had 11 million healing, which is absolutely disgusting. And also, as you said, like, Staff was the top DPS in that leaderboard. But before we get into that, yep, that is Mika's healing. It's absolutely disgusting. Staff bow users at the same time, though, like, are pretty obviously doing a great job in a heavily dominated spear meta. So I have to give it to them. That was definitely a player diff.
Absolutely insane healing right there. But you can see the healers from Elder were also doing a phenomenal job. They had a lot of the top healers as well there. But Reborn coming up with the win. Nothing to be ashamed of from Elder's perspective. Let's take a look over at the instant replay from that match right there. You can see Reborn collapsing down really hard on the... Actually, no. This is when Elder catches them by surprise. Look at them scramble to the other side of the rift. And I will give Elder credit where credit's due. They rallied quickly on this. The reset was so fast. Reborn just didn't understand how to get back to the other side of the rift. You see them battling it out. The Elder flankers actually get a good engage there, but ultimately it's the Reborn flankers that come up with the win on that engagement, and that's what we saw time and time again. That's why Elder was losing over and over again, is that the the flankers for Elder just were not able to get onto the backline for Reborn, and that's why you see a bow staff user has highest damage, highest kills in the lobby. The backline's just firing for free on repeat from Reborn, and Elder's flankers just sadly underperforming when compared to the Reborn flank squad there, but it is what it is. We're gonna look ahead to our next match of the day, which is going to be Greed versus Hafensaenger on this one. Greed, a free-to-play start guild from the Adriana server. They are in an alliance with Visceral right now. They believe they're the strongest in that alliance. They think that they're the second or third strongest alliance on the server. Keep in mind, they only have 2 guilds in their alliance, so I think that's a fair thing to say. They've won 4 sieges, though, and their prediction for the tournament is top 5. I'll let you introduce Hafensaenger.
So Hafensaenger, for me personally, I have not really seen much of them. I know that they're in Talos. They are pretty much like winning quite a few sieges, 4 sieges in total. And overall, they are the second strongest alliance on their server, but I have personally never gotten to see much of them. Greed, on the other hand, I have been friends with Unnatural in Korea. I know that they do have some solid PvP players in there since the Korean server. And I'm really excited to see them like in action in this fight as well.
Right on. Yeah, no, I think Hafensaenger had a great first round of the tournament versus Virtus Invicta there. A great showing for them, winning that without too much difficulty. And I love that they predicted 12th exactly for the tournament. So I'll be honest with you. It's tough to say. I will let you predict, and then I will predict the other one. I think this one's going to be close, though.
Not to be biased or anything, but I'm gonna have to give this to Greed. Otherwise, Unnatural might come from my head after the tournament, so I'm gonna have to say Greed in here.
All right, I was about to say, because I was gonna go with Hafen actually, because Hafensaenger, my goats, so I'm totally okay with that. Hafen coming out here again. I think they had a great first round of the tournament. They've had a good round so far. Again, top 50%, looking good for them. Greed, only 2 guilds in their alliance, which is tough for them, but really strong players. Some of the best teams in the North American tournament actually only had 2 guilds in their alliance as well. So we're gonna see as we look ahead to this one. It looks like the lobby is getting ready to go here, so we're gonna look at pick ban really quick. Let's see, looks like it was Hafensaenger 1 they chose to pick, so Greed banned Chernobog, which we have not seen in either tournament because it's banned pretty frequently. They banned Chernobog, Grand Alon, and Talus. There is a spawn on Cherno that makes it kind of difficult. The choice was Azrael, though, from Hafensaenger.
To be fully honest, Azrael is a pretty interesting choice in my opinion. Even though the Cherno ban is like a no-brainer, it's possibly one of the most hated Riftstones or Boonstones in the entire game since Korean days. So I'm not surprised by that ban at all, but Azrael, definitely going to be an interesting fight to see that Riftstone specifically, or that Boonstone.
Yeah, go ahead and get me your link again for Video Ninja real quick in DMs there. As we get ahead here, guys, make sure that you get your predictions in right before we start this match. I do want to give a big shout out to, we got another sponsor for the tournament, guys. So I do want to give them a shout out real quick as we have Thronly. Is a guild app that you can use to help organize your guild and alliance and all of the different things that go into leadership, basically keeping track of attendance, making sure that you're tracking everything that you can do as a leadership core. It just makes your job easier overall, guys. I have a promo video to show you. Take a look at this.
Automate your guild and alliance management with our new Discord bot. Easily integrate member profiles into the Thronly ecosystem with just 1 image upload. Simple, efficient, and seamless. Automate attendance tracking with custom server events. Create static war parties with our war party dashboard, and distribute loot fairly with our intuitive DKP system. Post items, manage requests, and track points all in one place. It's loot distribution made easy. You get a sneak peek at our upcoming dynamic events feature, a sign-up sheet, that automatically integrates a user profile to give you the composition. Learn more about your guild with our detailed statistics of your members with a simple command. Plus, stay on top of member updates with our handy/remind command. Don't let guild management hold you back. Thronly is the ultimate tool for Throne and Liberty players who want to stay ahead of the game. Invite Thronly to your server today and take your guild to new heights.
Yeah, so ads during ads is hilarious. I thought that was pretty funny timing too, but what are you gonna do? In fairness to you guys, I have minimum ads running on my channel for you guys, so that even the free-to-play watchers from home can watch with only 3 minutes of ads an hour. That's as low as you can get it without having to run pre-roll ads, and then that's when you click on it, and then you have to watch 90 seconds before you can see anything. So it's minimum ads possible, and that's made possible by Throny. Throny, guys, again, it's really easy for the users in your community. So if somebody joins your guild, they just throw a command, they snip their gear, they throw the command in, they say exclamation point upload or whatever you want to make the command, they paste the picture in, and then Throny does the rest. It pulls all of the information from the picture. That person is automatically implemented into your system, and all attendance is tracked for them. Everything is already done for you. It's an absolutely fantastic app. Soggy showed it to me. He built it himself. It's fantastic, and they are sponsoring the tournament. If you use code Blue Squadron and check it out, you can get 15% off 3 months with Throny, guys. It helps you manage your guilds. Take a look, guys, as we look ahead to this match. Again, we have Hafensaenger versus Greed. Hold on to your butts on this one as we're about to get into this. Make sure you guys got your votes in. I'm all for Hafensaenger, and my boy Shiku is all about that Greed. What makes you think Greed's gonna win this?
I think they just have like a lot of experience from Korea. They have also had like a lot of people that I've played with personally, so I know that they're pretty solid players. At the same time, they are also allied with Visceral, which are just GVG hungry guilds overall that only are about the GVG. So I think in that like department, they have a lot of practice in comparison.
Yeah, well, we'll see, man. Hafensaenger, my goat here as we get into this one. So make sure that you guys got your predictions in. It is Azrael, which is one of our favorite rifts to watch. There's a lot of strategy that goes into this Hafensaenger. The first one, see the rifts knowing to spawn from point 2 over there, or point 1 over there rather, and running straight in and getting control of this Felix on the high ground, taking it right away. And one thing to note, guilds like to take control of these high grounds surrounding it, but these are out of the zone, so you will not contribute to the zone. And then again, your range is kind of limited. If you just stand a little far away from it, you can kind of just zone. The people on the high ground aren't contributing and they can't hit you. So I think guilds have kind of learned how to play against that. Greed has not spawned in yet. Yes, never mind. They have Hafensaenger a little out of position. They've got control of this choke, which is so important, Shiku, as both guilds start to posture right now. Greed looking for an opening, sending half of, oh my gosh, sending half of their guild to one choke and half of their guild to the other choke on this one. Ooh, boy. We're in for quite an engagement right here as they try to capture both chokes at the same time. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to catch this. They're on both sides wishing good luck to one another. And neither side engaging quite yet. Looking for it, not gonna find it. There's the push in from Greed coming through the first choke. Look at the tornadoes coming down. Good control from Hafensaenger, but all of Greed funnels through from the other direction. They all get through, but the flankers from Hafen do disrupt that left squad as Hafen descends on this Greed squad right here as well. And both, honestly, it looks like Greed won the left engagement, Hafen won the right, and now it's just an all-out brawl over the rift proper, as it's a lot closer than I think people thought. Hafen looks like they might be winning out of here, Shiku.
I have to admit though, like as somebody who played on this Riftstone quite a lot, I always believe that people that get on the Riftstone first, as long as they can control it and hold their ground, they usually tend to be the winners. So it was pretty nice to see Hafensaenger get on the Riftstone pretty early on, but I can see that Greed is also putting a lot of pressure, but it's really rough now. They have lost the initiative here because holding the choke points is just really hard to play around. And gate 3 specifically, where they spawn, where the boss is not a good place to come from either. So let's see how they can try to play here. If Greed can coordinate this somehow and push through these chokes, it could be a little rough for Hafensaenger.
I am a dingle. I am a ding dong. It is Greed in the red, so it's Greed winning out right now. And Hafen that had the professional strategy. That is my bad. I don't know how I got that mixed up. Maybe they flipped it at the last second. I don't know because I checked it. Either way, clearly I'm delusional. Hafen actually losing out right now as Greed takes full control of the Riftstone. Hafen having to regroup outside here, but I like the fact that Hafen tried to engage for through either choke. Thank goodness for chat is on the ball. Thank you, chat, for notifying me of that immediately. Looks like Greed's tanks pulling in Valix right there, finding pick after pick here and just controlling these chokes. Hafen doing a great job though. Look like them sending around again their flank team on this other side, and it doesn't look like the Greed is going to be able to hold both chokes at once. They do flood through here, which is an important thing for Hafen, is they need to push through the main choke as well. The flankers getting collapsed down on the main choke, struggling. The flankers get hard committed onto, and then the main choke just gets knocked up and CC'd. They don't have enough people committing. Greed just basically winning out on every engage. Hafen finally pushing enough people through that flank squad over there. It looks like they're basically more like the main ball right now as they switch roles here. But the main ball getting through a little bit, taking control of the courtyard, getting some ground on the side of Hafen. And it looks like they're starting to get their footing in this one. Greed trying to suppress them, trying to push them back out. But Hafen doing a great job of kind of pushing themselves back. The problem is your regroups are really, really far from this location. Greed regrouping way closer on this one, and they're starting to route it. I'm telling you about everything about Azrael. It's all about tempo. Hafensaenger forced to run all the way around to try to get back to this fight, and it is really hurting them here as they're finally going to get routed out of this courtyard, Shiku.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, despite all the confusion, Greed getting on the point is going to make it really, really hard for Hafensaenger to actually play around this. They will need to somehow either split their forces in a way that is unexpected, or like the only option would be to just like pressure them through the choke, which I honestly don't see happening in this kind of meta. You can see that Greed is absolutely dominating this fight right now. They're not giving them room to like go through the second choke or the first choke. And obviously gate 3 is just like a terrible option. I don't know why they're using it, but let's see what they have to do on the stairs over here.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like... honestly, they are going to look at the stairs once here, and I love this. I'll be honest with you. To Hafen's credit, they are losing these engagements, but they have seen light at the end of the... Oh my gosh. Look at these different strategies. Look at that engagement. Look at that flood down from Hafen. A beautiful engage. Good concave coming down from Hafen, but they spread themselves too thin here. Greed grouped up on that left side. Honestly, the right side loses hard. Greed actually not winning here. Hafen collapsing down, wiping through the Greed members pretty quickly here. A good show of force from Hafensaenger right there. Beautiful engagement. Excellent strategy from them, and they do get the cap down as well on that engagement. So winning the engagement proper, getting the cap down. They don't have very many people on the rift though, and I think they're regrouping from the high ground. Oh no, dude, you can't regroup from that high ground on Azrael. I sound like a broken record. I say this every single time. You cannot regroup from the high ground or you will just slowly lose the match. Sure, the engagement can come from the stairs, just like we saw from Hafen, but you should respawn from point 1 or 2 over there and come back to the fight from there. You should not be flying back from the fight, and that's why Hafen just keeps losing ground here. A brilliant early engage, horrendous follow-up because they're telling their members to spawn at the incorrect spawn location, Shiku.
I do agree with that one. I feel like gate 3 is one of the worst possible positions to come from, and especially that they did do a good engage there. It would have been in their best interest to definitely take either 1 or 2 and run back quickly to assist, as they could have held their ground a little more. But Greed did a great job splitting their forces around and then like picking them off one by one. And you can see that none of the Greed members are spawning from gate 3, which has given them that edge for their members to come back way faster than the Hafensaenger ones.
Yeah, it does look like that Hafen finally has gotten the hint here. There's time to spawn at point 1 here and come in. I'll be honest with you. I would love to see Hafen do a brilliant engage like we just saw there, and then just call for... You can push from the stairs like that. That seemed to work. And then basically just call for respawns at point 1 or point 2. And I think that they follow up and they win the engagement there, but sadly, like they basically are now just spawning for point 1, point 2, and they're just funneling in, and Greed is just out. It's just winning the small scale skirmishes with these statics here. Greed just player to player, just stronger guild, it looks like, overall, just picking off targets, better at target acquisition. And this is what it comes down to, is the individual statics. All of your DPS from your static need to be communicating and targeting the exact same person to basically delete and destroy, or search and destroy targets at the same time. It's better if you just wipe one target, go to the next target, wipe one target, go to the next target, than if all three of you are trying to focus down different targets. Greed is doing exactly that. They're skipping the tanks, they're looking for the DPSers, they're looking for the healers, and they're focusing them down just individually in the field, better than Hafen is. Hafen, though, working better as a unit, these large scale engagements going to Hafen almost every time, but Greed overall just winning the skirmish in the end game. Greed winning out on that skirmish pressure. They know that, and it's comfortable as a shot caller. If your players are better, which Greeds are in this case, you know, as a shot caller you have that to fall back on, even if you drop the ball a little bit, as Greed shot caller has so far.
I mean, to be fair, like, as you put it, like, this is where you can actually see difference between guilds in terms of like coordination and individual play. You can clearly tell that Greed has that edge. They have done a lot of GVGs and they are functioning better as a force. Hafensaenger is definitely like doing their best, but Greed seems to just have like that kind of edge of knowing like which targets to go for, how to coordinate as a party, and overall possibly even better shot calling, because right now Hafensaenger just needs to coordinate a little better, and it seems like they have been funneling quite a lot just haphazardly without actually calling for a proper engage. But now they seem to be regathering, so hopefully this will
watch that main choke. Watch that main choke for me. I'm on the second choke as Hafensaenger pushes in with two parties, three parties yet again, one from the stairs, one from each choke, and Hafen winning the stairs battle, winning this side battle. Here come the flash waves in from Greed. It looks like Hafen has lost the other battle over there, but Hafen has regrouped strong on this one, and look at that engagement come through from Hafensaenger. Another beautiful coordination play, as you can see the cap going down in the distance right there. Hafen almost getting that cap down. A really good engagement for them. I'm not seeing the where are they regrouping? Oh no, they're regrouping from point 3. Bro, these people, man, they're still coming back from point 3. Bro, send help, dude. Like, they get these beautiful flank engagements. This is some of the best guild coordination I have ever seen on Azrael. And they're spawning at the worst possible location. So no matter how hard they win the first engagement, they still have these morons spawning at the higher engage point, or higher respawn point. It takes them 2 times as long to get back to the fight. Greed can die and come back and start firing. They've got 4 seconds before the Hafensaenger players actually even get back to the fight. Eventually, Greed is just going to win out on that skirmish, so it just does not matter how hard you win the early engagement, how strong your shot caller is. When your IQ is too low, you just can't win. I just don't understand. They did get the cap down, but ended up failing that cap, like I said, because again, you still have people flying down from Hafen. Again, now no one is flying down from Hafen. So again, now everyone is spawning from the correct spawn location, but very critically after the important engagement, they're just choosing incorrectly, Shiku.
I feel like obviously outside of the gate 3 spawn, which is absolutely terrible, they had a good strategy. It was nice to see them like trying to think outside of the box, but the problem in my opinion was the engage on the Riftstone. Like, one part of the 3 parties that were there just decided to go for the Riftstone instead of assisting the left side to kind of like collapse on the smaller group and then take a bigger blob to the Riftstone. That's where I feel like they put themselves in a position where like they started thinning their numbers for no reason, and that's where they lost the fight, in my opinion.
There's an interesting dynamic going on here from Hafensaenger and Greed. It looked like that Hafensaenger had the correct play, which was to just run back onto the point. They did get a cap off right there. It's just run back onto the point, but a few Hafensaenger got cold feet. There were a couple Greed members standing in this choke trying to block the way here, and the Hafensaenger members got cold feet and were standing here shooting them. And then if 1 or 2 people get cold feet, 2, 3 or 4 people are going to get cold feet, and then 5 or 6 people are going to get cold feet, and then Greed starts to collapse down on the choke even more then. So you cannot get cold feet like that when you're staring at a choke. You cannot be scared of a tank. They can't hurt you. They don't bite. They're basically just turtles. Beautiful to look at, but just don't hit them. Just leave them alone. It'll be fine. Hafen decides to engage on the side over here. Greed gonna mop this up pretty handily, as Hafen had a lackluster engagement right there. Not going to do super well, and Ikuya, too stupid to spawn at the correct location there, flying down from above. Thought we wouldn't see it right there, but honestly, the regroups from Hafen, just not it right now. And again, the regroup on that choke, when Hafen got that that cap off. It was such an important moment where, again, there were only 2 people or so standing in this choke from Greed, and so many people from Hafen. Just look how many people from Hafen out. It's perfect. Look how many people from Hafen out here won't go through here because there's 1 or 2 people in this choke. Look, oh no, oh, we can't go through. We're pussies. Guys, get up and get through. The rest of your guild is being slaughtered. See, now they've waited way too long now, and Greed has had a chance to regroup and say, oh, well, we can just control you with the choke. You've got to get through before Greed realizes that they need to control that choke. Look how many people are on the point for Hafen right now, trying to take it for them. Again, Greed's attention is distracted. You can't let 1 or 2 people in this choke keep you from getting through here. Ulf is going to try to keep him, but Shilka is just going to dive through. Kato, love to see that. Talon needs to get through. Cadence needs to get through. Shaka needs to get through. There we go. We finally see Cadence. Oh my God, Cadence dove back. And again, that's my point, is that Hafen is just getting hung up in this choke here. And the more people that kind of get stalled in that choke, the more attention Greed will look at that choke. The more attention you bring to yourself, the harder it is to get through, Shiku.
I have to agree that Hafensaenger like seems to be a little cold feet with the engages. You see that players are sometimes just not walking through for absolutely no reason. Greed, on the other hand, I just really love the movement that they're doing. I really think they have really good coordination. You can easily tell they have good practice as well by the way they're moving, the targeting they're doing, how they pick up targets in full parties, things like that. I just love the way they've been playing around these kind of fights. They're not even hesitating on the engages, which is pretty good. Here, Hafensaenger, though, is capping the Riftstone, but the problem is, once again, a lot of people are coming from Gate 3. As of right now, this is a crucial moment for them to get into this Riftstone and assist, but they're still taking Gate 3 for some reason and taking way too long to gather up.
Never mind the fact that I'm so sorry, but Hafen has, I just have to call these people out. They have an entire static, just AFK, standing up top right here. So we're just going to let them know who to kick the next time that this actually happens here. But that's literally insane. The entire guild is literally fighting right now while these goddamn people stand on the high ground and just wait. It's unbelievable. The front line is getting absolutely slaughtered. While that happens, the rest of the guild has engaged. Finally, Talon decides to come down and actually rejoin the fight at the bottom of the stairs right there. Always love to see that. And again, I just want to say that the Hafen shot caller has demonstrated and the coordination from Hafensaenger as a guild has been absolutely exquisite. I think that they absolutely could win this if they choose the correct spawn point, if they get a really solid engage like we've seen them get 2 or 3 times previously. If they get those engagements down and then spawn from the correct location and don't get cold feet as you run through the choke, don't let 1 or 2 chanks keep you from seizing greatness and getting through that choke there. You just have to dive through and get there with the boys. Greed grouped up. They know that they're going to come at him from all points right here. Hafen actually looking at the main choke. If you want to watch the main choke here, I will watch the side chokes as Hafen looks like they're going to engage from 2 different sides at once. It looks like here they're spewing in from the stairs, spewing in from the side choke. Here comes the main choke engage. Good collapse down from Hafen. Beautiful. There's the main choke coming through. Good engage from Hafen. Beautiful flank right there. Greed getting clustered around the bottom of the stairs, but most of Hafen getting through on this one right there. Absolutely incredible engagement and coordination to push from 3 points of attack at the same time. The front line is through trying to cap that point. The back line is getting ripped up right now. We'll see if anybody... Oh, they're all spawning at the wrong spawn location. Look at this. This is just pathetic. Oh, this is just, but no wonder. I'm like, why are they running out? It looks like they had a great engage. Oh, no. It's the usual suspects. Look at this. Guys, they won that engagement. They won that engagement. They did their best right there. But like, again, when your players are spending twice as long running back to the point, it's just an L. You're just going to take that L. You have got to have everyone spawning from the close spawn. 3 points of attack is an incredible engage from Hafen, but sadly, they just don't understand how to follow that up. But hey, you live some, you learn some from Hafen's point of view.
That is sadly very true. Like, they're taking a long time to gather up, especially that they do some good engages like the ones we've been seeing, like the 3 angle Spencers and all that kind of stuff, which is really sad to see just being wiped simply because of people gathering up from Gate 3 and taking way too long to gather up again. Greed, on the other hand, are still holding their ground. They're doing pretty well. As usual, like, they seem to be pretty organized, but Hafensaenger's shot caller seems to be pretty solid, but I feel like there is quite a lot of hesitation, and it does show on the damage chart as well. If you look at the damage charts, you can easily tell that Hafensaenger are taking way too long to gather up, and it does reflect as well on their damage charts in the process.
They do get the cap down, and it pulls a lot of Greed members back. They need to go. They've grouped up from all 3 locations. Once again, they have got to go right now. All of Greed is trying to take the point back. They have got to pull the trigger. They're losing percentage on the point. These people are just standing AFK. This is a perfect engage anytime.
And if you look at my
ready,
side, the fight is already happening.
Oh my god, it's over.
Stairs.
Like, dude, these people on these stairs, and this is the problem with trying to engage the low ground like this and trying to engage from 3 sides. You end up with people that are just AFK. Yep, they're engaging them one at a time. Now the people on the stairs like, oh shit, we should probably have engaged them. And now they're getting absolutely turbo blasted for not coming down the stairs. It looked like Hafen's main choke got engaged. They got wiped while the people standing on the stairs just stood there waiting. And then Greed turned around, killed the second party. Now Greed's turned around. Now they're killing the third party. Now they're going to come back and basically regroup all together. I just don't. It's just unbelievable watching this happen. They got the cap down. They should have just pulled the trigger right there. If Greed overcommits through the main choke, you just tell the other 2 groups to engage and you win. No problem. They would have won that engagement. They just need to put the spawn from the correct spawn location. Now they've got too many people coming through this second choke here. Looks like Greed's going to collapse down on it. It's drawing a lot of attention over to this choke. They're trying to push through to it. Greed's gonna have to commit more resources or lose a lot of their members right here. Again, a lot of these engagements, look, Hafen favored at the start, but then Greed is running back twice as fast. So you see the red health bars start to just overwhelm over time. Hafen way too clumped up right here. They're gonna get absolutely blasted, and that's exactly what happens. Beautiful collapse down from Greed right there. They're just way too clumped on that. You cannot stand right on top of each other, or you're gonna get flash waved to death. You're gonna get AoE'd to death, and that's just going to be all she wrote. A lot of Greed members actually pulling back to the Riftstone right now. So again, I'd love to see Hafen winning the engagement in the courtyard. Look how many yellow health bars you see out here. They're winning this engagement out here. You see the red health bars starting to get low over here as they're just winning this courtyard engagement, as too many people from Greed have committed over onto the Riftstone and preventing that from happening. Now Greed starting to respond to this, but Hafen actually spawning from the low ground. I saw a few people flying in from Greed from the high ground there. So it looks like a few Greed members spawning in from point 3 accidentally there. But honestly, able to push this back, no problem. Time is running out though, Shiko.
I have to say, like, judging by how Hafen has been moving, you can tell that the shot caller seems to have a good understanding of what he needs to be doing. But the problem is there is a lot of lag in between the engages. Like, you can just tell they are not being properly coordinated. Whenever like one side is trying to push, the other is still like AFK on the stairs or AFK on the other choke. And that's where the problems are arising. But you can see that Hafensaenger's shot caller seems to have a good understanding of what he should be doing, but they're just sadly getting diffed in coordination.
Well, no, I think that honestly, I think that it's Hafensaenger diffing Greed in coordination. Greed actually is just, I think Hafensaenger might be over committing a little bit. They're approaching from 3 sides at once. It's an extremely hard push to pull off, and I gotta give them credit where credit's due. There are not very many guilds that can actually pull off that level of coordination. I actually don't think that that's where they're losing out. That where they're losing out is they would win an engagement, and they've won an engage 2 or 3 times. Most of the time, Greed is winning, but they've won 2 or 3 engagements, but sadly, they immediately start losing. They get that initial swell, and they get that really solid first engage. They wipe the flankers, they move in, but then Greed just respawns way faster than them and runs back to the fight and quickly overwhelms them, because the Hafen players that get wiped take 2 times as long to get back to the Riftstone. Looks like Hafen is going to regroup probably one last time. The main ball just not being able to regroup, and Greed is on to their game now. They're just basically diving out here, preventing a regroup on this side over here, as Hafen looks like, again, there's their stairs. Look at this. Look at the players on the stairs just standing there while everyone else just gets slaughtered. The whole main ball was just slaughtered, and while the people on the stairs just stood there, and then the second choke stood there as well. Now props to Greed. I gotta give him credit. Greed now understands how to deal with this pressure. And look at that. Now the people on the stairs dive in. Greed dives in from both sides. Beautifully handled by Greed. Mopping up on the right. Engaging initially. Absolutely incredible. Great management coming out from Greed. Good ability to adapt by their shot caller. Excellent job from that guild to adapt and overcome. Hafen, sadly, again, they trying to push from 3 sides, as I said, takes a lot of coordination, Shiku. And Greed said, okay, well, we will just engage you before you're ready then, because you're taking too long to engage.
That is very true. And that is where I'm saying, like, they are not really getting that collapses of full force down. And that is where, like, things go down. And Greed, on the other hand, are very fast to react or, like, put pressure on one side and, like, start picking them off. And their coordination has just been really good. And to be fully honest, this whole time I've been watching this, the one thing I have on my mind is I would love to see Greed fighting Synergy, to be fully honest with you.
Yeah, Greed looking really powerful in this matchup. 41 people standing tall on the point with 1 minute and 26 seconds left to go. I will say that Hafen looks like they are spawning. Nope, I was just about to say they're spawning from the right engagement, but here goes anti-depressium, which is he's gonna need after losing this match. Just flying in without a care in the world. Took him 3 times as long to get here from the other point, but that's fine. No big deal. Flies in. His entire guild is getting slaughtered, but yeah, go ahead, keep spawning from point 3. No big deal. Often doing their best, but getting outnumbered on the point. You can see them. They're doing a pretty solid job of standing on the point. That's because their players are actually pretty darn good at this, but Greed is just better at just spawning at point 1 and then just recognizing what Hafen is doing and just doing it better.
I feel like there's also the fact that a lot of people tend to forget that not only the time takes too long to fly across, but also they come down with no stamina, essentially, which puts them in just a terrible situation. Now not only are you late to assist your guild, but also you are out of stamina. So good luck blocking any kind of CC at all.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth making fun of them. It's a shot caller, Def. You should not be PvPing if you can't handle a little light ribbing on a broadcast like this. Come on, what are we talking about? Is this a PvE game? What is this, World of Warcraft? This is obnoxious. What are you worried about their feelings? Hafen doing their best right now, but Greed winning out in this match. Doing a great job. That's what we love to see in a PvP tournament. GG's from both sides. It's Greed coming up on this one, punishing way too many mistakes from Hafen. But I will say again, it looked like Hafen was doing a great job pushing from those 3 angles, but Greed just had their number. Akonid with 53 kills, highest kills in the lobby, highest damage in the lobby on that spear dagger. Once again, a staff bow user actually coming up at number 2 at 2.5 million. Let's see who had the highest damage tanked in the, oh my gosh. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Highest damage tanked in the lobby. I see 1.2 million from Hafen. That's Kaya-chan. 1.3 million from Ikuya from Hafensaenger. And again, their frontline doing a tremendously good job for Hafen in this one. As far as heals go, oh my gosh, 8.6 million for Suphonic. I did see some 10s. 10.1 million from Audio. 10.7 from Yennefer. Goated name, by the way. 10.7 million from Yennefer. Will be the best healer in the lobby, but honestly, one of our cooler matches so far. That was definitely some of the coolest engagements I've seen across both tournaments. I think Hafen did a great job, but I think you saw Greed started getting their number towards the end, so it started looking a little lackluster towards the end where they couldn't really change it up at all. They didn't really have another strategy plan there, so you ended up with people just standing AFK on the stairs while the rest of the guild got slaughtered because that communication is just not there. They don't know that their guild is being slaughtered, and so we're sitting here laughing at them, but like again, it's just a communication diff in back-end comms. That's something that Hafen kind of just has to sort out, Shiku.
Yeah, that's also very true, but at the same time, looking at the leaderboard, because I've been like navigating through the rosters, and I feel like there are 2 things I've noticed. 1, Greed had an insane amount of healers in the roster, and 2, Hafensaengers really need to get their DPS checked a little bit. Some of them have done great, but overall the DPS feels very lackluster on some of the DPSs, and that's where I feel like they kind of need to navigate through what the problem was or why they were not dealing damage and kind of go from there to adjust the roster accordingly.
I would be a little bit lighter on the DPS. I think that when you stop to regroup, I think that the DPS is going to be higher on greed, mainly because you're killing stragglers. You're basically going to be firing. You're going to be controlling choke points, and you're firing from a safer position. Hafen is sitting and regrouping, so they're not firing the entire time. They're sitting, they're regrouping, they're waiting. The damage numbers are going to be lower, I think, for them overall, because again, their engagements are quick and decisive versus greed that gets to sit there and fire for a little bit longer. So I wouldn't put it entirely on the DPS users. Again, I do think that as far as tempo goes, they should have been spawning on the low ground. Let's take a look at the instant replay. There were so many good engagements there. This is just one of them right here where Hafen is coming in from 3 different sides at once. You can see the double picture in picture. Look at that production quality, crazy, bro. On that, he gets 2 sides of the fight from the both at both times right there. Hafen looks so good. Look how many yellow health bars fly in here. And then again, Greed doing their best job to basically scramble backwards. They lose a few members, but they're regrouping on the low ground. Again, yellow still winning at this point, but you can see their health bars starting to hurt a little bit, and then the regroup just not able to come in. So again, Hafen able to skirmish, able to get that initial engage, but sadly just not regrouping in the right place, and Greed is just slowly going to overwhelm you in that case, Shiku.
That is sadly very true. I have to admit, like, they have done pretty good engages. The shot caller, in my personal opinion, has good ideas, but overall there is just that bit of collapsing that just did not get coordinated pretty well. Plus, on the other hand, like, Greed is also like pretty like well practiced in that kind of like GVGs, so they knew how to kind of like target them where it hurts. So overall, great fight from both sides, and I feel like with a little bit of extra practice and a bit more coordination, there could be better opportunities in the future for Han.
Yeah, people are asking why no Spit anymore. Spit had told me he couldn't shoutcast the second week of the tournament, but that was okay because Grenton confirmed that he could shoutcast the second week of the tournament. And then this morning, about an hour before the tournament, I wake up to a DM out of nowhere that says, I can't do it. Sorry, bro. So fortunately, Shiku was able to fill in for him at the last moment here. I think that Spid did DM me at the last minute and said he could make it work today if he had to. So props to Spid, for I appreciate that. But he did say, I could have sworn that he said he couldn't do it this week. And, you know, Gretton couldn't do it apparently either at the last minute. So a big props to Shiku for stepping up here. We do have the next match to get into. But right before that, I do want to shout out our sponsor, Icon Digital, guys. It's an optimization app. Free to download, guys. It gives you full integration of what your computer is actually doing. You can diagnose problems, see what your CPU, your RAM usage, your memory usage, your GPU usage, and everything at just basically a glance. It will tell you exactly what's wrong with your computer. It will monitor what's going on, and it's a very lightweight app that runs in the background, 0% computing power required. And then if you want to pay for their monthly subscription, it's $8.99, I think, a month with code Blue Squadron. You can optimize for your favorite game that you play. In this case, Throne and Liberty. Have more FPS than your opponent. 40 to 60% more FPS, get rid of the bloat on your computer, maximize the CPU performance, and you can also tell it exactly how you want it to optimize. If you don't want it to manage anything in your BIOS, you don't want it to touch your CPU, you can tell it not to do that. It will do everything. It will do as much or as little as you want it to do. You can optimize as little or as much as you want to. Again, Icon Digital, guys, give it a download, give it a look. Code Blue Squadron when you go to checkout in the app will give you a discount. We appreciate them sponsoring the tournament. Let's look ahead to our next match here, which is going to be Delusive versus Clowns. And I have seen so much hype around Clowns, and I know that I have some of them in the chat right now. Clowns is an early access guild from the Lightbringer server. They're rank 1 in their alliance, and they talk a massive amount of smack. They believe that they're rank 1 alliance on the server. They've only won 2 sieges. Their prediction for the tournament is 5th overall, Shiku.
Yeah, overall, honestly, I've seen both Clowns and Delusive in action. I've even fought against Delusive in some instances, and they are pretty damn strong in my opinion. Clowns, on the other hand, is also pretty strong, but I've heard some occasions where people say there is a bit of ego in there, but I feel like in these kind of like games, honestly, like ego is totally normal to a specific degree. Overall, both of these guilds, in my opinion, are going to be pretty damn strong, and I'm honestly hyped for this fight. Probably the most on the list of today's tournament, to be honest.
Yeah, Delusive versus Clowns, I'm super excited for. I'm going to go ahead and predict Delusive for this one, which, unless you would like Delusive.
I feel like it's a pretty rough choice over here because both of them are pretty strong. But since I fought against Delusive a little bit, I would have to go with Clowns. But I think Delusive definitely also has an edge in here as well.
My boy Delusive right here. Yo, Forgiven TL, thanks for the raid, big man. Appreciate you so much. Everybody coming in. We're getting ready to move into our next match here. It is going to be Delusive versus Clowns getting ready to start here. So make sure you guys get your predictions in at the top of the screen. Hopefully you guys had fun over in Forgiven's Throne and Liberty stream over there. I appreciate the raid, big man. Make sure you guys go give him a follow, mods. We could get him a shout out. That would be great. That'd be fantastic. But like, let's get our predictions in. I think that I think this is going to be really close because, again, Clowns talks a lot of crap. And if I know anything about EU, it's probably because they're garbage. Usually when I see people talk that much smack, it's usually because they're just butt at the game. But we're going to find out. I don't hear Delusive talking too much smack. So again, I'm going to go with them here. I'd love to see either team come up with this, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than people might think. I think that some people think that it's going to go really heavily one way or really heavily the other. Either way, we're going to find out. Let's take a look at picks and bans. Chico, I'll let you go through that this time.
Yeah, so apparently, like, the Delusive won and they had got the pick in this one. They went for Talus. On the other hand, Clowns banned Cherno, Kawazan, and Malakar. And as I mentioned before, for me, like, Talus Riftstone is honestly one of my least favorites, but I've seen it being picked quite a lot, and I've seen people do strats, as you said before, around it. Cherno, as usual, is always going to be banned, and Kawazan and Malakar are pretty okay. I understand the bans, though.
Yeah, and the choice is Talus for this one. We're going back home, baby. I love Talus because it means that weaker guilds still have a chance on a Riftstone like Talus. We saw 2 weaker guilds actually come out on bottom of this tournament. They come out on top in the first round of this tournament, just unable to make it happen. When you have all of the leaderboard in your favor, you have more damage, you have more tanks, you have more healing, and you still just lose. And we only really see that, like, Talus is like the premier Riftstone to kind of see that happen. So really, really cool. Make sure you guys get your predictions in as we are about to start this one. I'm queuing the go-go here.
All right, here we kick it off. And honestly, as I mentioned before, like, this is the fight that I'm really excited for the most, and I'm really looking forward to see which team is going to come out winning this one.
Right on, and we are right into this one. We are on the Talus Riftstone on this. Delusive versus Clowns. Let's see who comes out on top of this one. I'm trying to get over to the fight as quickly as I can, as it looks like both guilds are already spawning in and running toward the rift as quickly as they possibly can. Ooh, but they haven't engaged yet. Beautiful. Excellent. They waited for me to get here. There's the Clowns. They get their feet settled first. Delusive on the back foot. They're not quite ready for the engagement. Yet Clowns gets a good flank into the corner on this one, as it's an all-out brawl. Both flank teams get onto their back line. The front line standing tall right now, but Delusive, look at that flank come through from Delusive, getting onto those high priority targets. Beautiful job right there. Clowns starting to thin out, and it looks like those yellow health bars are starting to win out in this first engage, Shiku.
You can easily tell that both of them are really bloodthirsty in this fight, and you can tell that there is not one side that is, like, actually stronger than the other. It's like going both ways. There is a wipe from both sides, and I feel like this is where they need to actually get the first wipe, and whoever gets the first wipe, in my opinion, might be the victor of this fight. But overall, great showcase from both of them, and I'm looking forward to see who's going to actually get that Riftstone cap.
Yeah, absolutely. Delusive over here on this left side, doing their best to regroup. Clowns actually regrouping a little bit more strongly, and we're seeing both sides clash. The backline's free firing from both sides. Clowns respawning behind the Delusive backline, though, trying to get a solid flank over here on this left side. Big knock up on Delusive over toward that cliffside, forcing Clowns actually to back up a little bit as Delusive kind of starts to win out the overall engagements, as the healers, I think, from Delusive are just doing a slightly better job overall. But with 3 minutes left, Shiko, I'm not sure who's winning this.
To be fully honest, the one thing that I can comment on here is how fast Clowns is gathering up, and that is one thing I really love to see. They're coming up pretty fast from the deaths. They're coming up back to full HP really quickly, and I feel like that is why they're getting a little bit of an edge over here. The one thing I have to admit, though, is that them holding the Riftstone like that instead of committing to that fight can be a little bit of a big mistake, because they're giving the Delusive more room to breathe. But never mind, they are actually engaging on this, and this is exactly what I like to see. This might actually give them the edge now to get the Riftstone.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like here, it looks like Delusive backing up, and then Clowns honestly losing their front line out here. But Delusive with a solid regroup. Looks like they're sending their flankers around the side here, trying to get a concave. You don't see this very often on Talus because of the cliff side here. They might be trying to look for the grapple. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best idea, as you can't really climb up. I guess you can climb up right here if you jump just perfectly on the way up there, but Delusive slowly edging their way forward. Looking, Villain's gonna dive in. That is a tank right there. Greatsword SNS, and he's just gonna get hit for free. He's trying to get some major cooldowns. He does get a fair amount of cooldowns right there, and then just gets pulled right back by his healer right there. Nice rift pull back to rift chain, I believe, right back to his backline, and then a small engagement on this right side. Delusive keeps gaining ground on this one. Clowns giving up everything. The flankers from Delusive catching that backline. Look at the collapse onto the backline for Delusive right there. The flank squad for Delusive, so impressive on these early engagements. A stomp of an engagement coming out for Delusive right there. Clowns getting, well, clowned on in that one, Shiku.
I have to admit, that was pretty good engaged from Delusive. The way they spread their forces, the back line, the engaged, all that stuff was really, really well coordinated. I love to see these kind of engages all the time, especially when the flankers know what they're doing. I have to admit, though, Clowns once again are pulling their weight, and they're covering up pretty damn fast. You can see on the other side of the Riftstone, they are already coming back in full force, and they are ready to take over the Riftstone.
Yeah, absolutely. Delusive doing their best to spread out here, looking for a concave, trying to hold control of the Riftstone. Clowns doing their best on this right side over here as well. Well, I fell down. No big deal. Everything is fine. But Clowns, honestly, they're backline free firing right here onto the front line from Delusive, but not necessarily the targets you necessarily want to hit. And Clowns getting a flank. Now their flankers basically on the Delusive backline. Look at them route the yellow health bars here, guys. When you see the flankers do their job and get in on those priority targets, you just see them collapse down like the jaws of a shark on that backline. But Delusive rallies with their respawns coming through. Let's take a look at the leaderboards to see who's actually coming out on top. No one. Clowns, Delusive, yap, Delusive, Clowns, Delusive, Clowns, Delusive. It's back and forth. This is going to be right down to the wire. Looks like Clowns is going to has control of the Riftstone. Look at him holding that flag in there. Oh, gets interrupted right there. Sir Reverse saying, no, you will not cap that for free. Doing what again, gets killed though. Clowns comes back, does Seiko or All Might does manage to interrupt that one more time. Surikata trying to get that rift down, or that cap down, once again gets interrupted again. Now Delusive battling back, not gonna let Clowns have it for free, taking convincing control of the point. Look how many more yellow health bars there are. I'm not sure that there's enough Clowns here to stop them. Z4 does stop them from capping the rift right there. They're gonna try one more time. Sir Reverse going for it one more time. Looks like Surikata trying to get around, does get the CC down once again. Clowns gets their regroups back down. They're coming back in now as Delusive has lost control once again. Can they get the cap down? Yes, they do. It's Delusive with the first attempted cap, Chico.
I really love the brawls that are going. There's insane pressure happening with the Riftstone. The interactions that are happening are insane on it. There's a lot of interruptions happening, and Clowns is still coming back in full force. Delusive is not giving up, and they are still pushing them off of the Riftstone, and they have indeed captured the first Riftstone as well. But I do see Clowns gathering up in full forces, and they might actually be able to get recovered on the Riftstone as well. But Delusive is definitely better at holding that ground, because as somebody that fought them, they do have insane amount of melee evasion, and getting that AoE on top of them the moment they are clumped up is really, really hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Delusive doing a great job of staying on top of the Rift. They just keep getting the betterment of Clowns. And I gotta say again, Clowns predicted top 5 for this tournament. You don't get top 5 by losing the first time that you play here. Delusive looking really strong, standing on this point. Clowns needs to make a push down onto the point, and they know it. Look at all the low health bars. Look at that vacuum is crazy right there onto Delusive, and they're running for their lives there. A lot of them just died. Clowns needs to dive onto this point now. 80% now from Delusive. Clowns isn't even participating in the Rift anymore, as they cannot get a cap down in reverse right now. I just unbelievable, because again, this fight is just so back and forth. You would think, but again, we're seeing this. We saw this with Reborn as well. Reborn was just stronger at working as a unit and playing the objective better than their opponent. Clowns, although they're skirmishing super well in the field, and their players individually are just as good as Delusive, they're just not playing as well. Delusive playing the objective better.
Yeah, that is very true. Like, Delusive, when it comes to objectives, are definitely a force to contest with. I love the fact that Clowns have been sending some people from the back line at the moment to try to interrupt the back line, but Delusive is holding their ground pretty damn heavily. And even if you look at the leaderboards, you can easily tell by the leaderboards that Delusive has been taking control of this damage on that spot very easily, because as I mentioned before, it's a heavy spear meta right now, and when it comes to that, you cannot fight Delusive with that kind of meta, because they know what they're building against that meta as well.
Yeah, I think Clown's a little bit scattered right now. I think they need to regroup and try something different here, as this open field skirmish, although they're doing fine in damage, they're getting kills, they're skirmishing well, their statics are working well. It's just not as well as Delusive. Delusive has convincing control of the Rift, and they're just not letting Clowns take it now. All they need to do is just keep CCing Clowns off. 16 minutes on the clock. Clowns have plenty of time to rally this back. Look at that Delusive run in on that top side. 2 statics just engaged towards the cliff over there. Another static backing up as well. Look at the health bars for Clowns start to just thin out on this side over here, as Delusive again takes full control of cliff and Rift at the same time. Clowns looks like they're intentionally backing off, as Delusive shoves them all the way back. They're just running back, and they're just getting absolutely Baja blasted. Look at the power from that Delusive backline, just hurling damage through, not letting them back up, not letting them regroup. All of the tanks pulling more people in, one pick after another, and Osami might be the last to go down. No, he is going to catch a heal and get away. The boy who lived. Delusive said, Delusive backs up as Clown licks their wounds.
That was definitely an impressive engagement here from Delusive, I'm going to be honest, especially the ones that engaged from the left side. Insane AoE from them on the back lines. And I love the fact that they did clean up quite
their
well
oranges
there
right
without
now.
losing many numbers.
I'm so sorry, Shigo. They're oranges right now. The BM is crazy. Be better. Be orange is crazy. Clowns coming in, not liking that that shapeshift, or that shapeshift right there, as they come in. Delusive with a big squad on this low ground, actually fighting into that choke point, doing a great job of holding up a lot of the Clowns backline and flankers. Delusive winning out the main engage now, as well as Clowns just 2 hung up. All of their reinforcements are hung up as well. Clowns, this is what I'm talking about. The coordination from Clowns is just not there. Delusive has 2 statics holding up the entirety of the reinforcements, and Delusive is slowly winning. Their reinforcements are running back what little that they need to from this side unimpeded, versus Clowns who don't feel that they can, because there's a Delusive flank squad, 1 static on this low ground, doing a phenomenal job of holding people in that choke.
I really love seeing these statics in the backline, 1 or 2 statics, just really holding that backline quite well. They can fight 2, 3, 4 statics, and you can clearly tell that they are putting tremendous pressure on that backline, not allowing them to gather up, not allowing them to get in with full force, and holding back those players that are still reviving to avoid them engaging with the main force as well.
Yeah, Clowns actually still struggling, even with some Delusive on the low ground now. I think that Clowns is on the back foot. I don't think that they thought that this was going to be this difficult in this fight here, as they're starting to back up a little bit on this one. They need to get a full regroup off, and they're just losing it. Look at this. Delusive flank is just crazy onto this backline. These 2 statics just ripping apart, and then the main ball from Delusive basically following them in. Absolutely incredible flank from that from those assassins on that side there, and they just win them engagement after engagement. Clowns just does not seem to have an answer for that squad.
Very good coordination indeed from Delusive, and I love the fact that even though these flankers are getting the back line, the main force is instantly assisting with that, which is really good to see. But I've noticed that also Clowns seem to have like kind of lost that edge, as if like the moment things did not work their way, they are losing control of how they move, how they engage. It's as if things are a little chaotic on their end right now, and I feel like they kind of need to step back a little bit and kind of regather and start playing this accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Delusive engaging on this left side. Once again, there's Clowns reinforcing, but again, look at none of the yellow health bars are going down, but I think that's just because Clowns has good targeting, as these are the tanks, and they're just ignoring them. Well, somebody just started focusing him as I say that, as I applaud them, but they're just trying to ignore the tanks from Delusive here. So good targeting from Clowns, but sadly not good enough. Although it looks like they've gained a little bit of ground here as Clowns starts to get a little bit of momentum. Delusive has to back up. Looks like that flank team isn't quite ready on that low ground. Oh, Clowns commits way too many people towards the cliffside. Look at this flank squad. Is gonna a big sleep on this backline right here, but it doesn't matter. Look at the collapse down from Delusive. It's just too little too late. Clowns getting outplayed left, right, center. Delusive playing so strong as a unit together right there, even getting slept, but Clowns just way overcommitting toward the cliff right there, allowing Delusive. It was really obvious Delusive was just gonna collapse down onto them, and that's exactly what happened. All of them just get wiped immediately.
I have to admit, though, judging by what I'm looking at right now, I can tell that there are a lot of spears that are not really getting much out of engaging on Delusive. That comes down to the fact that they are just playing the meta better. But overall, like their coordination, their presence, and also the way they're engaging is just overall much, much more organized. I like the fact that now Clowns is finally taking a breather, taking a step back and trying to regather, because it feels like they have just been going at it without a plan, really. So I really like the fact that finally they're stepping back right now.
Yeah, you stand over by Clowns. I'm going to stand over by Delusive. You watch the engage from that way. I'll watch it from my way. That way, chat has both perspective. Be better, be orange. Oh my goodness. Even Clowns is using orange. Guys, you only do that when you're winning. You're not supposed to do that when you're losing. Clowns looking for an engage on this one. Both perspective, both guilds really nervous. Don't want to overcommit. Like there's a boar running around in the Clowns ball right there. That's absolutely insane, guys. But guys, you got to take it at least a little bit seriously if you're Clowns at this point. 11 minutes on the clock. Delusive, both front lines engaging right there. Delusive fighting to get through onto that Clowns backline. Clowns does get a couple members through, but they're tanks. They don't have any damage on the backline of Delusive. Delusive slowly wins the fight. Look at the distance that they're able to gather with their members right there as they move through. Clowns slowly but surely, and again, that's both guilds standing tall, but again, Delusive are the ones that are able to get onto that backline more succinctly. Clowns actually chasing them down here, though. Some good flash waves, catching them all. Delusive with a big catch right there. Massive damage dumped down. Delusive loses a lot of members right here on the edge of the cliff. Now Delusive's flank squad tries to redeem the fight, engaging from cliffside back there, trying to basically hero mode the fight onto the backline, and it looks like they're doing exactly that as they win the fight anyway. Clowns with a good start to the engagement, but Shiku, it's just not enough.
It's not enough, sadly, because if you were looking at my perspective earlier, Delusive's back line is just insane. They just send a party or two, and that party or two is simply shredding the back line of Clowns, I'm sorry. And that is putting an insane amount of pressure on Clowns' back line, which is sadly not giving them enough room to breathe.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Delusive is pushing back towards them again. Now it's just an all-out brawl. Now it's just Clowns getting mobbed in the back, mobbed in the front, all over the place. And in the chaos, Clowns is trying to at least cap the point, but not seeing much success from that. And I'll be honest with you, I was expecting this to be closer, and it was closer when we started, but as Delusive started to get their foothold, it became less and less close. I'd love to see Clowns try to back up, do maybe a push from both sides. Clearly, they cannot take a one-sided engagement like this. Maybe you have one half of your offense spawn from one point, one half spawns from the other point, and you try a two-pronged engagement, see what happens over on this left choke. Over here, we have a massive engagement. Clowns doing their best to fire onto the low ground. ground, but there are tanks just standing in this choke. That's a spear greatsword user, but honestly, that's just a bruiser nonetheless. Can take a lot of damage with those two weapons. Just standing in that choke, taking a lot of damage. All of Clowns with a big concave like this, and this is really important in large-scale PvP to have a concave like this so that you don't get a flank squad on you. But oh goodness, good engagement on Clowns right there, wiping out that static that just keeps pestering them in the back on every engaged. Clowns actually with a clean adapt right here, keeping their flank squad as Clowns with the advantage now, and Delusive looking like they have thinner numbers than they should on this high ground as well. There's a fight on the high ground, fight on the low ground. It's an all-out war as Clowns finally adjusts to the Delusive flank squad. It is and are actually doing really, really well. They have too many people on the low ground. They need to get more people to this high ground now as Delusive starts to run back. The respawns are starting to overwhelm the high ground for Clowns. It looks like they might get a cap off on the point. No, Suri gets interrupted one more time as the regroup from Delusive does come through, but Clowns with a great adjustment right there. You love to see that, Shiku.
I love the fact that Clowns finally identified the threat, which is the back line. They did pretty well holding off the back line, but they're just not able to get success. And you can clearly tell that the moment initially they were fighting well spread, they were having the edge, but when it comes to these clumped up brawls on the Riftstone, it seems like Delusive knows that that's their strength, and that's where they are actually getting that edge from. On the other hand, at least they finally are taking care of the back line, so maybe they will slowly start putting pressure on that Riftstone. As we see here, actually, they're slowly but surely thinning down that Delusive numbers.
Yeah, I think they're doing an okay job now. Skirmishing is, I think they've started to understand it's a flank diff, and that's the thing on Talus, is that your flankers just have to do their job. It's not just a head-to-head fight. It can be if you want it to be, but oh my gosh, look at the Delusive commitment right there. You could clearly say that's the moment that the shot caller said, go, hold W, push through them, and you can just see that moment. It's so cool to see when you see a guild as decisive as Delusive is. They're all on the same page. They're all listening to the caller. They all come in at the same time, and they just look so strong when they do so. And now they're pulling back. They're trying to get out. Muko looks like he might have drawn the short end of the stick. His healer nowhere to be found there, and that's the thing, is you gotta, oh my gosh, you gotta be careful about that. Villain just says, yeah, do something about it.
That was a very good backline engage that split the forces down, and you can tell that now, like, Clowns is getting that edge because they split the forces and caught the backline beautifully, and now they're spawning from the other side as well to kind of like pincer them in the middle, so that might work in their favor.
Yeah, Villain is literally rolling around the fight as an orange. If that's not BM, I don't know what is. And that's that's literally insane, bro. You just hate to see that. Delusive doing a great job of constantly just outplaying them on engagement after engagement. Like, look at this flank over here. The flankers are just so solid. And in Talus is a wide open space. The flank, you love to see that because the flankers have so much room and so much space to work with. You love them taking advantage of that. A lot of people forget that you have the low ground down there to work with. Delusive making full use of that. Clown's actually coming from two sides instead of one this time, fighting on two fronts, but honestly getting shut down on this left side. But that's allowing their right side is actually doing really well. Well, it was a moment again. No, they've got a lot of people on the Riftstone. They just can't get a cap off. I'll be honest with you. Big shout out to the Delusive frontline. Sir Reverse just would not allow Clowns to cap it early, and he has never allowed them to really cap it at all here. As Delusive just keeps, Sir Reverse just. He's the watcher on the wall, constantly. Seiko, also the watcher on the wall. Big shout out to him as well. Constantly keeping the enemy tanks from trying to cap that, giving Clowns any room to breathe. And with 4.5 minutes left on the clock, Seiko, I think time's kind of running out for him.
Yeah, definitely pretty good in traps on the wrist. So, and love the fact that Yolan just decided to just pretty much go AFK in there. And overall, I gotta admit, it's pretty well played from Delusive over here. Like, they're just showing pretty good presence in the wrist zone, even though it has been a brawl the whole time. So I don't feel like it has been just like Delusive rolling Clowns necessarily, but they're definitely having that edge on the block fights on the rift stone as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Delusive winning this skirmishing game. There's Clowns diving onto it. Can they get... Oh my gosh, their tanks just got wiped out on that. Shinox is also losing a lot of HP. Their tanks are just, oh my god, you're not supposed to be taking that much damage from one skill, homie. Oh my goodness. Surikata had a lot of people here a moment ago. He turned around, guys, all of his entire guild just gets washed through like a wave right there. Delusive just washes over the top of them. Some Clowns members holding the point here, but here comes the Delusive ball to mop up the remainder right here. Surikata, the only tanky member of his guild, as the rest of his front line just got obliterated on that.
It's looking like Delusive is seemingly gonna get that win. The time is ticking. There's only 3 minutes, and I feel like Clowns need to start changing their strategy. They're splitting around quite a lot. They're trying to go for that pincer method, and it's just not working simply because of the fact that they are losing a lot of numbers to smaller groups because of mostly AoEs. So they need to kind of try to play around a different strat, in my personal opinion. However, the pressure is still going. 3 minutes left, and let's see who's gonna win this one.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This is not a player diff. This is a strategy diff. This is a coordination diff. Delusive is looking like one of the favorites in the tournament, in my opinion, to come out like this in round 2. Eliminating Clowns this strongly. They just look so good. Every engagement is so coordinated. Every single flank team, the flank team is working really well in conjunction with the main ball. You never see them engaging too early or too late. You constantly see each other picking up the slack when the flankers get wiped. You see the main ball overcommitting and vice versa. And you just see this constantly outplaying Clowns over and over again. Initially, it was really cluttered. And when it was a Clown Fiesta, yes, you saw Clowns actually winning on the leaderboards overall. But the moment that Delusive got to plant their feet and got to work together with their statics, and they got their shot caller basically in the groove, they just started winning. And this guild looks so strong, and that's no shade on Clowns. I do believe that Clowns is one of the stronger guilds in the tournament, and it's going to get wiped out the first time we see them here, very tragically, by a squad that just quite frankly looks like they've practiced more together. They look like they've fought more together. They have more experience, whether it be in War Games or Riftstones or Siege proper. They've just played together more often, Shiku.
That is very true. I gotta admit, the Clowns is showing a pretty good fight there. In my opinion, they're pretty damn solid as a guild as well. But Delusive is one of the guilds that you love to see. Barely you see any guilds that have that kind of really solid coordination in which, like, there's not too early engaging, not too late engaging. They're actually moving properly. You feel like there's this level of intricate communication going on between parties as well. So they definitely are doing a phenomenal job in that aspect for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Delusive coming up with a W here. Under a minute left on the clock. Clowns has had the door shut on them repeatedly. Dodo player saying, nah, we're just not going to let you have any caps. They've been BMing the whole time with Be Better, Be Orange. One of their tanks just rolling around as an orange on almost every engagement. Their coordination looks better. The statics look better. The shot calling looks better. Just the guild looks better, and Delusive is going to move on to round 3 of this tournament. Clowns with an excellent performance, but sadly coming up short against what apparently is Goliath here. Honestly, Delusive just looking so good on this one. Maybe they should have had the bye in round 1. Holy moly. I don't think Clowns was even ready for this. 10 seconds left on the clock. It's good fights to both teams, but it will only one can move on to fight Greed in the next round. And I'll be honest with you, I am super excited to see that fight play out. Greed versus Clowns is going to be incredible. It does look like Delusive owns the leaderboard for this. Chef Coach Max with 66 kills, 2.4k damage on a spear dagger. Have to believe he's one of the flankers for the guild here. Let's look at the most damage taken. Let's see, 1.2 million from Riku from Clowns. I don't see anyone better than 1.2. 1.39, 1.4. 1.4 million from Pelican from Clowns, doing a great job right there. 4.9 million healed from Vayu from Clowns. 7.2 million from Delusive Noodle Strudel. Holy moly. 7.1, almost 7.2 from Yaps Shejnen Vim Vim Vim. Sorry, I can't say his name. 7.3 million. Poonie, the best healer in the lobby. It looks like. I don't think we're going to see anything better than 7.3. Absolutely great performance out of Delusive. And you just, again, it's just a coordination diff. Plain and simple.
That was honestly a pretty good fight, to be fully
Really
honest. Like,
good.
both sides were relentless. I have to give it to them. The Delusive did showcase the higher edge, so I have to give that to them. Pretty good fight though overall, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the instant replay from one of the better engagements. Like we see Clowns overcommit towards that cliffside over there, and Delusive immediately sees it, tries to collapse. Good sleep right in front of us right here. As they go to engage, that sleep just kept the engage alive for Clowns right there. But then look at that, it's just not enough as Delusive just sees the engagement and makes the engagement happen time and time again. Clowns just gets outplayed in the field repeatedly. And that's what we saw the whole match. It's just that coordination just looks so crisp from them.
Yep, gotta give that to them 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. The next match of the day looks like it's going to be Frogue Woah versus ThronlyFans. And I got to say, ThronlyFans had a really rough time in round one. They barely got through round one. I believe there were only 4 seconds left on the clock when they actually won it. And it's because they were spawning. We saw Azrael earlier today. They were spawning at the higher point on Azrael, so they were convincingly the stronger guild, but they were spawning from the further spawn point, and they actually almost lost the match as a direct result of that. It was so close, within 4 seconds of losing, and they dominated the leaderboard on their opponent. I believe was Chaos X, or was Chaos Q. It was Chaos Q with the better strategy coming in, almost winning out on that. So I'll be honest with you, if I'm ThronlyFans, I might be banning this, but they're a free-to-play start guild from the Excavator server. They believe they're second in their alliance, the only guild in their alliance in the tournament, rank 1 on their server. 4 sieges won so far. They may, again, guys, that does not include the most recent siege for any of these numbers. So this was before the tournament actually started. And their prediction was to make it to the second round, which they did by the skin of their teeth. I'll let you talk about Frogue Woah.
So Frogue Woah, I've had a bit of history with them. I've even allied with them actually in the beginning of the game. They were essentially 2 different guilds initially. It was Frogue 1 and Woah, but it seems like they have merged together at the moment. Frogue had a heavy melee style of playing, so I haven't seen them in action in a while, but I have to admit they were pretty damn good initially on the release. So I have a feeling they have even gotten better since then, especially now with the merge between Frogue and Woah. So I'm really looking forward to see what they have cooking since I've last seen them.
Yeah, so they have merged since then, so they're basically just 1 guild now, but I listed them as 2 so that people understood, because they've been around forever. ThronlyFans with a super strong start to the tournament. They looked really good. Their statics work so well together. But it's going to come down, I think, to map choice here. Because I think that hopefully they learned a lot from the first fight, as it were. Let's take a look at pick ban here as we're getting ready to move into this next one here. It looks like it was ThronlyFans won the coin toss. They chose to pick Frogue Woah banned. Frogue Woah banned Talus, Kawazan, and Azrael. Choosing to ban Azrael is interesting. Consider how much ThronlyFans struggled with it initially, and ThronlyFans chose to play on a Dentist.
Pretty interesting choice as usual, because a Dentist to me feels like the only reason you would pick it is that you really know how to play around it, because it really requires a lot of this like kind of micromanagement in the guild. So let's see how it goes. I've played against ThronlyFans a couple of times myself, and I have a feeling that the only reason I'm more in favor of Frogue Woah is simply because ThronlyFans are not really playing the meta well, and sadly Throne and Liberty is sadly a meta game, and if you don't play the meta, it can be a little rough, sadly, in these kind of fights.
I will be honest, I think that ThronlyFans will win this. I think that they looked really strong in the first round of the tournament. I'm going to predict them for this round. Nothing against Frogue Woah, but I do think that they're again, Frogue had a buy round, so they are considered one of the stronger guilds on EU, but I think that ThronlyFans statics really impressed me early on, and I think hopefully they've learned from last week. They're not playing on Azrael again this time. As they got a better Riftstone for them, I do think that they probably know what they're doing this time, and I'm gonna go with ThronlyFans.
All right, let's see it.
Yeah, make sure you guys get your predictions in as we are about to get started on this one. We're hitting the go button. There we go. It is a dentist coming in on this one. It looks like we are about to spawn in. There we go. And remember, guys, the Adentis is the one with all of the rooftops. So honestly, lots of strategy that kind of comes into this one, but a lot of small scale skirmish as well. Looks like Frogue, both guilds sending in one scouter. No, Frogue shows up on the rift, gets postured early. They are the first ones to the rift. ThronlyFans only sent in one guy to scout early and then spawned in with everyone else. They're all black boars. So that they're all black boars on the ground over here. Look at these morphs coming in. I love to see this. They're all saying GLHF. That means good luck, have fun from the StarCraft 2 days. If you're an OG and you remember, you're old like me and you remember the men that used to play that game, that was how you started every StarCraft 2 game, and it was adopted into esports and gaming culture as a whole. From there, it looks like Frogue has postured themselves on basically every single high ground here. Honestly, this is not good. They have too many people on the far high ground. They won't be able to help with this early engage if the ThronlyFans chooses to engage either of these high grounds over here. Oinkers over here. We got Oinkers in the chat for Frogue as they are also in morph. You love to see this. Both guilds. Oink, good luck, have fun. Of both guilds, good fights to each other. You love to see this.
I have to admit though, like I like the fact that Frogue just instantly got these higher grounds, and as you said earlier, these higher grounds can work really well in their favor, especially if they know how to actually execute it properly. And I've noticed that there are still two different guilds, but there is just playing under the same logo, which is pretty interesting to see. Now here's the engage coming up right off the bat on top of the houses, and it seems like Frogue is holding the ground pretty well up there.
Oh my gosh, ThronlyFans flooded onto 2 or 3 high grounds at the same time. Triple prong attack. It did not look good for the ThronlyFans on the left side there for a moment, but they did manage to rally that, and it does look like they've won the right side engagement pretty handedly. The left side starting to look like ThronlyFans as well. Frogue looked like they were holding their ground, but you could see in the background, if you look, you can see people that have never had sex in their entire lives literally just standing AFK on a far rooftop, unbelievably enough, not contributing anything at all. ThronlyFans basically slaughtering everyone on this rooftop here all by themselves. Frogue just caught out of position, and that's exactly what I said was going to happen. These people are just way too far to contribute anything to the fight. It's like every AD carry I've ever had in League of Legends. They're just standing in Narnia. They're standing in Wakanda and not helping anything. Farming bot while the entire team dies. It's unbelievable. But ThronlyFans winning out on that early engage right there. And now there's a skirmish coming in. The Frogue respawners are coming back. They're trying to duel for this high ground by this bell tower, but ThronlyFans holding strong on that one. And you see only 3 people holding on to this high ground here. Frogue committing a few more resources to it. ThronlyFans again holding this high ground over here on this left side as well, skirmishing onto the low ground. But you can see they're going to win that high ground engagement because Tip, Cash, Mori, they're all firing from that high ground and doing way more damage, and they push them back no problem. ThronlyFans winning the small skirmishes because, again, look at these people are just idle. Like, are you seeing that? Am I crazy? What are these people doing?
The only way I could even try to understand that is that they know fully well that they will put a lot of pressure on that rift stone the moment it starts. But outside of that, if they fail to do so, then they're essentially just extremely useless in this one.
Yeah, Dane's just flash waved right there, wasting another wasted flash wave from the high ground. I don't even know. You can't make this up. Those are bow users standing on a high ground, flash waving air. Unbelievable from Frogue right there. You don't want to see that, and that's why Thronly keeps winning these engagements over here. And again, we have yet to see all of Frogue's actual strengths, although Thronly has postured correctly early, and it looks like they're winning these skirmishes. Again, we're not seeing all of the backline damage from Frogue, so I wouldn't count them out of the woods quite yet. They do have control of the Riftstone proper as they start to rotate around a little bit. They get a little bit of progress forward as ThronlyFans seems to regroup. Yeah, it looks like they intentionally pulled back over to the Bell rooftop over here so that they could regroup. But with 20 seconds left on the Riftstone right before the cap, they really want to get one solid push onto the Riftstone proper. Looks like there's an engage happening on this low ground over here, and it's Frogue caught in this little choke like this, and it's ThronlyFans caught as well. But it's, look at the high grounds, both trading with each other. Look at the trade back and forth on the high ground, and then the low ground engage. Whoever wins the high ground engage almost certainly wins the low ground engage as well. It does look like that Thronly is winning out with yellow health bars right there, but Frogue's range classes have come back to reinforce and are now firing more competently than Thronly, who has a longer run distance to the Rift Stone. It looks like that Thronly actually got onto the Rift first, got that cap down, and now just a wall is trying to cap this for Frogue, but they can't get onto the board. ThronlyFans has more people than Frogue does, and they are off to the races first. Frogue can't get their front line. They cannot get this cap off. Thronly has so many people on the point right now. They're doing a great job. They built up over 20%. They need to just keep Frogue from capping this, and they need to keep funneling back to this point if they want to make something happen, Shiku.
Yeah, sadly, like I've been watching also the quote-unquote AFK group on the left side. They've been skirmishing with another smaller group for like quite some time right now. And they just need to give up that spot and try to assist that middle. And there are a lot of people in church as well getting pushed. They just need to learn that sometimes you should give up the spot because you're just contributing nothing at the moment.
Yeah, I do believe that the strategy on this stone is basically to divide it in half, just like this. If you own these right rooftops over here, then you only stand on your front line, only stands on this side. And if you own these rooftops, then your front line only stands on this side over here. And if you do this, basically you ensure that the other, like the range on the other high grounds cannot hit you on repeat, but neither guild really playing that to their advantage. So again, just showing a little bit of inexperience from both guilds as we see a lot of other guilds kind of understanding this basic concept on this Riftstone. Thronly really struggling right now to get anything done. Although Frogue has not capped it, they did actually keep ThronlyFans from getting it. So now they're going to go for a cap one more time. Are they going to get it? No. Lazy Sheep does interrupt that cap one more time, and now they're going to go ThronlyFans going for the cap again. We are over, we're going to be 3 minutes in, and no one has actually successfully capped the Rift quite yet. Now both of them are just keep shutting each other down. Normally we see at least one guild starting to build contribution at this point, but both guilds are just too busy duking it out the whole time, and it's ThronlyFans capping again. Kagero might get it off. No, Yoska stops it one more time. And again, the high ground battle rages up there as the ThronlyFans range classes do their best to basically lock down that high ground. That's exactly what they're going to do. Look at that winning on that rooftop right up there. That should translate into a win on the low ground, but you could see the ThronlyFans front line is way over committed on this right side here that is in range. Actually, no, never mind. There's no one on that high ground anymore. I take it back. ThronlyFans doing a solid job. Look at them overwhelming. Like when you have no high ground control at all, you can basically just overwhelm the point. And they're 22/17 right now, climbing up to 20% participation, Shiku.
There's honestly a lot of back and forth happening. It's like not one side is winning nor the other. One side is wiping and then they recover, they come back, goes back and forth. The only issue right now that I see is that the Woah Frogue is just over committed to those like top places like on the church or the houses or whatever, and they just need to try to assist a little bit further on the middle ground because that is where they're now losing, and they need to push them off of that Riftstone as soon as possible.
Yeah, over 2 times as many people on the point for Thronly right now, and that means that their percentage rises so quickly. Now it looks like Frogue immediately rectifies that error right there and stops it, but they're still climbing 41% and climbing, and Frogue frontline just a wall, maybe not so much on this one because this guy keeps getting interrupted and they have no one else to really get this point. Frogue really struggling to even get a point cap here. They have yet to get their first point cap despite dominating and keeping ThronlyFans from getting it. Initially, they were able to push them off, and both guilds are very evenly matched. Their frontline is just not performing here, and I gotta hand it to the ThronlyFans frontline. Constantly keeping Frogue Woah from getting a cap on this is allowing their guild to slowly but surely take their time and get this cap 57% and climbing.
Yeah, that is very true, but there's also the fact that I feel like Woah has a lot of ranged players in their composition right now, and they're not really getting much value off of them. Like, they're standing on higher grounds and everything, but they're not really having good targeting or proper AoEing, which is sadly not giving them any easy time on that Riftstone right now.
Yeah, honestly, ThronlyFans doing a great job. 26 over 16 right now. Frogue, Woah, has a few too many people on this high ground, but I'll be honest with you, they're just losing the low ground battle. Look at their health bars, guys. The health bar, the red health bar is just getting absolutely decimated. Jordu looking for a heal, not gonna find it, is gonna go down. Flash waves being traded, but not traded onto the correct targets. ThronlyFans finding flash waves onto the high priority targets. That's what you see out of really strong guilds like that. Yellow is going to cap. That means ThronlyFans is in control of the rift. And Frogue, again, that's 2 caps off. They get their first one completely shut down, which shows you that Frogue can absolutely battle this. But ThronlyFans doing their front line, just hard carrying, not letting Frogue even have a chance at opening this cap up.
To me, the way I say it, it feels like they're kind of matched in terms of power, but there is a bit of individual players that are just slightly better overall, which is kind of making that edge. Because even if you look at the leaderboard, you can tell that Frogue is actually the dominant one. But the issue is they do have some players that are sadly having a hard time contributing to these fights, which is where that edge goes to ThronlyFans on this Riftstone.
Yeah, they almost got that cap off one more time, and I want to point out that every minute that ticks by at this point is shutting the door on Frogue. Frogue does have enough time to work with this. They don't need to panic quite yet, but they are really struggling. Oh, they've got a lot of people on the point right now, but Lazy Sheep doing such a good job looking for that person. They're trying to push him away. Lazy Sheep tries to dive back toward it. Can they get the cap off? They do get the cap off. Frogue is on the board. ThronlyFans is not on point right now. They've got 25 people standing tall. That's over 2 times as many people. Look at that percentage shoot up. Where is ThronlyFans? Here comes the reinforcements. They're diving down onto the point right now. Look at where they're positioned though. Frogue all on this left side. They know Thronly has control of the right side high grounds right now. So they want to basically cluster on this left side. That's exactly what you do. That's what I'm saying is that's how the dynamic on a dentist works like this. And Frogue doing a great job now. 25 over 16, 55% on the cap and climbing. They're returning fire on this. For the first time, they finally get a cap down, and it looks convincing. They are dominating in the leaderboards right now. ThronlyFans is only winning because their front line was absolutely carrying them, and their coordination as a guild was also carrying them. But now it looks like they're a little bit scattered. Look at the yellow health bars on your screen. You can see the healers not finding their targets, the tanks, the healers, the DPS all running out of HP, all running out of time, and it's Frogue Woah finding those targets, eliminating people one by one, and just every single person matters. Now it's 25 over 12 on the point right now, 66% and climbing. Shiku, I think that Frogue's gonna recap this.
Frogue is having a very good time right now, but the problem is if you're looking at my screen, there is like a lot of numbers that are just trying to skirmish. I understand that they're trying to keep people off, but they're not going to really find much success being here when right now this is a do it, like just you need to cap this Riftstone here under any circumstances, and they would find much better value actually assisting here from the sidelines from either chokes over here to kind of like get more value on these targets around the circle.
Yeah, I will be honest. I think that squad is basically trying to interrupt the ThronlyFans regroups, and they keep switching places that they're respawning from. So you're seeing them running around kind of uselessly. I would agree. Sometimes they're getting value and they're finding some targets, and sometimes they're not. So, but Thronly is getting their regroup now. 25 people on the point trying to stuff this Frogue Woah push back in, but Frogue Woah battling back 25 to 19 now. ThronlyFans getting their regroups finally through onto the point. That's all you have to do if you have a static camping the regroup on a map like a dentist like this. You can absolutely just change where you're spawning because all 3 spawn points are almost equidistant from the Riftstone, and so you can just change where you're spawning and basically render them null and void. That's exactly what Thronly did. I'm not sure that that's the strategy here. On a map like Azrael, there's only 1 or 2 very good spawn points, so sending a static to interrupt regroups is absolutely worthwhile on a rift like that. But on something like a dentist where people can just change which one they're spawning at and still reach it at the same amount of time, I would agree with you completely. It's just not as worthwhile. And we saw Thronly actually take back control for a moment there, but it looks like Frogue has basically resumed control. 82% back up at it. 10 minutes left on the clock. if they do cap this, and it looks like they are going to, Shiku, I do believe that Thronly will have time to return fire, but that will be the last one. I think 10 minutes, and we'll only see one more attempted cap on this rift. So hopefully Thronly's frontline can carry them, and I think that they slowly cap this and they can turn this around. I think Frogue is capping this just a little bit quickly.
Yeah, Frogue is definitely getting like very a lot of pressure in here, and they might actually get the cap off, but I do feel like there is still enough time for ThronlyFans to get back around. They are putting a lot of pressure. They are definitely like having a bit of an edge overall, and I feel like what's gonna make or break here is if these like flanker groups are actually assisting the sidelines eventually, or are they just gonna look for picking off the lower targets that are coming back. It's looking like they're looking for a tag already on ThronlyFans. It is not like long-lived, and they are already actually taking over the Riftstone.
Beautiful cap from ThronlyFans. If you're a ThronlyFans fan in the chat, that's a good sign from them with 26 people on the Rift getting that cap off immediately. I am telling you, this front line is absolutely gaming. Frogue's front line, it does not stand up to ThronlyFans, but oh my goodness, look at the back line just takes so much damage right there. They need to keep their healers, they need to keep their players healed up rather on this one. Fool's coming in with a big flash wave on that backside. Beautiful flash wave coming across right there, but it looks like Frogue does have a few more boots on the point right here, out skirmishing them a little bit. I'll be honest with you though, it's okay for Thronly to take their time with this cap. It's okay for them to swell and then lose a little bit, and then swell and then lose a little bit, which is exactly what you're seeing here as they get their regroups and they run back to the point, because they can take their time. There's only 8 minutes and 50 seconds left. They don't want to give Frogue time to basically recap this, and this is kind of a delicate balance because they want to make sure that they're still getting contribution. They want to make sure that they still win, but they also don't want to give Frogue time to basically return fire on this. If I'm Thronly in this case, I'm capping this as quickly as possible and then just counting on my front line to make sure that Frogue can't actually cap it again.
I feel like right now Thronly is just losing a bit more numbers and a bit of more edge, and I feel like now it's time for them to sit a little bit back and try to regather, because I feel like as a full blob versus full blob, they seem to be the ones with the better edge. So maybe now's about time that they start at least trying to gather up a little bit of their numbers and then engage in full force instead of coming back in smaller increments all over the place.
Yeah, we've got Frogue on the outside here battling back. You see their front line, their back line rather, doing a great job of staying grouped on this side, because you can see they have the ThronlyFans has the far rooftop over there. And so they need to stand on this side. Oh, it looks like ThronlyFans actually with a big swell right here. We should see a bunch of boots step onto the point. They need to get here because they've only got 5% remaining on their cap. They have got to get people onto this point. They're all flooding through this choke, which is kind of a bad position to be in, as they're all getting shredded as they step through. That's a little rough, and it looks like Frogue is going to shut the door. Thronly is running out of time on this one. Down it goes. They're going to go for an immediate second cap on this, but Frogue, who initially looked like they were going to come out on bottom of this, oh my gosh, Lazy Sheep getting it again, uncontested first attempt. Unbelievable. Frogue fumble right there. 7 minutes on the clock. They get another attempt at this, but Frogue is doing a great job of basically making sure they just have a few more boots on the point than their opponents here. As again, Thronly basically just needs to stack everyone. No one should be on a high ground right now. Everyone just needs to stack onto the point. You get better flash waves that way anyway. You just need to trust that everyone can work together. Trust in your team on this one. You can see how many people are just outside the ring for ThronlyFans, and it might just cost them dearly. They need to get a few more boots on this point. Kadai running over to the point right now. He needs to get over here. There, he's a tank. He absolutely needs to be on here. 13% in climbing. They're starting to make progress. Frogue starting to lose grip on this one. A lot of yellow on the point now. 23 over 12. It looks like they got 19, 20% and climbing on this point. ThronlyFans starting to battle back a little bit with 6 minutes left on the clock. They don't have too much time to waste on this one, and it looks like they are just funneling back and winning this. A lot of Frogue firing from the high ground here, but again, ThronlyFans there to match them once again. It looks like Frogue has resumed control of the point itself rather on the low ground here, but again, Thronly just not wanting to relinquish this at 26%. They're just barely eking it out. 29 over 23. Every single percent is a grueling attempt from ThronlyFans, and they are scanning it through. I gotta hand it to this guild. 31 people on the point. These guys like a photo finish, Shiku.
This is definitely the deciding fight over here. Like, they're funneling the numbers all over the place, and I feel like if they cap this one, it's the win. If they don't cap it, I think they might actually take the loss here. I have to admit that there are quite a few tanks that are getting on top of the houses over here that should not be trying to get rid of the pigeons, and they should just funnel into the middle with their main blob and try to assist there with their counter barrier specifically, because that could help them a lot with winning these kind of fights. But they definitely need to cap this one if they want to win. Otherwise, they will sadly take the loss here.
Yeah, ThronlyFans doing their best right now, but getting shut down. Frogue Woah has one high ground. Yosko, that is not where you want to be standing because you can be hit by the Frogue Woah players. ThronlyFans needs to take that western portion of the rift, but oh my gosh, 30 people on the point for Frogue and not almost anyone on the point for ThronlyFans. Where did the guild go? You guys have got to get in here. Thronly has got a rally on this one with only less than 5 minutes on the clock. Their percentage has been jumped back down to under 20% now, and it's Frogue pushing them back the other way. Thronly does manage to get back on top of it though. 27 now to 22, and they start to climb one more time in this one. And again, the last one, you never count them out. Down but never out. Thronly won with 4 seconds to go in the first round of the tournament. This time they're climbing with 4 minutes to go. They're up at 32%. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold on this one. Frogue has basically sacrificed high ground control as senseless 1v3s that high ground up there, and that's helping ThronlyFans tremendously as they have almost twice as many people on the point. Oh, that gap closes really quickly though. They're almost at 40% on contribution. Frogue is battling them tooth and nail on this. I'm not sure that they have enough though, Shiku.
They definitely know pretty well, like Frogue One knows pretty well here, that they need to keep their ground here. Otherwise, it will be a loss for them because the time is ticking and they just cannot afford to lose this. They have a lot of good engages on the roofs as well. They're picking off the numbers that are trying to funnel back in, and they know pretty well that they're keeping more forces from coming into these main blobs to assist them. That's exactly why I feel like ThronlyFans right now need to drop these rooftops completely. They have only 3 minutes left, and they just need to gamble it all on the Riftstone with funneling their full numbers into that one.
There's too many people on this right side. They're just dying for free here. Like, these people just have no purpose unless you give them one. They all need to stand left side. They finally figured it out. Thronly immediately gets control because there's not enough Frogue on the point, and the red starts to rally, or the yellow rather starts to rally one more time on this one. Under 3 minutes on the clock, and there's a lot of Frogue firing from the high ground on the right side. Umde's an idiot. Onoda's an idiot. These people just keep diving in for no reason. They're getting obliterated by the few people that were on the high ground for Frogue Woah right there. You cannot dive in there. You need to huddle on your side with your high ground control, or where there is no high ground control. That's where you need to be standing, and Thronly simply does not understand this. Their front line just mindlessly diving in. Their backline mindlessly diving in. They're just not hitting the right side of the Riftstone, sadly. Frogue, it looks like, honestly, all they've got to do is sit here and let Thronly continue to make this mistake into the final 2 minutes of the match, and I think that they're going to win. You'll notice Thronly does their best when they stand on this left side of the rift here. They get a really good group up. It's only until they start grouping on this right side. And again, look how many people from Frogue are standing up here firing. None of them have any purpose unless you stand here and give them purpose. And that's exactly what Thronly is doing, just giving all of those people room to fire. They have 30 people on the point though, 42% in climbing with 1 minute and 46 seconds left. They need to all huddle onto the left side. They're slowly starting to thin out. Hellrock finally pulls his head out and moves to the other side, but it's too little too late. He's gonna go down. ThronlyFans doing their best to try and stay on top of this one. 47% though. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. They gotta pop Guardians and go for it, Chico.
Yeah, but sadly, they're getting thinned out here. I feel like this is gonna be the call here. They're actually wiping them completely. And as you said, like, the players need to be aware of their surroundings. There are some players on that lift house that are just completely useless if you play on the opposite side of them. And that's what ThronlyFans need to be doing right now. They just need to get in there and just hug the opposite side of the East Pigeons, and then they will just make those players completely useless, and that's when they might be able to find success. But they seem to have lost their chance here, and it might actually be the win for Frogue here.
Yeah, I think Frogue is going to come out on top of this one with only 1 minute left. There is no way that Thronly does it to me one more time. 45 seconds. Here they all come. Swelling onto the point one more time for the boys diving in together. They do get control of it. I'm not sure. They're all popping Guardians, but a big sleep goes down on them. I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold on here. 29 people, 30 people on the point right now, but there's only 30 seconds left. They just don't have the numbers standing on point right now. And again, on this right side, you just see too many people. Honestly, Frogue has now all committed onto the rift to try to keep them from getting it. Honestly, only 20 seconds left, but over 34 people on the point for Thronly. Every single player from every single guild is standing on the point right now. Frogue knows that all they need to do is run down the clock, and that's exactly what they do. Again, it was a diff on the side of Frogue. I just can't believe that Thronly kept engaging that low ground. I felt like they were supposed to win that. I do. I really think that they absolutely could have won that match if they had just stopped engaging into low ground positions where the enemy holds the high ground right above you. You just cannot do that on a dentist like that constantly. If they had just stayed on their side of the rift and just pulled the priority targets across and let their DPS handle it, they would have been fine. But instead, they just dove into them and they took a mindless amounts of damage for no reason. 3.1 million damage from Biggie Cheese and that one from Frogue 1, dominating the leaderboards on this. It looks like 1.3k on that tank. Let's see who else tanked a lot of damage. 1.3k from Frogue 1. That is a bow wand right there, so that's a healer. That's crazy. Back in Tanish, 1.2 million from Meowie. 1.36 looks like the highest from Smithy from OnlyFans rather. And it looks like the best healer in the lobby at 7.2 million is Giovanni from Venom Empire. I don't think that anybody had, oh no, 7.4 million from Shadow from Woah. Right there, Shadow from Woah. Looks like he might be the highest healer in the lobby. He absolutely is. It was good fights to both sides. I think that both teams could learn from this, particularly Thronly, about how to play this particular Riftstone.
Gotta admit, they both did a great fucking job there. It was pretty intense the whole time. There was no break to be taken, pretty much. It was back and forth. Thronly had a lot of cases where they could have actually kept the Riftstone. But as you said, they essentially lost that chance because they had people completely neglecting the fact that there are pigeons on that side when they could have simply made them useless by moving to the opposite side. I have to admit, though, I've seen two people on that leaderboard that are both staff spears, and they are like 3rd and 5th on the leaderboard. So pretty interesting to see those actually at the top of the list.
Yeah, staff spear is not something that you see very often, but you see Frogue actually utilizing that quite a bit in their composition. But staff is a great, it has a massive amount of burst, and so does spears. So like, honestly, if you can, if you're a gamer, you can make anything work, and that should go to show you that just about any weapon combination in this game is absolutely viable in large scale PvP. Definitely unorthodox, but you know, you love to see it. Now, for our most anticipated match of the day is up next, but first, a word from our sponsor. I want to give a big shout out to Thronly, who is sponsoring the tournament. Guys, this is an app that you can download to help organize your guild and your alliance at the click of a button. Let's take a look at it.
Automate your guild and alliance management with our new Discord bot. Easily integrate member profiles into the Thronly ecosystem with just one image upload. Simple, efficient, and seamless. Automate attendance tracking with custom server events. Create static war parties with our war party dashboard, and distribute loot fairly with our intuitive DKP system. Post items, manage requests, and track points all in one place. It's loot distribution made easy. You get a sneak peek at our upcoming dynamic events feature, a sign-up sheet, that automatically integrates a user profile to give you the composition. Learn more about your guild with our detailed statistics of your members with a simple command. Plus, stay on top of member updates with our handy/remind command. Don't let guild management hold you back. Thronly is the ultimate tool for Throne and Liberty players who want to stay ahead of the game. Invite Thronly to your server today and take your guild to new heights.
There we go, guys. Again, Thronly, you basically, it makes it so easy on leadership and the users that the members just joining the guild. All you got to do is one command. You just snip your gear. The bot does the rest. You just upload it to the bot. The bot pulls all of the data from your gear and immediately adds you to the server. And there's also Discord commands where you can just say !attendance, and it will automatically mark down everyone that attended and that was in the Discord voice call. at that moment for like whenever you want to, so you can see who's attending what events, and it will basically break down each individual member for you as well. It's so convenient to know and help bid on items as well. As far as guild and leadership management go, I believe it's the best application that you can possibly be using in Throne and Liberty. So give it a check, and we love that they supported the tournament by sponsoring us. Now for our feature presentation. Not to say that the other matches were underhyped, but I believe that we have more Pirates fans out there than anyone. It is xMark versus Pirate Gaming. Pirate Gaming, an early access guild from the Ezekiel server. It's Pirate Gaming, Pissed Pirates, Sober Pirates, and Delusive, who we just saw. And again, they believe that they're all basically equally as strong as one another. Pirate Gaming RPing on the forum when they filled it out. I asked how long or how strong they felt their alliance was on the server, and they said they were too drunk to remember. And then I asked how many sieges they won. They said 1. And then I said, what's your prediction for the tournament? And they said 69th. So I DM'd them and I said, hey man, there's only 54 guilds signed up for the tournament. What's your prediction now? And they said 69th. So there's that. I'll let you introduce xMark.
So xMark, according to my understanding, is a guild that appeared after Unreal had the disbanding. I know a few members on there, like Listo. They are pretty solid members. They are PvP thirsty, and I think they're also one of the guilds that are all about that GVG, like war games. So I think they will be pretty solid. Obviously, like Pirate Gaming on the other hand, like enough said, Danny, our boy, can't say much there.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I think that, again, I was asking Spid. Spid said that this was going to be the closest match and the most expected match of the first day here. So, and I think that there's a lot of community support for Pirates there, but xMark, not to be understated, that guild is extremely strong. As we saw them in the first round of the tournament basically just walk over Void. Void had some great strategies and they tried their heart out, but they looked so good into that guild. And then Pirate Gaming fighting For Glory CH. And again, I want to point out that was For Glory's strongest, or it was supposed to be For Glory's strongest guild. Again, they filled out the form in all caps. They said they were the best guild in the world. They felt like they were. And then Pirate Gaming basically just shut them down, and I have to believe that it was the rum.
Not too sure about the one, to be fully honest, but there is always a lot of drama happening in EU to keep track of all of it. So.
Yeah, we'll see. xMark versus Pirate Gaming. Guys, make sure you get your predictions in for this one as we are about to get started. Here, we've got, let's see, the full lobby as we get the teams kind of ready to go. It's like the Pirates, honestly.
Who's gonna win?
I think it's Pirates. I gotta say, I think I'm gonna go with the crowd favorite on this one. I think that the Pirates showed up in that first round. They looked so good in that first round. But again, xMark looked great as well. Again, it could go either way. And again, this is the most anticipated match. Who do you think is gonna win? Do you have any experience with these two guilds?
I've played with Pirates back in Korea, actually. I've even played with them in one of the betas, if I'm not mistaken, and the Amazon Games event, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I've also seen a bit of xMark. I even think we played against them in one of the GVGs. Both are pretty solid guilds, but obviously I would have to go with Pirates because otherwise I'll have a lot of men coming after my ass after the stream if I don't do that, especially Danny.
All right, right on. Well, let's look at pick ban very quickly here. It looks like Pirates won the coin toss and chose to pick. xMark banned. xMark banned Adentis, Morokai, and Chernobog. And for the first time in this tournament, Pirates chose Kawazan.
Pretty interesting pick, honestly, as I've had a lot of experience with this Rift Stone back in Korea, and this is one of the Rift Stones where you just want to win that initial fight because then it just becomes a choke point fight. That's it. Like, all you need to do is LOS, AoE, and you essentially own the fight. So it all would most likely come down to that first fight, and I think Pirate is pretty damn solid when it comes to holding their ground on that initial phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, not to understate, we still have some really close matches coming up next. We have Hot Girls versus Chaos F, and then Disaster or Death versus For Glory. Those are both going to be fantastic matches too. But this is one that I think a lot of people have waited for as we start the match here and we get into this one. It's the first time we've actually seen Kawazan chosen in the EU tournament, Best in Guild tournament. This was much more frequently chosen by NA. As both guilds basically start to try to spawn in on this one. I think that point control initially here is extremely important as we go to live scene. Oh my gosh, it's just a bloodbath as both guilds try to butt heads through each other and try to get onto the point. It's xMark that gets left out here. They clean up the rest of Pirate Gaming immediately as xMark pushes through onto the rift. I think only half of Pirate actually made it through. You can see there's the rest of Pirate that made it onto the riftstone proper. Okay, so about 10 players from Pirate Gaming, one static maybe, made it through the survivors. xMark making a statement on that first engagement right there. Pirate Gaming spawning back in. Look at them just getting blendered. Ruh-roh, Raggy. All that support for Pirate Gaming in the chat, and it's xMark absolutely bulldozing them in the first two engagements. That is not a good sign for Pirate Gaming right there as xMark just steps over all of their corpses. Look at all the tombstones. None of them are xMark as they just walk through like Terminators. And Pirate Gaming is just like trying to save Sarah Connor, running for their lives, not able to do anything. xMark will dominate into the stone room for the first time in this match.
Yeah, xMark was coming in saying, okay, you guys are all voting for Pirates. Everyone in the chat is Pirates. We're going to prove a point here without saying a thing. But overall, like, Pirates is coming back into here, and they are starting to kind of cut the slack and pick off the xMark members that are on the rift side at the moment. And I feel like Pirates are actually standing their ground now and getting that point now. But xMark is definitely putting up a great fight, and it's going like this back and forth, but xMark is definitely looking pretty solid in here.
I am definitely seeing a lot of xMark go down here. So Pirate is definitely starting to get its foothold on the point here. And I think that this is where Pirate excels, and this is kind of an RP thing, but Pirates excel in chaos. So they really want this to be a super chaotic fight where they're coming at it from all angles. But I do think that xMark look really organized, like soldiers marching into combat in like this in the colonial war. Just unbelievable. They just marched through the enemy like Great Britain. It was unbelievable, just marching over everyone. And so xMark, I think, like demonstrating domination early on in their overall coordination as a guild, looking very, very good. Pirate Gaming trying to rally right now, and they do have a fair amount of people actually in the rift room right now, but xMark with their statics basically all clumped up. You can tell these are all statics playing with one another, and that's a big thing. That's extremely important when all of your statics, especially in the organized guild in this case, are all standing on top of one another. Your healer is next to your tank, is next to your DPS. Everyone can focus the same target. Everyone can communicate. The healer has an easier time using target acquisition and has everyone in range. Pirate Gaming is stuck staggered spawning, and not everyone is constantly in range. You don't have a chance to kind of settle your feet, kind of like we saw with Delusive versus Clowns. Once Delusive kind of got settled in and their statics got working together, it really wasn't close at all. Clowns ended up going down pretty convincingly there, but until they got to that point, Clowns actually looked like they might be able to take it from them. Right now, it's definitely looking like xMark favored with 1 minute and 30 seconds left before the cap is actually available. I'm thinking that Pirate's gonna have to come at this from another angle.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this fight in general is like one of the most important fights in this tournament, because it feels like xMark are those like sweaty players that, you know, in all games that, you know, are organized, they're hardcore, they are on schedule, they have these plans. And then you have Pirate Gaming that kind of represents the ERP side of the MMO genre, and it feels like you kind of are either rooting for the sweaty ones or you're rooting for the ERP of MMOs.
Yeah, I'm going to check the respawns right now to see if anybody is like camping the respawns, and they absolutely are. There's one static from xMark fighting for holy god out here, trying to look at how many members of Pirate Gaming are actually held up from trying to fight 3 or 4 people from xMark. Look at these absolute heroes from xMark out here holding up over 15 members of Pirate Gaming out here. Oh my goodness. As the point itself, you should stay on the point itself, that way we can see that. But that's why xMark is winning right now. Pirate Gaming gets a full regroup out here, and they're gonna have to rethink think how they want to do this is they finally are able to shut down that xMark squad on that one. Looks like Pirate Gaming is actually splitting up to approach this from multiple perspectives, and I am falling down because this is EU and my mount is not as leveled up here. I don't have as many morphs on EU as I do on NA, but that's okay. I'm catching up, no problem. As they're coming around here, I'm not sure that they understand where they necessarily have to come in. Pirates a little bit drunk on this one, as they're just running around, and some of them are coming in one way, some of them are coming in another way. That's my fault for even trying to follow them into the rift. Some of them are coming from all different angles here. The pirates are coming out of the woodwork to try to contest this one, coming up the stairs. What an interesting strategy that we just saw right there, but that's why we do that. We follow that. Now we're in the throne room. Look at all the pirates attacking from all sides like that. Absolutely beautiful from pirates. What a crazy engagement coming down from them to coordinate that and to know the run distance on this zone like that was absolutely beautiful. But xMark snuffing it out and understanding the rift themselves and just shutting it down. Their statics just working so well together. Shiku.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about pirates is that strats and all that, the moment you fight them, is just out of the window, because the way they always play is just so unorthodoxic that you don't even know what to expect. So essentially, you're just like throwing all the strats, all the meta, everything you know out of the window, and you're just coin flipping, hoping that it works out.
Yeah, it does look like that. Oh my gosh, Pirate is actually on the board. 22 people on the point. That's a lot more than you might expect for them here, with only 24 on the point for xMark. xMark starting to lose control of this one a little bit, allowing Pirate to get that cap there, but they're still up at 65%. They're not doing poorly by any means. They rally back with 32 people now back onto the point, and their shot caller and their statics kind of lock back in. Pirate getting wiped back off again, only 13 people to 34. That percentage is climbing awful fast. It might have been just a fluke right there, but Pirate able to sneak that in. And again, like you said, Pirate operates like in chaos. They love this chaos. They love to try to catch you lacking anywhere that they absolutely can. And sadly, xMark is not lacking anywhere in this matchup.
Yeah, I have to admit, xMark's defensive line is pretty damn solid. Like, they're holding their ground pretty well. They're coordinating accordingly. Somehow they're finding ways to coordinate in this chaos, which honestly comes down to also individual play at this point. Like, you can tell that these individual players are solid as like an individual. Obviously, the shot calling has to also be pretty well done in this instance, because there's just too much chaos to even like control here. So the fact that xMark is holding their ground just showcases that these players are really good at both individually and on a blob level with the shot calling as well.
Absolutely incredible out of them. Here we go, Pirate Gaming backing up once again. I will go out and pursue them. You stay in the middle, watching how xMark tries to line this up. But we can see there's only one static over here from Pirate Gaming. They might want to have just a few more people here as they line up one more engage here. Roxy looks like he's leading the way for this static as they rotate over towards the rest of their guild. They're not going to choose to come in from that other point here. It looks like they're going to regroup. Hopefully I don't fall too far behind, but this is how complicated this Riftstone can actually be, guys. This is why only really experienced guilds are going to choose to fight on this Riftstone right here. As they choose to all dive in, they're actually going to come up the stairs on this one. Oh, no. They've grouped up with one more static here. Let's see what they choose to do. As we're basically on an adventure for pirate treasure right now. Oh, Seer. Ooh, beautiful scout from xMark right there. Looking for the statics of Pirate Gaming, trying to scout for xMark. You can see one yellow dot peeped his head out right there, and Pirate Gaming said, get out of here. You're not allowed to see this. And Flint basically making sure that he's in position and getting ready to loot, as it were. We're getting ready to go. 16 minutes left on the clock. Pirate trying for one more engage on this one. Oh, it looks like they're going in on the high ground here. I'm a god gamer. They flew through on that choke.
Numbers of the stairs.
Yeah, look at that. They came through the window, but it just wasn't enough. They spawned into the Alamo over here and are just getting absolutely Baja blasted the moment that they land. But a valiant effort from Pirate Gaming right there to try to approach again from all sides and to try to get in here and try to get a cap off on the point. But X marks the spot for absolute termination as xMark looks so dominant in this match. Pirate Gaming does get a cap off on the point, but 20 against 29. I'm not sure that they can make anything happen. Look at that leaderboard, is crazy. Pirates doesn't come in until 23rd. 23rd on this one, but they are still managing to get caps down on the Riftstone, and they're still managing to try creative strategies. And you're starting, I'm glad I'm getting to showcase just a few of these different approaches to this Kawazan Riftstone, as it can be so creative how you choose to enter the room. This is actually way higher level than we saw in North America. NA picked this map a lot more frequently, but they never played like this. Like, none of the NA guilds were at this level on this Riftstone. Granted, we didn't see any of the top 3 guilds, I don't think, play on this Riftstone, but like, they basically just funneled through the hallways and got blendered. This is actually just very interesting strategy coming out for Pirate Gaming, and in fairness, I haven't seen this from anyone but Pirate Gaming. This strategy is absolutely insane. Danny's gonna go for another cap on the point, not gonna find it though. Time's starting to run down a little bit for them, Shiku.
Yeah, gotta admit, Pirates are doing a very solid job with the engages. You can tell that this is a guild that has a lot of experience and has the fundamentals down as well. But the only difference that is happening here right now is that xMark has the better micro play in terms of like adjusting to the targets, playing around appropriate targets, targeting the same one as a party, all the kind of stuff. In the meantime, Pirates are more into all that chaotic play, which sadly does not work too well when you are fighting a guild that is heavily organized as well. But they definitely do have the fundamentals down, and it does show in the way they engage.
Yeah, really, really cool. Looks like Pirates starting to thin out on the point one more time here. Looks like they're going to have to regroup and try something different again. And I'll be honest with you, normally I say guilds need to try something different here. I think that Pirates, just above and beyond, trying as many different approaches to this Riftstone as they possibly can. They're very clearly experienced at it on this one. That's why they chose to pick this here. They came with strategies ready to go. They knew that xMark was going to be a tough guild, and they're getting Baja blasted, as you might say, but honestly, I think they're giving it a good run.
Yeah, I do think they're giving it a definitely a pretty good run, and the engages, as you said earlier, are pretty well done, like top level kind of engages. It's only that xMark is sadly a very strong guild to be contested, and they do have the micros down and the macro play down as well, which is exactly why Pirate is not able to find success. But outside of the individual play, Pirates definitely is showcasing some very high level engages and tactics in this fight.
Yeah, I'm curious if I could ask in the chat. Some people are saying it's Russian. Is xMark a Russian guild? Where's Pirate Gaming from? Where do these guilds hail from? I'm not entirely certain on this one.
Pirate Gaming is mostly UK. I think they obviously have different people as well, but mostly UK. As for xMark, as far as I'm aware, it's a Russian guild. Yeah, at least as far as I'm aware, Listo is Russian, so I would assume that it's mostly a Russian guild.
Right on. Well, for the motherland, as they just absolutely dumpster the UK repeatedly here. Pirate Gaming sailing around their island, not really sure what to do with themselves. Russia looking really, really dominant on this one. xMark coming out strong. Look at their statics standing in the various parts of the room here. They know that the engage is going to come from all different directions here, so they have their squads basically on all different sides, so that the moment that Pirate comes in, they can target them appropriately. And here comes Pirate flooding through the main choke. They are actually going to splash through here and get through, but honestly, there's the collapse down from xMark. And oh my goodness, they're actually all gonna get knocked into the air right there. Pirate Gaming returns fire, but it's just not enough damage, as they don't have enough players in there. And the heals come down for xMark, and they're able to snuff out that Pirate Gaming in that hallway. But the Pirate Gaming have now landed from the window entry that we saw earlier, and they've tried something, but they're gonna get snuffed out as well. No one came in from the other side here, so that was a two-pronged attack by Pirate Gaming. And again, I love their ability to adapt and try new things. Yes, they're losing this match. Yes, it looks pretty dire, but at the end of the day, I think that this is the most innovative I've ever seen a guild actually try to be in one of my best in guild tournaments.
Definitely pretty good engages there. Like, this was a pretty impressive one. I feel like if the engage from the window was not that delayed, they could have probably found a better chance of winning this fight. It's just that it took a little bit of time. The front line was already being thinned out by the time they came back from the window, but it was definitely a pretty good engage from them, to the point that they even managed getting a capture on the Riftstone, but it sadly was just not enough because xMark is also playing the LOS pretty well. As you were saying earlier, they're holding different angles, mostly one because of the fact that they are ready for all different sizes of engages, but mostly and most importantly is because of the fact that they are LOSing, which is playing around the line of sight so that they are able to see the target while they're coming, while it's also not being a target of attack for a bit of time as well.
Yeah, Pirate Gaming backing off to regroup one more time. So if you stay in here, again, I will go out and look for them one more time. This is kind of an adventure. I have to come out here and actually find them. xMark, Static actually getting run down right there, losing the 1v2 on there, or the 2v2 rather. Oh, look, there's Pirates splitting up. There's some going off to the left. We know where they're going. There's some going off to the right as well. Some are going to come down the main choke. We're going to follow the ones off to the left here. As we move off, Pirate getting in position to start this one. Hello, fellow Pirate Gaming members. And this is what I love about the spectate feature for Throne of Liberty is you can run right with the guilds as we get ready here. 2 or 3 statics with me, 2 or 3 statics on the other side. Look at the mini map. You can see how many sides Pirate is actually trying to approach from at any one given time here. The main, I'm looking like I'm probably going to be pushing from the main choke here as the majority of the Pirate Gaming squad is on me here, but they do look like they have a few on the other side covering the window. There's a flash waves going off in there. xMark being forced to use those cooldowns early. It's not a good thing for them. Oh, looks like Pirate Gaming stepping up right now. Tap in the backline. Everybody just ignoring him for the most part, but getting caught in this choke. Pirate trying to dive through. The front line does get through, but the backline, not so much. They're trying to stay healthy, but they just can't step up right now. Cirilo trying to get forward. Rinko trying to get forward as well. They're trying to put forward what damage they can, but oh my gosh, look at their health bars just absolutely get obliterated there. A fair amount of Pirates did get into the room. It looks like they're going to overwhelm it in the chaos. They will prosper. They've got 20 people on the Rift compared to 25. That was their best push so far. Can they? They do have more people on the stone than xMark for even just a brief, fleeting moment. And xMark immediately turns it back around, Shiku.
It's just insane how defensive xMark is. Like, they're showing insane level of counterplay, but I have to admit, the one thing I love about Pirates, winning or losing, no matter how much they feel like they're overwhelmed by the other team, they just have that tendency to just like follow the comms and simply press fucking W through the chokes. You could tell easily that the main reason that they've actually gotten an edge here is because every single individual coming from the choke was just like holding down that W, and they're like, fuck it, we're just gonna go through together in one go, no matter what the AoE is happening or no matter what fucking engages are coming our way.
I will be honest, Pirate actually did the spunk coming out of this squad. Look at them skirmishing right now. They're actually battling them. Now xMark is starting to lock in and close down this gap a little bit, but Pirate actually in the chaos right there, actually managing to get higher people on the Rift. Slowly but surely, they have 26 people, 27 people, 30 people on the Rift Stone. That's actually more than xMark starting to scramble right now as a few of their members are getting wiped. Pirate Gaming actually battling back, bringing that percentage back up. I still think that the xMark should be able to close this one out without too much difficulty, but xMark starting to relinquish control of the Rift here as Pirate Gaming floods back in, and in the chaos they start to prosper. They've got xMark on the back foot. Their statics are now spawning staggered right now. They're not working as well as they should be with one another, and so it's a lot closer than it probably should be, and Pirate a lot more used to this kind of a play style. They finally got they finally got xMark playing the way that they want them to play, but now it looks like xMark has gotten enough people onto the point that they're going to rally back here.
Yeah, I love the spike that, as you said, like they have a lot of spunk in here. They're doing a lot of pressure. Regardless of what the situation is going, they are always like fighting until the last second. But xMark is very solid here. You don't usually see that level of intricate play against these kind of play styles. Like normally most guilds would collapse against that kind of pressure, against that kind of chaos. They just start being all over the place. They don't know how to recover or even like build up their revives accordingly. But xMark is showing some really good level of recovery from these kind of engages, which is really, really well done on their end.
Yeah, people are saying, can we chill out on the pirate spam? Well, let's see the xMark spam on the other side of it, Dan. I'd love to see some support for the winning team here, as Pirate is getting demolished in this game mode, despite the fact that they do have some good pushes here and there, and they're battling for it. xMark is absolutely plowing them like a field of crops right now, and Pirate is just getting absolutely obliterated. xMark doing their darndest to make sure that this match does not stay close. Pirate actually managing to get another cap down, but immediately getting snuffed out as they have to go regroup.
Yeah, sadly now that looks like a wipe, so Pirates situation is not looking too good, but if they can get one really good engage like they almost did right now, and they do cap that Rift Zone, they would go away with the win. But if they fail to do so in this upcoming fight, then it's probably going to be a win for the xMark side.
Yeah, we've got again, Pirate Gaming regrouping on the outside. It looks like they're splitting up, a few of them coming through the main choke here. I will stay with this group here. Looks like they're getting ready to go. They're talking to each other, and this is the coordination that you have to have. You're coordinating with the other people in the lobby here. It looks like Woozy trying to clear up some space there between the gates, trying to cast on people. As he pushes through, you can see him casting through this little choke point right here. This is actually so impactful for his team because it forces xMark to back up. That's what a lot of people don't understand, is this choke is actually really hard to defend because you can cast through this gate right here. So Pirate Gaming can put a lot of ranged players right here, and they can absolutely just blast, force xMark back. That allows their players to basically get around and then through this choke right here. And you can see that's exactly what's happening here, as Pirate Gaming needs to hit the go button with 4 minutes to go. They need to hold W, as it were. Who is Soka getting pulled in? But he's a tank. He doesn't care. He just backs right up. No problem. Basically a honey badger right there. Nothing much is gonna happen. Pirate Gaming honestly waiting. Danny gets slept. Oh, it's a big sleep. Holy sleep, Batman. Danny dives in. That's usually the cue for the guild to go. There's the flash ray starting to fire out. Ooh, that does a lot of damage. They have to heal back up after that. Nuker actually might go down. So might Danita as well. Pirate Gaming goes for their own picks, but they pull in tanks, and that's not necessarily what you want to do. Right there, all of Pirate Gaming in that hallway. Oh my god, not like this. They're all huddled behind this wall. Look at the right side of your screen right now. Oh, the flash waves could be absolutely brutal right here. Waves, baby, waves. There's the xMark going in. Oh my goodness. Pirates getting absolutely slaughtered on that engage, funneling into a small choke point like that. xMark just, ooh, man. xMark's the spot indeed, just plowing through Pirate Gaming right there. Just not what you want to see coming in on that one. All of the bow users just getting, honestly, they're all at 90 degrees if you catch my drift right now, Shiku.
Yeah, like sadly they have taken a bit too long as well with their engage over here. They seem to just be too wary of xMark. I feel like they could have engaged a little earlier than that, but overall they're sadly, like the moment they blob against xMark does showcase a level of like better damage and AoEs and everything. But I feel like at the same time, there are a few people on Pirate side that are a little on the squishy end somehow, as even while they were waiting to engage, they were losing a lot of HP, to be fully honest with you.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. The Pirates just gonna look at all their health bars. Look at the red health bars are all hurt, damaged, and just getting absolutely run down on repeat. And all the yellow health bars are just chilling. They're all at full health, and they're just getting absolutely slaughtered as they come in here. Pirates are the best at running away. If we know anything from Pirates of the Caribbean, look at xMark. Oh my gosh. Number 23, the Carnage, is the first one on the board for Pirates. Over half of the guild for xMark. Literally just over half the guild before a single Pirate member is able to even hit the leaderboard right. Oh my gosh, look at him. Look at him just get absolutely blendered one more time. Pirates just running in. They know that time is running out. They're telling their boys to just have fun with it, and they're just getting ripped apart. They're trying their best. But what are they going to do? xMark definitely moving on to the next round of this tournament, and they're going to fight Frogue Woah in round 3. And I'll be honest with you, I think they might be favored against Frogue Woah based on what I've seen here. What do you think, Shiku?
I honestly think like the Frogue Woah fight against xMark will most likely, no offense to Frogue Woah, but it will most likely end in a slaughter, because Frogue Woah is more of the intricate playstyle a little bit as well compared to like this kind of chaos, and I don't think that will work against xMark, because xMark in that field will simply do better.
Absolutely. And I know we have a couple Russian broadcasters also trying to broadcast the stream right now. They've got to be really happy to see a Russian guild. And then we know we got Pretz got knocked out in the first round of the tournament. xMark coming and showing up for Russia in this way is really big for them in this EU tournament. Pirate Gaming flooding into the Rift Room one more time. Chaos Steph's going to go for a cap, but that's not going to mean very much. They're going to let him have it. Why not? 25 seconds left. Just let the boys eat as much as they can. I love the chat. Every time we see a guild win, they're scripting. They're cheating. They have to be cheating. They can't just be better. Their players can't just be better. They gotta be cheating. There's no way they're that good. And honestly, you've never seen a compliment that high if you're a guild that's just winning like that. So big props to xMark. They're gonna take it. Pirate Gaming gets knocked out of this one. Ken Guest, 3.5 million damage on a spear dagger. Unbelievable. Highest damage in the tournament so far. I believe 65 eliminations there as well. Let's take a look at the amount of damage taken. 1.1 by A27. There's got to be something higher than that. 1.2 by Nuker, who we saw. I called him out a couple times. I see 1.29 by Sensei from Pissed Pirates. 1.357 by Lock the Rock from Pirates. Pirates just basically, oh my gosh, look how many frontliners. They're all just frontlines. Bro, all of Pirates is just tanks. Guys, you got to bring some damage. No wonder they're getting rolled, bro. They're just all tanks, man. I don't know. It's crazy. 8.3 million healed by Ezreal Life. A femboy there. Any Ezreal enjoyers from League of Legends know that guy is absolutely a femboy. 8.3 million on the chart right there. 8.7 million from Reploid. Looks like Reploid the highest healer in the lobby, so the femboys lose again. You love to see that. Not exactly our closest match of the day, Shiku.
I mean, gotta admit, it was still a fun fight to watch. Even though Pirates lost, it was pretty good to learn from their engages. Like, their engages were definitely pretty high level. xMark was the better players in terms of coordination and damage and everything. Pirates tends to have a lot of tanks indeed, as you mentioned. So in the sense of damage fidelity, they do lack a little bit. But I understand the whole comments about scripting and all that stuff. Not to say that xMark is scripting. I don't think that is necessarily the case at all. But EU sadly is filled with scripting, to be fully honest with you, which is pretty sad to see. But overall, that aside, xMark is a solid guild, and we have to give that to them, of course.
Can I ask how people know that people are scripting?
You kind of can feel it in the way the perfect block comes out. There's this specific feel to it that tells you that this is a script compared to the normal block, actually, when somebody's doing it normally. The way it sounds and the way it comes off in the middle of walking and things like that, you can kind of tell by the feel.
I'm just going to say it. I think xMark is just better. I'm not going to say that they won because they cheated, okay? I'm just going to say that they're just better. Yeah,
definitely that is all
and I'm not going to say that. And again, I don't really see, I'm sure that there's always going to be some people that try to exploit the system. But in this case, they did look like they were just playing better as units. So big props to xMark right there as we move forward to our next match of the day. This is the first time we're getting to see some hot grills, guys. That's right, some actual females with penises in hot grills, free to play, hailing from the Elias server. They say that they're strongest in their alliance. They're rank 1 on the server. They said they've only won 1 siege, which is an interesting thing to say. And then I asked for a prediction, but again, they were too scared to say. It is what it is. It's intimidating. Chaos F. I'll let you introduce Chaos F over here.
Yeah, well, we had our own fair share of chaos fights in the past. When I was leading Sovereign, they came to our server and they were essentially zerging that server. Even though right now, as far as I'm aware, they're playing with 4 guilds. I could be wrong. Overall, they were a pretty solid guild, minus the zerging part. So I'm gonna be honest, Chaos is definitely gonna be a hard fight for Hot Grills here, even though I do know that Hot Grills is also a pretty strong guild to be contested, despite the name. But Chaos is definitely a very strong guild as well, so I'm really excited to see this one. But as far as I know, Hot Grills F is Chaos F is the 2nd or 3rd guild of Chaos. Meanwhile, they're going to be fighting the main guild of Hot Grills, so chances are very high, in my opinion, that Hot Grills will be the one taking it home here.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Chaos has shown up with, I think, 3 guilds in this tournament. So big props to them for being a strong PvP guild, having strong attendance, and coming out with all 3 of these guilds. This is Chaos F. Chaos Q actually demonstrated some crazy mastery of the Azrael Wriststone earlier in the tournament, but sadly did get knocked out in the final 4 seconds by Thronly, who we saw lost today in round 2, tragically to Frogue. But Chaos has had some great games in the tournament so far. Some of the best strategy that we have seen, so I have high hopes for this match as well. Let's talk a little bit about pick ban before we get into this one. It looks like that Chaos F1 and they chose to pick and Hot Grills banned. It looks like the Hot Grills banned Murokai, Talus, and Malakar, and it does look like we're going to Azrael.
I love to see that Azrael seems to be a lot of guilds' favorite for some reason. Even when we do like the skirmishes with other guilds, it seems to be the fight we do the most for some odd reason. I don't know why people like that one the most, but I've seen it a couple times, and as usual, as long as people avoid taking that 3rd spot for no reason, we should be seeing a good fight.
Please. I know that the Chaos Alliance knows which area to spawn from, and I've heard some really good stuff about Hot Grills. So I'm hoping that everyone understands where to spawn and that you're fighting for one of those 2 spawns all the time. I also understand that this is also a Riftstone where you want to have a static out there, and this is important. You want to have a static out there that's trying to disrupt people's regroups, because there's only 1 or 2 good spawns and they're relatively close to one another. You can have 1 or 2 statics basically just camping the respawns there, and if you can get control of that, you will dominate the stone. Eventually it just will go in your favor. You'll start to just win overall. So I'd love to see one of these 2 guilds basically do that here. My prediction for this fight is going to be Chaos F, because I refuse to vote against them. I know that you want Hot Grills to win, but I assure you that every single one of them does in fact have a penis. So I'm going with Chaos F because I've seen their strategy on Azrael, and I have faith. Even though they might not be the strongest guild representing that Chaos Alliance, we are gonna see if they're strong enough to stand up to Hot Grills as we load into this one. It is Azrael, boys and girls. And fun fact, if you play on another server, so I play on NA mainly, all of your mounts and everything actually transfer to EU when you come through. So I get the cool dragon mount, which I still believe is the coolest wyvern in the game here. But I digress. Weird flex, but okay. But like, Hot Grills, the first one's onto the Riftstone, and that's to be expected. Chaos F just spawned in, and they're going to be a little unhappy with the situation here. Hot Grills got through first. Seiko actually getting mobbed out there. He might be the first casualty of the Rift, but oh my gosh, he's taking so much damage. That is a healer, by the way. Wand bow, bam, finally take him down. That's how tanky healers are. Look at Chaos F rotating on this one, guys. And this is what I'm talking about. This is home field advantage for them. Look at them just diving in. Interesting. That was their front line that just dove in. Like, actually, no, that was their bow users that just dove over the wall. Interesting strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for them. No, the bow users get absolutely bent over like a girl on a casting couch. What are we thinking? They just dove in and got blasted. Chaos F, just a little bit unorganized on the first engage right there. What are we talking about, guys? Come on. Okay, so Chaos F gonna have to back up and regroup on that one. I don't know why their bow users all dove over the wall and got immediately blasted by the spear daggers that were standing directly in front of them. But I assure you, that is not the play. You are in danger, child. Chaos F trying to rally back to the fight after a bad first engagement with their bow users diving over the wall like that. They do know which spawn to come back from, so Hot Girls does have a lot to manage on the table right now. You see a lot of red health bars mixed in here, but that's a lot of the front line for Chaos F. The back line really struggling to kind of get through this choke over here.
Yeah, I gotta admit though, like as I mentioned before, Hot Grills, as somebody was also saying in the chat, they are pretty much almost top 5 in the entirety of EU at the moment. So for you to actually take the guild on, I don't think a secondary or a third guild would take the fight, even though Chaos is a pretty strong force, I gotta admit that. But Hot Grills is just like very, very strong, one of the top on EU, and I don't think they will go down that easily.
Yeah, they are ranked pretty highly on the tier list. That's why they got a bye in the first round of the tournament here, and we're starting to see why as Chaos F keeps getting pushed out here. I'd love to see them back up and regroup, and this time, and hear me out, you have your tanks dive in first, because I thought for sure, I was like, oh man, they're gonna have their tanks dive in first. It's actually really smart, and then no, it happened to be bow users. So I think they do if they could try the same push, but with their tanks out in front, they might have more success here. But as it is, they're definitely losing the open field skirmish here. If you look at the leaderboards, it's a lot of hot girls, guys. I mean, grills. A lot of hot George Foreman grills. Yep. Oh my gosh, 23rd is the first Chaos member in the leaderboard for damage right now, and Hot Grills just kind of winning in the open field skirmish statics.
Yeah, Hot Grills is definitely showcasing like a lot of good dominance over here, even though they're kind of spread around, so Chaos could definitely find a way to play around this and get that to their advantage. But then again, like the Rift has not even started, so I guess they're just skirmishing a little bit. But once they gather up together in the blob to blob, I feel like Hot Grills will definitely have the edge in here.
Yeah, Hot Grills moving towards the edge of winning this, and we're only 4 minutes in. This is looking a little rough for Chaos F. I think that Chaos F needs to back up and try to regroup. They need to try some other strategies like we saw Hafensaenger do earlier today, that some 3-prong, 2-prong attacks. Try something different, try to mix it up, because this we're gonna stream in here is not working for them. You see them getting absolutely obliterated the moment that they meet combat here. Hot Grills basically standing on top of their statics, and this is important. Again, Chaos F is dying one at a time and trickling back to the fight, which means you never really have time to plant your feet and get grouped up with your static. Hot Grills is dominating because they've had time to plant their feet. Their statics are standing with one another. Their healers have a chance to get in a comfortable position where everyone is close to one another. The damage dealers are all together and can call out the focus targets that they're supposed to be close to, because they're all up and they're all standing next to one another. And that makes the world of difference in Throne and Liberty in this large scale PvP situation. Chaos F diving through the middle choke here. Hot Girls clamping down immediately to try to stop that from happening. Again, Chaos F needs to come up with something different here. This skirmish is just not going to work for them. 5 seconds on the clock. We should see Hot Grills basically unlock the stone, and then if they're smart, they'll only keep 1 or 2 members on it. There's Yursa going for the cap on the rift right there. Yorski goes to try to stop and then says, no, not worth it. I have to help my group. Does get the cap off. The important thing is not to commit too many people, but to keep over... Like, bad guilds commit crazy amounts of people to the rift when it starts. You only need 1 more set of boots than your opponent. Right now, you'll see that they've only got 10 people on the rift stone. Most of them are firing from the edge of the stone, and most of the fighting is going on over here in this courtyard. That's really smart play from Hot Grills, and that's why they're ranked pretty highly on this tier list.
That is very true, and I have to admit, like, for Chaos F to have any chance of winning this fight, they need to kind of start playing a bit more unorthodoxic, as we've seen from Pirate Gaming, for example, because just the reality is, Hot Grills in the blob versus blob match, they will just outshine KSF in this case. So they kind of need to get a bit more creative and try to play around different types of engages to even try to have a chance in this one. I don't know how the scene is on NA, but in EU specifically, like, there are war games almost on the daily, and Hot Grills have contested against like absolute top dogs in the servers, and they have showcased a lot of good fights in the past couple of weeks or month, and I feel like they are a much better guild at the moment than they were before.
Yeah, well, as far as NA goes, it is split between NA East and NA West. So I think that our war games are roughly half as active probably as yours are. So maybe not every day, but every other day you see a decent amount of war games going on and guilds skirmishing each other and stuff like that. But the advantage EU has is they can all fight each other all the time. It does look like ASF has actually got a fair amount of people on the point. They've dove toward them, found Hot Girls lacking over here. Hot Girls having to recommit the fight. And this is where Chaos F wants to fight. They want to keep the fight over on the Riftstone itself so that they can try to at least run back and basically dive onto the point, try to make something happen, or at least keep Hot Grills away from those choke points and controlling those choke points so that Zor or someone else from their guild can actually try to get a cap off on this one. As we look over at the leaderboards there, how's it looking?
It's looking pretty dire. You can clearly tell that Hot Grills is playing the spear meta, and sadly KSF doesn't seem to be countering it, and it does reflect pretty heavily on the leaderboard. The top 10 are heavily greatsword/spear users, which showcases that Chaos F is not going for the melee evasion, which is exactly why they're having a hard time and getting obliterated by these kind of AoEs.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Chaos F has been relegated to spawning at 0.3, and this is why I say they need to back up and regroup. You can't have yourself spawning at 0.3 if you're really struggling spawning 0.1 or 2 because they're camping you with a static or 2. You need to spawn at 0.3, regroup, and then try for a big push while they don't have that static with them. And then try to come from this low ground again. Then you can get spawn. That'll pull those statics away so that you can push from the stairs. Those statics will come off the spawns, and then as the fight happens, you can spawn at points 1 and 2 again and try again. That's probably the play, but you need to group up at some point here for Chaos F because we're just going to run in. It's just not going to work out. They're just going to run in and die, basically. So what they're telling their troops, this is not the strategy that I like to see coming out of this Chaos lineup. Granted, they are disadvantaged here and they're trying what they can. I'd like to see them try to regroup and try for some major engagements here because I think their only chance of getting a win here on an engagement is a big sleep, some big knockups with some flash waves, or anything. Any big catch that they can find. Maybe they get a big flank on the back of it, but this open field skirmish is just not going to work, Chico.
I mean, at the moment, they're living up to their name, which is a lot of chaos happening at the moment, but they definitely need to start gathering up because this is definitely not going to work out right now. As I can see, they're just like funneling the numbers. Every time you die, you just come back and get in quickly, whether you have your party up, whether you have a healer on you or not. It's just like a never-ending brawl, which is just not seemingly looking like it's gonna work anytime soon. So they definitely just need to get that wipe and then regather and look for something else.
Yeah, I can barely click on the members fast enough, dude. I click on a member of Chaos F and then immediately you can tell the moment that person starts to get focused. Look at this. His health bar immediately starts to fall and then, oh my gosh, they pushed him off. That's crazy. But like he starts to take damage. He pushed him actually all the way off versus a get him out of here. But he does manage to come back here, but it does mean that the focus did get off of him for a moment there. But like you can tell that like the focus from Hot Grills is just so powerful. You click on these members that get really low and they're just immediately focused down and killed, and they're not getting any heals from their guild because they're spawning at 0.3 and just flying in with 20% HP. It's just like lambs to the slaughter on this. This is not what you want to see. I'd love to see the shot caller from Chaos F back up and try something different because this is kind of a bad look.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. The only issue right now, it feels like a very bad matchup overall because on one hand, you have like Hot Grills playing the heavy spear meta, which sadly it is a heavy spear meta at the moment. And on the other hand, Chaos F is not really playing the melee evasion meta, which is essentially just a very bad matchup for them right now because they're not countering such a strong meta in this fight. I have to say though, like, this is also going to be bad for Hot Grills long term because the moment they start fighting guilds that are actually stacking melee evasion, that's where I feel like Hot Grills might struggle with the higher guilds.
Guys, do not spam F in the chat. I panicked because I thought the stream went down, you goofballs. No, do not, guys. It's not funny. It's not funny. I went into full panic mode. It's not funny. Okay, all right. Chaos F. You can't spell F without Chaos F, man. They're trying. Like I give them credit. They know which spawn they're supposed to be spawning from. I'd love to see them back up. They need to try for another engagement, man. Like at least try something different. I understand that you're disadvantaged and then it looks bad, but like you need to treat this as a scrim at this point where you like, okay, we have an opportunity here to try something, to try for some coordination, see what works, see what doesn't work. But instead they've only tried one strategy and they're kind of just running it down. It looks like they've accepted defeat. Hot Grills are in their head. Maybe they're just simping. It is possible they're just simping for the queen here and they want to make it look as good as possible for Hot Grills because that's exactly what they're doing.
I have a feeling that we need to, in that case, to enlighten them that Hot Grills is actually a full of dicks guild. Maybe that will,
that doesn't mean anything nowadays. You know what I mean? They them situation. It's okay. Donald Trump's president now. We don't have to deal with this anymore. Hot Grills versus Chaos F. At least in America, it is what it is. Hot Grills versus Chaos F. Looks like it's kind of coming up for a lot of Hot Grills on this one. Chaos F doing their best. But honestly, just failing to regroup time and time again. You are seeing a few of them back up now. Maybe they might try for a regroup outside the zone this time, but Hot Grills just cleaning them up. over and over again. And again, there's really no other strategy coming in here from KSF. Not one time have we seen them do anything different. They had the initial engage, which got me really excited. It was like, okay, yeah, they're trying something different here. This is going to be, and it didn't really work out for them. And now they're just kind of streaming in. It's a little rough.
Yeah, sadly at the moment, it's a bit of just a brawl. It's like zombies coming in and fighting one another. So it's like sadly not looking too good for KSF over here.
I'll admit, as a shot caller, it's your job to manage the morale of the call, and the morale of your guild is best managed by not just turbo inting people. We all know it. If you've been in large scale PvP and your shot caller is calling for you to basically run it down, you're like, man, I don't really want to do this, and it gets demoralizing and like more and more demoralizing each time that you do it. So like KSF has to be feeling it. You kind of circumvent that as a caller by backing up, regrouping, and trying something different. It gives your offense ball, it gives your members hope that this engage will be different. And here we go, finally, KSF trying something different on this one, looking at two different choke points. The main choke engage actually engaging immediately. The side choke was not given time to move into position. KSF just moving into the blender on that one, and then the side engage did not go well for them either. I'm not sure that was the play. The main ball went in way before the flankers had time to get in position. That was not good coordination. Again, I like the fact that they backed up there, but the main ball coming through this choke over here should have had a moment. You wait like 5 seconds, you give your flankers time to get through the other choke, at least get in position. They just went, and then their healers and everyone, or their flankers, were running around. They didn't have enough time to get around, so essentially they just wiped in the choke. Hot Girls killed one group, then they went and killed the other group. That's just not what you want to see there. You have got to back up and regroup. And again, this is important practice, I think, for KSF here, as they are starting to learn, okay, yeah, that was not super great. No, this is not what you want to do. I understand it's like, oh, let's just dive into this. This is not the play right here from KSF. I would just back up and immediately try again on this one. You got to keep trying something different. Like, again, above all else, you have to try something new. You must try something new every single push, as it makes your guild feel better. It also gives you practice with things as well. Every single engagement, you get to practice new things. And again, your guild, even if you lose the engagement, your guild will get better and better. Shiko, this is something you should be familiar with, as you ran Sovereign, right?
Yeah, that is very true. I have to admit, like, there is definitely room for improvement here. It's good that they took a step back and started gathering up and like trying to experiment with something different, but it's so obvious that they have not practiced this before due to the fact that one blob went in way too early before the other blob, and even on the chokes you can clearly tell that they just completely disappear, because once again, spear meta, if you don't counter it in these GVGs, sadly it does bite you.
Yeah, KSF looking really good against Black Sail in their first round, but like they came up against Hot Grills here. They knew that this was going to be a tough matchup, and again, you have an opportunity here to try something different and keep the momentum going for your guild, for your alliance. And honestly, they're scouting. They could scout for the other guilds in their alliance. They're all watching right now. I know that the entire KSF is in the audience right now, and they're watching. They're looking at Hot Grills because they're potentially an opponent that they're going to have to face later in, like, KSX is going to have to face later in the tournament here. It would be better to see how they react to different situations if KSF would just try different types of engagements to see how Hot Grills responds, to allow the other Chaos guilds in the tournament to maybe develop a new strategy here. And that's the advantage of having multiple guilds in the tournament. Sadly, we're not really seeing KSF really adapt here, as they did back up and try to regroup once, but then their main ball ran in way too soon. The coordination is just sadly not there for this squad here, and it's sad to see because it's such a strong alliance, but that's okay. They have more guilds in the tournament. Oh my goodness, they're starting to morph into oranges right here. Actually, that was KSF that morphed into an orange right there. That's the problem, bro. You get so demoralized. You're like, all right, well, this is kind of a wash. That's not what you necessarily want your members doing. You guys want them to lock in, try different strategies, put Hot Grills on the back foot, try to find weaknesses so that although you might not be able to win, the rest of your alliance might.
Yeah, I have to admit here, that is actually a very good point. Now that they can tell that they are most likely not going to be winning this fight, it would be pretty good on their end to actually try to find a way to gather as much knowledge as possible to deliver to their main guild that is going to be fighting in this tournament as well, so that they can counter Hot Grills. Even though I have to be honest, for the main Chaos group to win, they might need to look into having heavy melee evasion builds.
Yeah, it looks like Hot Girl's flooding back down to the low ground right here as Chaos F actually taking a massive engagement to the low ground. And I say engagement is a strong word for the slaughter that just happened to them. But guys, flying down from the high ground also probably not the play. And just landing in the square to charged flash waves, probably not what you want to do when you want to engage like that. Again, it's like telling your players to just engage into the Alamo. You're like, sir, are you sure? And you're like, get in there, pussy. And they just die to say, okay. And I gotta hand it to Chaos F. They all at least listened to the call and got slaughtered like men on that one. It looks like they're gonna try to back up and try something different. I've got Bobby Butcher in my chat, literally 3.5 hours into the broadcast, literally comes into the chat and says first, like a moron. That's one of my better friends, IRL, and he always pretends that he's the first one in my chat every day. Yeah, nailed it, buddy. Proud of you. Chaos F on a regroup right now. It looks like they're going to try something a little bit different. They're holding the high ground right now up there. I'll try to get up there with him.
It seems like Hot Grills is just going for that engage already.
No, but this is good for Chaos F. They can fight a small amount of Hot Grills on this high ground here. Isolate and destroy. That's exactly what's happening. They're killing them. No problem. I say no problem, but that's also, he's like a Terminator, man. Like he won't go down. So they are actually winning out. They killed 1 or 2 statics of Hot Grills, and you can see this is actually way better for them. Tell me that this was not better than 20 minutes ago when we started and they were just skirmishing. They're actually getting kills. They're standing in a high ground advantage. Hot Grills is forced to come out to them and try to engage from both sides. And here they come. They're trying to come up on both sides. Here's the grapple. Taking the grapples over here is kind of a risky maneuver, and that's exactly, they're immediately diving back down. They take a lot of fall damage on the dive back down, and they're pushing Sniff-A-Magic right off the edge. Just Magic gets pushed down as well. Chaos F holding this high ground really well. Hot Girl's strong, but not strong enough to take this high ground position from them. Massey and Wolfrix playing from the low ground. There's the dive down from Chaos F. Oh God. Everybody get your rosary out. Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord must be with you because no one else is going to be praying for you. Oh my goodness, the prayer beads are going to be necessary. They flew into Hot Grills on the low ground and are just getting absolutely obliterated in on this low ground here. But you know what? I respect it. They at least tried something different. Hot Girls came to them. They get a little bit of knowledge there. They start to understand which, and again, Chaos F can start to look at these members and say, okay, who do we need to feud? Who's doing the most damage? Who gets overzealous? Which statics are like the weak links here? Which ones are squishy enough for us to kill? They get very important knowledge from fighting this Chaos F squad. Yes, they're beating them, but again, Chaos F is essentially scouting for their guild later on, and that was very, very important that they were able to basically get a few statics to overcommit. They understand, okay, that guy's too tanky, don't focus him. That guy's too tanky, don't focus. Okay, that guy you can kill. That guy's doing a lot of damage to us. Let's look at the leaderboard, right? Like, so they're getting a lot of good intel here. Now they're kind of going for an all-out skirmish again, which again gives you almost no intel at all. So I don't like to really see this as much, Shiku.
That is very true. And I have to admit, like, the one thing that they should have done over there is the Hot Grill should have been punished for that disrespectful move of moving up there. They sent quite a few members up there, and I felt like Chaos F could have played off of that and tried to punish them for that kind of move, but sadly, they just could not find a chance to do so. And the moment they got back into engaging on the low ground, it was already back to square one, full brawl, full of chaos, and just flat out a massacre on their end.
Yeah, all out chaos on this end, as it were, and not the good kind of chaos that Chaos F might like on this one, as they're just getting slaughtered in the field. Again, I'm not sure. Again, you don't really want to go back to this skirmish like this because your tanks, look at this tank just standing here. I'm Jerry. I'm helping. Like that. There's literally, he's just somebody hit me, please. And they're like, nope. And they're just too busy focusing down the weak links. Hot Grills with the targeting are just absolutely killing it. They don't kill the tanks until they absolutely have to. They're just wiping out the healers, wipe out the DPS. The tanks just have nothing to do, and they're not pushing their buttons. That's how demoralized Chaos F is right now. And again, you kind of fix that by backing up and pushing together on each push. And I'm telling you right now, again, the shot caller tried to push from the high ground twice. That's not necessarily what you want to do. You can farm them as they come up to you. That's where they got the most kills in the lobby on that push. I'm not sure why they don't want to try that necessarily one more time. Or at least try to push from multiple angles. They've tried that once or twice before and failed. So like you just keep trying it until you actually execute it properly, at least would be good. And then you get to see just which squads are flank squads for Hot Grills, just which squads are frontlining, which squads are listening to the caller, which squads are playing on their own, etc. Again, that's all good knowledge for them, as the rest of the Chaos Squad is probably going to analyze the crud out of this VOD so that they don't lose to this in the future.
The one thing that I can take out of this fight when it comes to KSF, the one thing they need to work on is definitely targeting. You can clearly tell that the targeting is not necessarily the best. It's too much chaos. There is too much just like everybody's like all over the place. You can't really see any coordinated engages. You don't see a group of like party of 6 people, for example, jumping one person and taking them down as fast as possible, or any kind of like that kind of intricate playstyle. It is just like everybody's all over the place. You don't know who is in what party even. And I feel like they need to practice that kind of like playing as a party and picking off the proper target. And that is the one thing I could say they need to work on in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, there's a lot that I think KSF could work on here, but I think that they showed some promise in this one. They did regroup. They tried some other things. They gave some great intel to the other guilds in the tournament for them. Hopefully they make it through. Maybe they meet Hot Grills once again. Oh my gosh, they actually got a cap down with a minute remaining on the clock. That may have been intentional by Hot Grills. Either way, there is not enough time for them to really cap this at all. Hot Grills floods onto the stone to make sure that they don't actually turn this one back around. But again, I think that if if the Chaos Alliance meets Hot Grills again, I do think that they have some really good intel to look at in the future. They're going to be analyzing this VOD. Hopefully they have a lot of recordings from different angles that they can look at. But as time ticks down and we look at this leaderboard, it was a close one. 28. The first Chaos F member is 28th. That means over half of Chaos Hot Grills actually came out on top of Chaos F before the first member even came in on them. Probably the most one-sided match we've seen in the tournament thus far. Coming in round 2 is pretty crazy here, but I would say I give Chaos credit where credit is due. They did try different things. Yeah, they were shaky on their coordination. There's a lot that they could improve on. Every one of their big engages had some very big flaw with it, whether one side's pushing too early or they're pushing from the high ground in a not good position, or they're spawning from the wrong location. There's always something wrong in that regard, but a lot they can learn from, and good fights to both teams. It is Hot Grills moving on very convincingly. 2.9 million damage dealt there. For Altsy, it looks like the amount of damage taken. What, did no one break a million? No, 1.1 million from Not Me Please, and that is a bow wand user. Again, nerf healers. Am I right, guys? 1.1. Yeah, so the amount healed. Oh my god.
Yeah.
14.7 million damage healed, I believe, is the highest that I saw in. I don't think I saw 14.7 in NA. I think that's the highest we've seen in this tournament so far as well. It looks like Minalicious from Hot Grills, the leading healer in the tournament. Nice stat padding. Well, you should have done it in your match, loser. You're just mad. That guy's a gamer. Zachriel also getting a shout out. Over 10 million. A lot of great healers from Hot Grills. That's probably why they're performing so well.
I have to admit though, like people are saying stat padding and all that. I don't think you can stat pad up to 14 mil necessarily. That kind of to me showcases that there weren't many people on Chaos side that were utilizing healing reductions, and I feel like that is something that needs to be utilized in a lot of guilds if they want to actually achieve proper fights, because healing reduction is pretty much crucial to win these kind of fights.
Absolutely. As we look ahead to our next match, hey, that's good fights to both teams. Again, yes, that was a little rough for them, but we are looking ahead to our final match of the day, and just before we do that, I want to go over the instant replay Let's take a look at this little rough engage. I'm gonna call this one the Alamo. Look at this. They all fly in together and they all died together. I gotta give them credit. They all listened and they all died. It was an absolute slur. Poor Chaos F. I gotta applaud them for at least trying something a little bit different. It was still better than just streaming in and dying on repeat. But that was basically the story of entire match on repeat there. Just a little bit rough for them. GG's from Chaos F. They gave excellent knowledge to the rest of their alliance that is still participating in the tournament here. Now I want to talk about Icon App, guys. They are sponsoring the tournament. The only reason I can put on tournaments like this are from people sponsoring it with Throny and Icon App. That way all of the money doesn't have to come out of my pocket necessarily in order to do it. Icon Digital is a company that allows you to optimize your PC to get the best frame rate possible in whatever game that you play, whether it be League of Legends, Black Desert Online, Throne and Liberty, or World of Warcraft. It really does not matter. You're going to get 40 to 60% more FPS with their application. It is free to download. It helps you monitor exactly what's going on your computer. It shows your CPU, RAM, GPU usage, everything at the click of a button. It's really easy. It's so easy a caveman can understand this, even if you don't know anything about computers. You're like, number too high, bad. And it'll tell you what you need to do to kind of fix things. They also offer tech support through the app as well. And if you want to pay their monthly subscription, you can use code Blue Squadron and get for $8.99 a month. You can optimize your computer however you want. You can optimize it super aggressively, modify your BIOS, your CPU, like min-max your CPU usage and min-max your GPU usage to get rid of bloatware, or you can do it on the minimal side, get rid of the bloatware, but maybe not a few of the applications. No, I don't want to go into the BIOS. It's all entirely up to you. I highly recommend using their application, guys. Thanks so much to them for sponsoring the tournament. As we look ahead to our final match of the day, it looks like it's going to be Disaster Death versus For Glory. And I just want to say, For Glory filled out their applications in all caps. Okay, they said they were the best guild in the world. Korea who? NA who? And that guild was knocked out. Their strongest team was knocked out in the first round. Or what was supposed to be their strongest team was knocked out in the first round. So this is the only For Glory team left in the tournament. I'm certainly rooting for them here, but they're up against Disaster Death, which, as I'm aware, or if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure they're the strongest in the Disaster Alliance. But For Glory, free-to-play start guild from the Torrent server. All just the For Glory guilds there. They love each other. They think that I love the energy coming out of that guild. They think they're the rank 1 alliance on their server. They said that they've won all 6 sieges. They said they've only won 5 because they lost 1 on purpose. So the copium in the guild is strong, and that's what you need in order to be a strong PvP guild. Lord knows I was in corrupt for years in Black Desert. Prediction, they think that they're going to be first in the tournament, which is interesting because their other team also predicted first. Yes, we're both going to be first. I'll let you introduce Disaster Death.
I'm gonna be honest here, as somebody who played in EU, I have not had much or any interactions with any of those 2 guilds, so my knowledge regarding them is very minimalistic or none completely. But I like the fact that For Glory wrote lost 1 on purpose. That is something that I'm like, yeah, a good one, you know? It
is what it is.
Regardless, though, I'm looking forward to this fight. I like the name Disaster Death, though, so that might be the guild that I would root for.
Yeah, absolutely. My bad on the server there. I wrote Disaster Death again. It was just death on the mind. It is what it is. So, Disaster Alliance having a really tough time in the first round of this tournament. Disaster Rage actually got knocked out for them, and that was their second guild in the lower bracket there. So Disaster Death, the only guild remaining in the tournament, beating Yang in the first round pretty convincingly. For Glory beating Unholy Mova, and that was a much closer match if I remember correctly. And so fighting on now, they've got their work cut out for them. I will be honest, I think Disaster Death is probably going to take it, but I'm going to root for Glory. I'm an underdog kind of guy. I'm rooting for Glory. Who are you going for?
I'm going to go for Disaster Death simply because of the name.
Oh, you just like the name that much?
I like it more than For Glory, at least.
Hey, man. For Glory is RPing, man. Again, they filled out their application in all caps, like just screaming at me basically the entire time. I just love that energy coming in here. It looks like Disaster Death is on the Lightbringer server, by the way, to correct that for anyone that would like to know. And we have a lot of guilds from the Lightbringer server in this tournament here. Are you familiar with that server? Which server were you on with Sovereign?
I started on Penance, essentially. That was the first one, and then we went to Starfall. That was our second server. And then Sovereign moved to, at the moment, I can't remember the name of the server they're in right now, to be fully honest. And then I moved to a different server. Now I'm on Sorry, just chilling a little bit and doing war games.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, dude, same. I feel like I can only put on these tournaments that if I'm an impartial third party. I feel it does take away from the broadcast if I'm a part of any one of the PvP guilds. People will assume that there's bias there. Instead of I can make fun of everyone equally. That way, everyone knows this is what equality looks like. Okay? Everyone knows it's not bias. This is equal. All right, if you do something stupid, I'm gonna make fun of you. If you do something good, I'm gonna praise you for it. I think Disaster Death definitely favored for this one, but get your points in. Let us know who you're predicting to win our final match of the day for this one. As we get ready to go, let's talk about the pick bans really quickly. For Glory won the coin toss. They chose to pick, so Disaster Death banned. Disaster banned Chernobog, Malakar, and Kawazan, and the choice and the final map of the day. From For Glory, we're going back to a dentist.
This is usually the interesting Rift Zone to watch because there's a lot of micro management that needs to be done and a lot of macro play involved. So looking forward to seeing what they both do.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how Spid says something in the chat and somebody immediately responds with, "You can't spell stupid without Spid." Bro, I'll be honest with you, that was one of the wittier retorts that I've ever seen in my life. Does look like the lobby is ready to go on this one. We are go for our final match of the day, Disaster Death versus For Glory. Make sure you guys get your predictions in. Time is running out. We've seen a lot of Adentists today, so even if you're new to large-scale PvP or you're just seeing Throne and Liberty PvP for the first time and you're excited about this, you're probably a little bit more familiar with this match, or with this map rather. As we kind of start this one here, we run toward the map. It does look like that it is going to be Disaster Death on the point first here, but it does look like For Glory has not actually spawned in yet, so they're going to take their time with this one, taking the Church and Bell rooftops over here. Honestly, taking both rooftops. We're going to see which spawn For Glory chooses here, Shiko.
Which what, sorry?
Which spawn they're going to choose.
Good question here. I mean, Disaster is already in here. Now I'm wondering, like, which the other one? I'm assuming they're gathering at one right now, but let's take a look. I'm on my way there to check.
This was the same. This was the exact same strategy that we saw the previous time we saw this map.
Looks like they're not.
I forget what's the. I'm forgetting which two guilds it was now. It may have been. Was it Elder and Reborn? I think it was Reborn. Up on the high ground. Earlier, no, it's Frogue. Whoa, Frogue was on the Frogue was on the high ground over here, and it actually hurt them on the first engagement because they were a little too far from the fight. So like I think that if they spawn at spawn point 2 here, they can basically run up and take 2 of these at the same time. That's why you see a lot of Disaster Death grouped up on this high ground here, ready for the engage, because that one kind of sits in the middle of the 2 high ground. Should For Glory choose one of the 2 opposite high grounds here to try to pressure, the safe spawn for For Glory is spawn point 1, where they're going to come in, they're going to get a chance to kind of choose which side they go to. But we should see Disaster Death basically run. If we see an engagement on Xavier here on the rooftop that I am standing on, we should see them basically all regroup. We should see that group over there kind of pull forward to try to help the rest of their guild, and vice versa. If they spawn over on point 3 over there, we should see this group that I'm standing with pull up to kind of help their guild as well. And this is the advantage of standing on the point initially. But For Glory does have the element of surprise, Shiko.
Yeah, but surprisingly enough, it seems like they're not even taking any gates just yet, which leads me to assume that they're probably just gonna wait the timer out and kind of like discuss their strat, maybe, possibly, or maybe they'll just come at unexpected moments so that they catch them off guard.
This is a strategy that we've seen before in this tournament, where you wait until the last moment and then you come in with a really strong push, because the enemy is essentially flat-footed here. I don't need to mean to put it in Dungeons and Dragons terms, but like they're just kind of, you leave them standing around for like 5 minutes, they're pumping, they're ready to go, and then you get your guys all fired up, ready to go at the same time, all coming from the same side. You can really surprise your opponent. Disaster Death could get caught off balance because they're all spread out here. Although I will say that if For Glory tries to mob this point, it's going to be a little rough on them, because all of the high grounds are currently currently taken by Disaster Death. So if they dive onto the point here, they're just going to get gunned down in their prime by an amount of, again, in Throne and Liberty, guys, you have more hit on people that are below you. So even if it's a tank, you actually have more hit on that target. Assuming you're above them, it makes them less tanky. There is M4 is actually laying down right here. Deadage. Get some Deadage emotes for M4 in the chat. Oh man, yawning. You got some yawnage going on. They're waiting for this one to start. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. For Glory waiting to move in until the final moment here. But they're all trying to stay up and ready to go. We should see them
though.
Oh, go ahead.
That takes a lot of balls though to make that kind of play, because if you're fighting a really good guild that has these higher grounds, it would be pretty damn rough to actually get through them. So it takes a lot of balls to actually try to wait it out and not have that positional advantage initially. Yeah,
absolutely. It's a little rough, man. 50 seconds left. We should see them come in soon. I just saw a flash wave get wasted, and that's the problem with waiting like this, is that people get antsy, start throwing skills that they probably shouldn't. I'm not sure. I still don't see For Glory here. 30 seconds left to go. Are they gonna wait until the very last minute? Well, we're gonna find out, bro. 25 seconds, bro. What is going on? I know that 48 For Glory members joined this match. They should be already spawned. There they go. It is going to be 0.1. There it is. It is 0.1. Actually, they're responding from all three. Wait, wait, it's all three. They're coming in. No, they sent scouts to 1. It's actually 0.3 that they're coming in on. And so we're going to see them reorganize over here. And come over here, and at 0 seconds now the cap starts. We'll see if Disaster Death puts someone on the point. For Glory does spawn in on all 3 points at the exact same time. Interesting strategy. That's probably why they didn't want to give it up early on. But there they all dive in 3 different parties. I'm not sure that's the divide and conquer strategy is necessarily the play. They just gave Disaster Death a free cap. As there goes For Glory trying to cap it down off in the distance as well. But Dommel Tank is keeping them from capping it on repeat. They're just going to keep them from capping. Wait, are they though? No, they're going to get it actually works. Dude, I'm just crazy. I don't know. I'm being gaslit. I just don't understand. For Glory actually taking control of one of the high grounds right now. They have more people on the point, 7/4. Neither guild actually prioritizing boots on the point. They're actually climbing at 26% right now. Eventually, these guilds will commit to the point, right? Eventually, people will come down here. But honestly, 11-11, finally Disaster Death decides, okay, yeah, we should probably just force them to come fight us on the point down here as we move down to where the fight actually is happening. Pigeons on a tree is absolutely correct. It looks like, again, Disaster Death has more people on the high ground, but again, For Glory, I guess regrouping. I'm not sure that, again, the 1-1-1 strategy where you push from all sides we've never really seen that before, and it did not really work out. It got that both guilds got a free cap, which I suppose is good if you think about it. If you're the disadvantaged guilds, you can get at least a cap down on it, but now Disaster Death just gets a free point here, and For Glory's struggling.
I mean, the interesting part is, like, from For Glory, the party that came from Gate 3 was 2 parties of only tanks. So that was pretty surprising to see, even though they didn't get much value, and somehow they got shut down pretty easily as well. And also the fights were all over the place, fights left, fight right, but now the fights seem to be taking more, like, it's more gravitating towards the center now, but there is still a lot of For Glory members outside for some odd reason without a fight.
You know, you make an excellent point, and that's why I'm glad we have the picture-in-picture, as you guys can see just why Disaster Death is taking the point so quickly here. I'm not sure why there's so many people For Glory out there fapping on the outside of the fight instead of getting in here and actually trying to contribute to the point. Finally, they try to dive in, but it's too little too late. They've lost control of the point. Now Disaster Death are the ones that can take this a little bit easier on this. And again, you can see them. Look how many people are out there right now. Fortunately, we got Shiku with that goated perspective right there. I just don't know what to say. For Glory just not trying to push the point. Maybe they're just a little too occupied. Maybe Disaster Death is just that good. Those 1 or 2 statics basically routing their entire guild.
Yep, they pretty much like stayed AFK for a good 2 minutes, and then they got wiped as well the moment they got engaged on, which is pretty interesting to see.
Another mistake from Disaster Death, allowing For Glory. There's really no one contesting it. There's only 4 people here, and Disaster Death actually allowed For Glory to get a cap off. And now here they come all flocking to the point, and that's not what you want to see. Coming out for Glory here, or I mean for Disaster Death, they should never have allowed that to happen. They had all day to stop that person from capping. It's not like there was too much going on or they were under any pressure. They just allowed it to happen. It's just tragic to see. Fortunately for them, Disaster Death is absolutely obliterating them, firing from the high ground. LX in a gamer position right there. Look at that. They hold 2 high grounds on either sides. That's how you know a guild is dominating this. Normally this guild is this rift is divided in half, where you have one guild standing on a low ground dominating both high grounds on that side, and the other guild stands on this low ground with the reinforcing high grounds on the other side. But that is not what we're seeing this time. We're seeing For Glory losing on both sides. Disaster Death actually holding high grounds on opposite sides of the dais, and that is not a good thing. That's not a good sign for Glory.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm still trying to get a grasp of what is happening here, but at the same time, it's either like the way it seems to me is that For Glory is just like too scattered, because even if you look at the damage charts, it's like something is just wrong. Disaster is just essentially just taken over completely, and it's either that they're just too scattered or it's just there is some gearing diff in here. And once again, when I say gearing diff, I don't essentially mean somebody's like backing gear or anything. They could be fully geared and everything, but just playing something that is not like a proper build.
Yeah, absolutely. Disaster Death looking dominant in this one. For Glory absolutely getting caps off on the point though, and they're able to plant some boots on the point and try to contest it a little bit. But again, I think For Glory's initial strategy, it was strange. It was out of the box, and I love it when shot callers think out of the box on strategies like that. Really cool to try to spawn in from all 3 different angles. But I'll be honest with you, that played directly in Disaster Death's hands, as they were already split and they were actually planning. I think it was harder for them if they had just pushed from one side. It would have been harder for Disaster Death to respond with all of their statics all split like they were. Instead, For Glory pushed in and they took like the 1v1v, like they just took the 1v1s between the various statics, and they just lost, which was not good, and it gave both guilds a cap on the point. But I think that Disaster Death, being the more dominant guild, wins out on that. Yasta getting another cap down for Glory here, but just not enough boots on the ground here, as they cannot secure these high grounds right now. If you look around at the various high grounds that you see here, you see the low ground battle raging onwards, but again, For Glory actually winning out. Oh no, losing that high ground battle too. It's Disaster Death there, Disaster Death over here, Disaster Death on Wreckworth holding that high ground as well. And then again, you see a lot of For Glory on the low ground, but you see how quickly they get thinned out when you're getting pelted from all angles. Normally there's one side of the riftstone that you can actually safely stand on, because your range are standing on those high grounds reinforcing you. And if you cross them, like the line of scrimmage in the middle, like the invisible line of scrimmage, well, then the other casters can cast on you, and that's why you don't cross that line of scrimmage. But like in this case, there's just no safe place for Glory to stand or group up, because Disaster Death has such dominant control of these high grounds.
I've actually been looking at the leaderboard a little bit to kind of like try to get an understanding of what's going on, and surprisingly enough, For Glory barely has any spear users in a meta that is heavily dominated by those. So that was pretty interesting to see looking at the leaderboard. It's mostly ranged players, staff bows, staff daggers, and the such. So that might be that might be a reason why they're not able to thin down the numbers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I only see 4 spear users in the entire guild, which is an interesting choice. Again, spear ridiculously overtuned right now. Sadly, the developers feel that it's a good idea to go ahead and keep us on different patches than our Korean counterparts, but also keep us on the same balance patch, interestingly enough. So what happens is Korea has all this extra content which is supposed to balance spear, which in this case is tier 2, and we don't have that yet. And instead, we got the spear update, but we also haven't gotten a balance patch to kind of help mitigate the ridiculousness that Spear has in tier 1. In tier 2, I'm told that Spear kind of is toned down tremendously. So if you're tired of these Spear users, I promise you, you don't have long to wait. When tier 2 comes out, you should be doing a lot better against them, because it gets significantly worse there. That being said, right now we're in kind of a tough position. As I do think that the devs should rethink that. I'm not sure how you feel about this, Shiku, but I don't think that the balance should be the same for a cross region like this until we're all caught up and we have everything. Once everybody has everything, sure, you can keep the balance the same, but keeping it different like this just means that certain things on NA and EU and the Japanese server as well, and SA, are all going to be different. Like, our metas are going to be completely different than what you see in KR.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I do agree with you on that point. I've always felt like the balance choices in general have been questionable since Korean days, but even then, like now even more, because yeah, if you are gonna keep us in different patches, it only makes sense that you give us different balance changes as well, because if you give Spear different like buffs or nerfs that are tailored towards the Korean server with the artifacts that they have, the tier 2 gear, the 80 level runes, the purple runes, all that kind of stuff, and then you just take that same patch and implement it on a tier 1 build, you're bound to just like mess it up big time.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they should absolutely consider it, and I know that it's a little bit more work for them, but it can't be too bad, because you can just basically the moment that region catches up, you can just basically remove that nerf, just rebuff it to where Korea is. No big deal. It's really not that bad of a difference, and it makes all the world. I think that it would mean the world to a lot of the PvPers across the world if they would do that for us, because I think that a lot of people feel left in the dark in terms of balance, because Spear has been really powerful since its release about a month and a half ago or so now. It's just been really strong and a very oppressive weapon to have to play against. If you don't have a Spear in your arsenal, you're just at a disadvantage overall. But hopefully we see that improve a little bit more, as we are catching up to Korea pretty rapidly in content overall. So I do think that this problem will just kind of go away, but I do think it would have been better for NCSoft to go ahead and balance that for us.
Yeah, that is true. On a good note though, like they did announce that spears and tanks are getting nerfed anyway in Korea at the moment, which means we will get them nerfed, plus with the tier 2 changes as well. It should be a lot better in the future for sure.
So yeah, to get back on topic here, For Glory is being absolutely decimated by 1 static, maybe 2 from Disaster Death. They are really struggling to kill these players out in this field out here. Finally, they're starting to get kills on this as they drive them back over. A lot of For Glory members in this field here. Disaster Death pushing through. Follow the Aether gets blown away on the high ground. A lot of them flooding onto the point, flooding onto the high ground together, and that was a pretty good engage for them overall. Disaster Death moving over to reinforce the far high grounds here. That was a pretty solid engage overall, I think, for both guilds, or at least for Glory. That was almost as good as it gets, because you get to wipe 6 to 10 people before the engage started, but ultimately they're just going to get cleaned out because they just can't get control of the high grounds or the low grounds here.
Yeah, sadly, they're missing a lot of AoEs that can clean them up here, especially with the lack of spears. It's looking pretty rough, because spears help out a lot with cleaning the higher grounds specifically, or even the lower grounds that they're clumped up. So now with the lack of that, it is just not looking like it's going anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say, you're looking at a house right now. I'm like, let's see where he's standing. No, he's looking at a house, bro. He good.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got stuck.
You're good. It is what it is. It's a tough map to stand on here. Addy FF charging a flash wave, looking from the outside here, in trying to get some amount of damage down as Disaster Death's health bars just don't go down here, man. And when they do, they're just immediately healed back up. Poor For Glory just getting snuffed out every time they attempt something. To For Glory's credit, they are getting caps off on the point. They did back up. They tried to regroup. They tried to push, and that honestly was much more convincing than what we're seeing here, which is fly in and die, which is a little rough. We call that the Chaos F strategy here. I'd love to see them back up and again try this again, maybe try from a different perspective again, because you just have to keep trying different stuff to try to catch your opponent unaware.
Yeah, that is very true. They definitely need to try like different engages all the time. Sadly, even looking at the back line, you can tell that simply 2 parties are capable of cleaning up the back line heavily. But right now, they seem to be giving them a little bit of room to kind of like come to the Rift Zone and kind of like get a skirmish going. They're even like obviously letting them cap the rift zone and kind of want to give them room to just walk in and kind of like get a skirmish going instead of having this tail wait going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Disaster Death making this one a little bit of a snoozer for us. 7 minutes on the low ground, although they're probably having the time of their lives. They get to hold all 3 high grounds. How often do you see a guild so dominant? I've not seen a guild this dominant on a dentist before. Normally it's a lot closer than this. You cannot hold cross-platform high grounds like this, but you can see high ground here, high ground here, high ground there, high ground here. They hold everything, and it's just causing them to win on the low ground so dramatically. For Glory just can't get a foothold in the fight. Unbelievable performance and domination, a masterclass of a dentist by Disaster Death here.
Yep, it's now going to be a skirmish fest for a little bit. The only way that For Glory is going to find any success here, they will just have to find a way to somehow get some AoEs going. And honestly, with a lack of spears, I feel like it is just essential that they don't clump up like this in the Riftstone, because you're simply putting yourself in a situation where you will 100% lose. You don't have the capacity to spare some spears in here, unlike other guilds, meaning you will just be clumping up to die for free.
Yeah, chat spamming disaster, and that's the funny thing about playing against the disaster alliances. There's really no other word for it here, living up to their name. It's a disaster for Glory, and I guarantee you, because I know how chat works, if Disaster Death loses in this tournament, they're absolutely going to be dogging him the other way. You can't spell Disaster Death without disaster, and then now they're the disaster. So like, I don't know, we'll see here. For Glory actually have more people on the point right now as Disaster Death actually loses control of it. Too many people committed to the high ground right now, and For Glory sneaking a little bit of percentage back on them here. Disaster Death, I know, is one of the higher ranked guilds on the server overall in PvP, and they're showing why here. Look at their range firing from the high ground here. Absolutely incredible. Pushing For Glory back off here to say, hey, you're not allowed to get above 10%. They knock them right back down again. Oh my goodness, Shiku.
I have a feeling that Disaster Death right now, what they're doing is that they're taking advantage of the situation and trying to like practice different maneuvers, honestly. That's how it looks like to me.
Yeah, honestly, and that's good for them. That is absolutely good for them. For Glory fought well in this tournament, but sadly, both of their guilds will be knocked out by round 2 here. Still a very strong alliance, and we love to see more than one guild from the alliance showing up like this. Those are absolute men. Okay, men show up for the tournaments, and I know it's easy to dog on a losing guild in a matchup like this, but I just want to point everyone out. There are guilds in major alliances that did not show up for this tournament in the PvP scene that call themselves the best guilds on the server. You don't get to do that if you don't show up to actually fight. Those are pussies. We hate those people. At least For Glory showed up, and they are going to go out in a blaze of glory here. They've tried other things. They keep trying to cap the stone. They just can't get a hold of it. They just can't get a hold of any semblance of control in this one. Disaster Death looking very strong, but honestly, I like the spunk that I saw from the For Glory squad.
I gotta admit, like, practice makes perfect at the end of the day. Like, with lose or win at the end of the day, losses can make you win eventually. And I speak from experience as somebody who led Sovereign, which was Eclipse EU initially. I've had my fair share of hate on Korea in terms of like the guild and our guild not being quote-unquote hardcore, yet we achieved like the rank 1 guild on the Amazon Games event and showed like pretty good presence initially in the game.
Yeah, nice. I know the NA versus EU event didn't get to play out fully, but who won the initial event? Oh yeah, that's right, it was NA. That's right. Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, the Riftstone went to NA, so I don't mean to say it, but NA greater than EU, as it were. Yeah, okay, yeah, deal with it. Okay, all right, deal with it. All right, bring them on. I cannot wait until they have the crossover. You guys know I'm putting on the tournament of our lives. If they allow war games to be cast across region, we got NA versus EU. We are going to be cooking boys. You know what I mean? Like that is going to be so much fun. I'm actually thinking about putting on, potentially putting on a Japanese tournament. I know that's a Japanese server, but I know it's a lot of the Asia, basically all the Asia players playing on that server. So I am thinking about putting that on if I get enough support in running that. We'll see here. Though it would be a little bit hard for me to do that, but I think that I could swing it if the community really, really did want it. Disaster Death does look like they're going to win this one for glory. Just getting ticked down here and basically just streaming in at this point. They've said, okay, guys, just kind of have fun with it. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They just can't get enough people on the point. It's Disaster Death just eating them alive from basically every rooftop here. SYN's finally finding, honestly, for glory, finding one rooftop they can fire from and challenging one more. But Shuddy helping shut that down. LX and Chrislog and Roku all firing, free firing onto the low ground. Their tanks staying healthy. Their healers doing their job. Everyone in position. The statics just playing so beautifully, Shiku.
Yep, I like the fact that they're still putting up a fight. Normally people give up, but I like the fact that they're still coming back in full numbers, trying to like figure something out, skirmish a little bit, try to like get something out of this and not just, you know, sit aside and do nothing. So at least they are still like having a spunk. They're putting up a fight, which is pretty good. Going back to the Japanese server though, like if you do hold a tournament, would you learn Japanese for that?
No, because I don't want to have people spamming ayaya and uwu in my chat constantly while I'm speaking. I can't deal with it, bro. I hate anime. I hate anime. I just can't. I can't do it, man. There's just too many people, too many things, bro. I'd cast it in English, and maybe I have like a Japanese. You know what? Do you know what people really want for a tournament like that? They want some like ASMR AI Japanese translator. To translate everything that I'm saying into some like honestly, let's be honest, EU wants that too. They'd be like, you know, honestly, this tournament would be better if Blue was a like a female Japanese like caster, you know. It'd be
You see, I can agree with you, but I bet you there are a lot of people out there that would want to see Blue Squadron speaking Japanese.
Yeah, that's crazy. Want to get some moss. That's about the only Japanese that I know on this one. I can count to 10. Okay, that's about it. For Glory doing their best here in the final 30 seconds of our match today. They had a great run through the tournament. Sadly knocked out in round 2. Big props to For Glory for showing up as an alliance with not one, but 2 guilds. That shows a strong alliance. It shows strong attendance. It shows strong conviction to keep going. Disaster Death also had one of their guilds knocked out in the first round of this tournament. Disaster Rage getting knocked out as well. So Disaster will move on as the final guild left in their alliance to round 3. Looking over at the leaderboards, Disaster Rage, Big XI, 2.4 million damage dealt for him. Looks like Crypto's behind him. Gosh, dude, 2.4 million against 1.5 is insane. Look at that gap right there. Holy moly. Damage taken. Let's see who had over 1 million. Did anyone make it over 1 million? There we go. 1.2 million for Art of War for Glory. And I love to see the Art of War. What a Giga Chad name right there. Another 1.2 million from Nguyen from For Glory as well. As far as damage healed goes, 6.5 million damage healed for Amkeezy. Again, these are all Bowan users. 6.5 against 10.3 million from Ransel. Disaster Death. That's going to be kind of tough to beat. Yeah, Ransel's going to take it home at 10.3 million. What a... It was a one-sided last match, but honestly, I think Disaster Death just said you make an example of the first one.
I just hope For Glory doesn't take that to heart, and hopefully they actually take this as a learning experience, and hopefully they do showcase better GVGs in the future as well. As at the end of the day, like a loss is a loss, you take it and learn from it. So hopefully they have gotten the VODs to review later on.
I think that they absolutely will learn from it overall based on the energy that they filled out the forum with. Of course, they were kind of kidding around when they were like, rank 1 world, wow. Those are people that don't necessarily take themselves too seriously, right? So like, hopefully they just take it as a learning experience and they know what they can do better. They still win basically all of their sieges, which is a huge W for them. So they'll keep getting their gear. They'll keep getting better. Hopefully they keep doing war games in the future. I want to give a big shout out to all of the guilds that played in the tournament so far, especially the guilds that played again today, for coming out and staying through to the end of the broadcast. We really appreciate you guys for being on time. The EU guilds have been so much better about being on time and ready for every match than the NA guilds were. Just such an easier group of people to coordinate overall, and there's a lot more of them too. So the EU greater than NA in terms of overall tournament coordination and what they're doing for me in the background there. So I do want to make an announcement that, guys, we're officially moving the second day, or round 2, day 2 will actually be held the day after Valentine's Day. Okay, so the day after Valentine's Day, we will have round 2, day 2. Sadly, the maintenance is going to happen, and I believe we were going to have it tomorrow. But maintenance is going to happen, and we just can't. I've been told that the maintenance might run long, which I know is going to come as a shock to a lot of Throne and Liberty players. I know, I for one surprise Pikachu face, but I've been told that maintenance might be running quite a bit longer than intended. So I don't, in the interest of fairness, I don't want any Russian or like Eastern EU players having to stay up until 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning to play their matches. It's just unfair to those guilds. So we're going to go ahead and push it to the day after Valentine's Day. Make sure that you guys are in the War Games Discord to catch the schedule so that you guys know exactly when it is. I'll put the announcement out a little later tonight in the Discord so everybody knows exactly when their matches are going to be for that day, since we're changing the day. Not much I can do about it, but we have to play around what AGS gives us. I want to give a shout out to Lucy. Can we get some hearts in the chat for my mods and the mod teams that helped me put this on? Chief Dragon with the predictions today have been fantastic. And then Lucy organizing all the matches. I absolutely could not do it without him. Thank goodness for my moderator team. Absolutely goated. Lucy, particularly the MVP. Chief, and I know the other moderators helping in chat. I saw Gimli as well helping in chat. I know Notes around as well. And then one final shout out over to Shiku96. You want to give yourself a shout out, man? I really appreciate you. Goated shoutcasting today. I think that people really appreciated your perspective on this. As somebody that ran Sovereign before, whether your opinions on Sovereign are good or bad, you have the experience and I think the knowledge of the EU scene to come in and give some knowledge to the casting desk, and I really appreciate you.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. It was fun.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got for me. That's it. Please breathe. Oh, I don't breathe. It's okay. I don't need air. It's fine. If I ever just pass out, it would just be good content. So that's the way that I see it. But Shiku, guys, I posted his YouTube in the chat as well so that you guys can all go subscribe to his YouTube. There's the shout out. Go give him a shout out right now. I would like to ask the EU chat which guild or which person you guys would like me to raid. I'm trying to do this tournament. It's for the community. I try to put these, again, all of the money comes out of my pocket. That's me fronting all of the money for the tournament. So it costs me a lot of money to run these tournaments, but fortunately we got our sponsors, !Throny and !Icon Digital, guys. Consider investing. They help save my wallets so that I can put on more of these tournaments in the future. And all of the community support whenever you guys come out to watch, you like, you follow, you subscribe on YouTube or Twitch. It really does help me run more of these events in the future. Siege review on what day? Tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow, regardless of when the servers come up. I do not care. I'm going to be live tomorrow. Sadly, I had some family emergencies to deal with earlier in the week. Didn't allow us to do that. Tomorrow, we're going to be covering all of the sieges, all of the siege drama for NA and EU will be covered tomorrow live on stream. We're going to cover all of those VOD reviews. So make sure you're tuning in tomorrow afternoon to evening, my time, somewhere, I guess a few hours before this, it'll start. If you're wondering exactly when that'll be, 2 or 3 hours before this probably is when it might start, or maybe right now. It could be start somewhere around now too. I don't know. It depends on when the broadcast gets started. Either way, it will be tomorrow. When's the next tourney stream? The day after Valentine's Day. And the reason I'm saying it that way is because I know the EU has a different day than NA does. So I'm pretty sure EU is the day after Valentine's Day, which is good. So which streamer would we like to go to? And again, I'll put out I'll put out a notice in the Discord as well. I got Nagaran HH. Again, I'm trying to support the EU community here. I know I support the NA community before. I don't think that you're live right now. Are you, Shigen? You're not. Obviously.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Revik. We've rated Revik before. We rated Revik before. TV Proco. All right, Lou Memories. Let me see. Let me make sure I get the name right. Is this an EU player? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna blow this guy up, guys. Go nuts in his chat. Be careful. He's doing arenas right now. He's doing arenas right now. Go nuts in his chat. Give him all the love in the world. I appreciate all of you guys from here at the caster desk to everybody watching at home. We really appreciate all of the love and support. I love you guys all. I'll see you on the next broadcast, guys.